This story is about this poor boy, because in the world of magic colors his sorry peaches are colorless. And because of that he is bullied by his brother. One miserable day as he was bullied like usual, his party got destroyed by the god of time and space, Kronos, and our boy was about to get cooked by him, but he awakens his power and got regressed. The story began with a group of people standing in the middle of the city. All of them were gazing up at the sky. Someone among them asked what it was they were seeing. It was narrated that 10 years ago a massive inverted castle had suddenly appeared above Tokyo. The people watched in awe as the enormous structure floated in the sky. Simultaneously, dungeons began manifesting all over Japan. Triangular structures emerged in places like farm fields and tourist spots. People began awakening to mana. Those gifted with magical talent challenged the dungeons. They gained fame and fortune. A mage's talent was judged by the color of their mana. Most people had aptitude for a single color. Rare individuals could wield two. An example given was Kurosaki Kai, the speaker's younger brother. He possessed both red and blue mana. Kai, a purple-haired young man, was shown grinning confidently at a demon. As the demon lunged to attack, Kai retaliated with a move called Demon Lance. The demon roared in pain as it was struck. It fell to the ground, defeated. Kai picked up a red crystal-like stone from where the demon had landed. The demon's body faded away. In the background, a white-haired figure appeared. He was identified as the protagonist. Kai threw the red crystal-like stone toward the protagonist. He called out for the incompetent to pick it up. It was revealed that Kai was known as the Purple King. He was a powerful mage at level 18. He looked down at the protagonist with disdain. The protagonist narrated that Kai was among the strongest mages. But he, Kai's older brother, was considered an incompetent with no aptitude. He was completely colorless. That made him a rarity in their world. The protagonist, whose level was just 1, had no mana. Yet, he admitted he couldn't give up on becoming a mage. He explained that he worked as a porter. He collected crystal-like stones. Thanks to his brother's pity, he was allowed to join Kai's party. He clung to the hope that one day he might awaken a skill. The scene shifted to a large door. Kai's party members were gathered. One of them identified it as the boss room. Another predicted the boss would be easy to defeat. The large door opened. The party entered the room. Inside, they encountered a being covered in clocks. He was introduced as Kronos, the god of time and space. Kronos' level could not be detected. He gazed at the party. Kai dismissed the threat. He attacked with Demon Lance. Kronos levitated. He calmly watched the incoming attack. He opened a red dark portal and drew a sword. The sword easily deflected Kai's attack. The god glared menacingly at the party. Kai expressed his shock. Kronos' eyes glowed ominously. Suddenly, something approached Kai. In the next moment, Kai's head shattered. Blood gushed everywhere. Kai collapsed. His party members stood in horror. They watched Kai's body fall to the ground. The protagonist was frozen in disbelief. He witnessed the fall. He thought it couldn't be true. Kai, the Purple King, had been defeated in an instant. Kronos loomed menacingly. Two party members turned and ran, calling him a demon. They feared for their lives. But before they could escape, two swords pierced their heads. The swords emerged from small black portals created by Kronos. The protagonist dropped to the ground in shock. Kronos then addressed him. He remarked that he was completely colorless. He smiled. The protagonist stared back in shock. The protagonist clenched his fist. He thought he hadn't achieved anything yet. Determined, he stood and picked up a sword. He was ready to make a stand. Kronos commented on the protagonist's bravery. He asked if he dared face him despite being colorless. The sword trembled in the protagonist's hand. He thought he couldn't give up. Small red-black portals appeared behind Kronos. Kronos declared he would test the protagonist and laughed. Suddenly, the protagonist's right arm was obliterated. Kronos waved his hand. He apologized for going too far. He then snapped his fingers and said, "Rewind." In an instant, the protagonist's body returned to its unharmed state. He was startled. Looking at his healed arm, he thought in amazement that it had recovered. Kronos began charging a fire spell. He said he would now give the protagonist time to think. He unleashed the spell. It was called Hellfire, Flames of Despair. As the fire rushed toward him, the protagonist twitched in fear. Kronos mocked him, asking what he would do. The protagonist considered the sword created by Kronos. He thought it might be effective. He spotted the red sword in the background. He picked it up and lunged through the fire attack. The flames burned his body. He screamed in pain. Kronos searched for the protagonist among the flames. He smiled. But the smile faded. The protagonist emerged from the blaze and pierced Kronos' chest. The protagonist smiled weakly, burned and battered. He thought he had landed a hit. Kronos' expression turned sinister. He used rewind. Everything reset to the moment the protagonist had first taken his stance. Kronos' wound healed. He commented that it had been good entertainment. The protagonist's body disintegrated completely. His sword fell to the ground. He dropped to his knees. He thought it had all been meaningless. Horror filled his eyes. He wondered if this was how he would die then. Something miraculous occurred. A system window appeared. The protagonist was startled. The panel announced it had confirmed the presence of the god of time and space. It was releasing the seal on the black skill. The protagonist questioned what this black skill was. Kronos showed signs of discomfort. The system panel turned golden. It announced the acquisition of the extra skill. Drain. Another panel declared the theft of the skill Rewind. The protagonist had stolen Rewind from Kronos. He widened his eyes as he read the panel. Kronos, now slightly panicked, wondered if it could be true. The protagonist activated the skill Rewind. A black fog surrounded him. Kronos lunged to stop him. Anger and worry appeared on Kronos' face. The system panel declared the execution of regression. Clocks began ticking and reversing time. The scene shifted to a ceiling. Someone woke up in bed. That person, the protagonist, thought desperately about having used rewind. He wondered what exactly had happened. Looking into a mirror, he was shocked. He saw the reflection of his younger self. After the system panel announced that regression was executing, the clock ticked and time began to rewind. A silhouette of a man wearing a large jacket appeared, a scar visible on his face. He slightly turned his head and said he hadn't been strong enough to defeat Kronos, the god of time and space. He explained that this was why he had entrusted the skill to the listener. He believed that if it was them, then surely they would be able to defeat Kronos, the god of time and space. The man then turned around. At that moment, the scene shifted to the protagonist, who looked into a mirror and noted that he appeared younger. Confused, he reached for his face and asked himself if it was a dream. He looked out of the apartment window, birds were flying outside, and he appeared puzzled. He looked questioningly and remarked that the inverted castle was still white. He wondered how that was possible. It had been pitch black just yesterday. He recalled that the inverted castle had remained pure white until 7 years ago but had gradually become stained black, and when it had turned completely pitch black, a door had opened. Beyond that door was the god of time and space. Suddenly, the protagonist clicked something and realized aloud that during the fight with Kronos, the god of time and space, he had stolen his rewind skill. Before finishing the sentence, he picked up his phone. He exclaimed that it couldn't be and turned on the device. Just as he suspected, the date was 7 years in the past. The phone displayed the date, September 27, 2024. He looked into the mirror again and confirmed that he had indeed regressed into the past. Immediately, he opened his skill window. As it appeared, he remembered that the rewind skill was gone, but the skill called Skill Drain remained. Seeing this made him very happy. He recalled that for 10 years, he hadn't been able to gain a single skill. But now, having this skill, Skill Drain, changed everything. Before he could reflect further, his phone vibrated. He checked the message. It notified him that today was the Mage exam. He realized with recognition. So today was that day. The scene transitioned to Chiyoda Ward in front of Tokyo Station at the Mage Association headquarters. A tall building stood prominently. This was the national agency responsible for managing mages and dungeon conquests. The protagonist entered the building. Surrounded by a crowd, he noted aloud that it still looked new. Then, acknowledging the timeline, he affirmed that it made sense. It was 7 years ago. At that moment, someone called out, "Hey, Colorless, what are you doing here?" The protagonist looked toward the voice. It was his younger brother's party members. The first was Godu, level 36, and the second was Oik, level 37. Seeing them made the protagonist visibly uncomfortable. He thought to himself that these guys were just his brother's lackeys. Godu wrapped an arm around his neck and asked if he was seriously planning to take the Mage exam again. Oik, expressionless, commented that no matter how many times a Colorless tried, it would be pointless. The protagonist recalled. It wasn't the first time he had taken the Mage exam. He remembered that, unable to give up on becoming a mage completely. He had taken the exam again and again, knowing deep down it was likely futile. He had always been a failure. But in the present moment, he pushed Godu's hand off his shoulder and told them to leave him alone. He walked away. Godu complained about his attitude. Oik added, "How dare a mere Colorless ignore them?" Right then, a new character appeared, the exam proctor. She was a beautiful green-haired woman. Her name was Hinata Riene. She was a B-rank mage, level 27. Looking displeased, she remarked, "Again." She sighed and told the protagonist that even if it was just an exam, he might get himself killed someday. The protagonist replied that this time would be different. The scene shifted to the exam setting. They were likely heading into a dungeon. The protagonist stood before a dungeon entrance, stretching in preparation. Hinata asked if he needed an explanation of the details. The protagonist, ready for the challenge, replied that he didn't. He entered the dungeon. He thought to himself that he needed to collect 3 magic stones from goblins to pass the exam. For someone with a skill, this was normally easy. However, his expression darkened. He recalled that today, like in the previous timeline, a monster had appeared in this level 1 dungeon that absolutely shouldn't be there. A terrifying creature revealed itself. The protagonist recognized it. It was Redcap, a goblin with a level of 37. Hinata saw the monster and screamed its name. "Redcap, why is something like that here?" She turned to the protagonist. Running toward him with her sword drawn, she urged him to run. The protagonist knew the level gap was far too great. He remembered how in the previous timeline, Hinata had been unable to defeat it and was overpowered. She had fought only to buy time for his escape, ending up so badly injured that she had to retire from being a mage. He saw the memory clearly, Hinata lying in a hospital bed. He blamed himself for everything. Clenching his fist, he vowed that this time would be different. As Redcap lunged to attack, the protagonist drew his dagger. He threw it toward the monster, thinking that thing had a skill that greatly boosted its physical power. The goblin swatted the dagger aside. He realized that ordinary attacks wouldn't even land. But in the next instant, the protagonist vanished from where he stood and appeared in front of Redcap, landing a punch. He saw minor scratches on his hand after the punch. Redcap, now enraged, charged with a furious expression. Suddenly, the goblin twitched. In front of the protagonist, the system panel appeared. Stole skill, body enhancement extreme. Physical stats have been improved. Power surged through the protagonist. He thought to himself, if he could just steal its skill. And in that very moment, he sliced Redcap cleanly in half with his dagger. After slicing the Redcap goblin, the protagonist remarked that it was nothing more than sliced meat. At that moment, Hinata appeared. Hinata, visibly shocked, exclaimed that the protagonist had defeated a red cap with just one hit. The protagonist internally acknowledged that the skill drain was working as expected. He admired the power while tightly gripping his dagger, mentally praising his skill drain ability. Hinata then questioned how he had defeated the red cap. Startled, the protagonist scratched his face and hesitantly thought it would be best not to mention anything about the black skills. He deflected by claiming it was just a coincidence. Hinata, unconvinced, shouted at him to stop lying. She then stated that since an irregular had appeared, the exam would be cancelled. As the protagonist turned toward the red cap's corpse, Hinata mentioned she had to report the incident to headquarters. While picking up a glowing, crystal-like stone, the protagonist reflected that this wasn't the time when irregulars should be appearing yet. Still, he reminded himself that he needed 2 more mana stones. It was revealed that the glowing stones were called mana stones. Hinata, in a panic, warned the protagonist that this wasn't the right time to be worrying about such things. Just then, a monster stepped forward, and the protagonist noticed 2 goblins arriving with weapons in hand. The goblins roared at him but were instantly beheaded. In a single fluid motion, their bodies collapsed, and the protagonist landed gracefully after finishing them off. Hinata watched in awe, shocked by what she had witnessed. Turning to her, the protagonist asked if he could take the mana stones, prompting a bewildered scream from Hinata. The scene shifted to the entrance of the main association headquarters. Hinata handed the protagonist his mage license. He stared at it silently, remembering his past. He recalled how long it had taken to reach this point. He had never given up on his dream of becoming a mage. He had been just a porter for around 10 years. He had been a laughing stock. Now, holding the license card high, he thought to himself that he had finally become a mage. Hinata then handed him a receipt and explained it was for the mana stone exchange. She revealed that mana stones dropped from monsters and served as a valuable energy source with no carbon dioxide emissions. Moreover, they could be sold to the association. Looking at the receipt, the protagonist thought that since he had defeated an A-rank monster, this might be a good source of income. Then he noticed the payment breakdown. He had slain 2 goblins and received 1,000 yen. For the red cap, however, he received 3 million yen. His eyes widened in shock and he shouted out the amount. Hinata reminded him that he had defeated a red cap. Drained and trembling, he muttered to her that mages really did earn a lot of money. He admitted to himself that he hadn't known that. Hinata smiled and told him that he could earn even more. The protagonist then noticed bandages wrapped around Hinata's hand and stared at them. He asked Hinata if he could ask her something. The scene shifted to a dungeon entrance. The protagonist opened his system window and noted that it indeed listed his name. The system confirmed that the dungeon was reserved for him and that it was rank C. He thought to himself that until now he hadn't been able to enter dungeons alone. He now believed he could change the future. He remembered the past version of Hinata where she had retired as a mage and lay in a hospital bed. Now, after his regression, she was smiling. He clenched his fist with a satisfied expression. Suddenly, an attack named Mana hand appeared. A massive hand formed from mana grabbed the protagonist. At that moment, a voice questioned him, asking what he was doing there. The protagonist looked behind and saw Oik and Godu. Oik sneered, mocking that a colorless mage dared to enter a dungeon solo. Godu laughed, reminding him that it was against the rules. The protagonist calmly stated that he had passed the mage examination and was therefore allowed to enter dungeons solo. Godu's expression darkened and he accused the protagonist of lying. Oik grabbed the protagonist's head, challenging him to show his skills. Looking menacingly at him, Oik demanded proof. The protagonist thought about the skill Mana Hand, which compressed mana into a physical force. However, his extreme body enhancement skill alone wasn't enough to break free. He believed he could still do something. With that, the protagonist headbutted Oik, causing blood to spill from his nose. A system window appeared stating that the skill Mana Hand had been stolen. The active Mana Hand vanished, and both Oik and Godu shouted in disbelief. Mana particles visibly dissipated into the air. The protagonist now used the stolen Mana Hand skill to grab Oik. Shocked, Oik questioned whether the protagonist had really awakened with skills. Godu charged toward him, warning him not to get cocky. Godu conjured and launched a fireball. The protagonist activated his extreme body enhancement and slapped the fireball, dispersing it completely. Godu stood stunned. The protagonist then delivered a powerful punch enhanced with mana, sending Godu flying. Oik watched in disbelief, realizing the protagonist even possessed body enhancement skills. Godu lay on the ground, overwhelmed, and wondered aloud whether the protagonist was dual-colored. Blue and yellow lights radiated from the protagonist. Just then, Godu's shock deepened as he saw the protagonist create a fireball. A system window confirmed that the fireball skill had been stolen. The protagonist fully activated the skill and casually played with fire. Godu shouted in astonishment, realizing there was yet another color. After seeing that the protagonist possessed 3 colors, Godu was shocked and exclaimed that he had never heard of such a thing. At that moment, the protagonist used his newly acquired stolen skill, Fireball, and blasted it toward Godu. Godu panicked, but the fireball didn't hit him. It narrowly missed. Right then, Oik came into view and the mana hand that had been grabbing him began to dissipate. The protagonist warned the 2 of them, asking if they still wanted to fight. They exchanged a glance and then suddenly began running, shouting apologies as they fled. The protagonist sighed, scratched his head, and muttered that if Kai found out, things wouldn't end well. He reflected on how he had been treated like Kai's lapdog before the regression. If Kai discovered he had awakened a skill, he would definitely come to crush him. Kai had already reached the level 50 milestone and was one of the strongest in the modern era. Before the regression, Kai's level had been 89. But Kai wasn't the only one the protagonist needed to be wary of. He knew a certain dungeon would soon be unblocked. He imagined a red dungeon that radiated ominous vibes. But in the present, he stood before the entrance of a C-rank dungeon. Gazing at the entrance, he thought that for now he needed to raise his level as much as possible. He entered the dungeon, thinking that level was the foundation of strength. Leveling up allowed him to learn new skills and increase his total mana pool. More importantly, it expanded the amount of mana he could control at once. As he walked down the dungeon hallway, danger loomed. Suddenly, a blast erupted. A new monster appeared, a flame wizard, level 38, wielding a staff and ready to face him. Conjuring a fireball in his hand, the protagonist admitted he could barely manage to create one. At the same moment, the flame wizard conjured many fireballs with ease. Seeing this, the protagonist realized the gap in level created a vast difference in power, even when using the same technique. The flame wizard fired all his fireballs, and the protagonist launched his single fireball to counter the attack. He managed to neutralize one fireball, but two more kept coming. He dodged them by jumping and landing skillfully. He thought that he couldn't win in a head-on fight, but there was a way. He dashed forward, telling himself that no matter how high a monster's level was, one thing never changed. After using a skill, there was always an opening. As he closed the gap between him and the flame wizard, the monster showed slight panic. The protagonist used his extreme body enhancement skill and charged a punch. He thought that there was only a 2-second window, but he made it count, delivering a powerful punch to the flame wizard. The monster took the hit and fell. A system notification appeared, indicating that the fireball skill had been stolen. The flame wizard lay on the ground, and the protagonist realized that its only means of attack was the fireball. If he stole it, the monster wouldn't be scary. The flame wizard got up, ready to attack, but couldn't conjure a fireball. At that moment, the protagonist unleashed the fireball skill he had stolen. A barrage of fireballs engulfed the flame wizard, killing it. A system notification appeared, announcing that the protagonist had leveled up. He looked at the system panel and thought that defeating higher-level opponents yielded a large amount of experience. Though normally difficult, stealing their techniques with skill drain made it easy. He had leveled up from 8 to 12. Clenching his fist, he looked deeper into the dungeon, thinking that he would raise his level to 30. He then defeated many more monsters. First, another flame wizard, and he leveled up. Then a red cap, and he leveled up again. Next, a lizard-type monster, bringing more level gains. After all those battles, he checked his system panel, thinking that he had managed to level up at an incredible speed. His level was now 27. Still, he thought seriously that leveling up was getting harder. To reach level 30, he needed to defeat stronger opponents. The scene shifted to the deepest part of the dungeon, the boss room. The protagonist stood before its massive door. Looking at it, he thought this boss would be the perfect opponent to level up. He pushed the door open and entered the boss room. A silhouette stepped into view, revealing an imp monster at level 30. Then the boss appeared, Skull Demon, level 45. The imps were its minions. The protagonist activated his extreme body enhancement skill, thinking that all of them were higher level. If he could steal their techniques, he had a chance to win. He lunged at the nearest monster and jumped, charging his fist and punching the Skull Demon. A shield appeared, protecting the Skull Demon. The protagonist backed away, shocked, and muttered in frustration. He had suspected it. He still couldn't reach the Skull Demon because the mana barrier was blocking him. Without breaching it, he couldn't activate skill drain to steal its technique. Then the Skull Demon roared and dashed forward, instantly closing the distance. It launched an attack, but the protagonist dodged at the last moment. He thought that to break through the mana barrier, he had no choice but to use that. The protagonist realized that to break through the mana barrier, he would need to deprive the Skull Demon of something valuable. At that moment, he noticed imps flying above, ready to attack. He thought to himself that he didn't have enough power right now. Without hesitation, he lunged toward one of the imps and struck it squarely in the face. In that instant, he activated his skill Drain, and stole the skill Ice Needle. He then conjured a fireball in his hand and launched it at the imp's body, burning it. Right after that, he spotted the second imp and used the stolen Ice Needle skill. The Ice Needle pierced through the imp's chest, killing it instantly. He landed on the ground, now facing the Skull Demon directly. The Skull Demon cast magic, and a magic circle appeared beneath them. From it, another imp was summoned. The protagonist noted to himself that these imps would just keep being resummoned after being killed. Though normally that would be a serious problem, for him right now it was an opportunity. As the newly summoned imp lunged toward him, the protagonist swiftly defeated it. Another imp appeared, and the protagonist slashed it with his dagger. With imps continuing to appear, he quickly gained experience. He leveled up from 27 to 28, thinking that with this rate of experience gain, he could manage it. Looking at the system panel, he thought that if his level kept rising like this, he could do it. Just then, another system notification appeared stating that his controllable mana had reached the specified value. Skill synthesis had been unlocked. The protagonist thought to himself that this was it. The Skull Demon roared in his direction as he summoned Ice Needle in one hand and Fireball in the other. Using his newly unlocked skill synthesis, he began to combine them. A radiant mix of blue and red light formed as the two skills merged. At that moment, he vanished from his place and lunged toward the skull demon. We now saw that the synthesized skill had fully formed. He was ready to strike. This new combined skill was called Fire Lance. He used it to attack the skull demon, but the demon erected a mana barrier in defense. The Fire Lance collided with the mana barrier, forming visible cracks and eventually shattering it entirely. The protagonist rejoiced, knowing he had broken through the barrier. A system panel then appeared, showing that he had stolen the skill Mana Barrier. Still in midair, the protagonist thought he had to finish it with one more shot. He activated his body enhancement skill and punched the skull demon in the head. Now standing in front of the demon, he observed the demon scratching its skull. The protagonist thought that all enhancements affecting the demon were now gone. He had successfully copied and drained the skill Body Enhancement Extreme from the skull demon. The demon began to twitch, and in that moment the protagonist lunged forward, closing the distance. He used Fire Lance again, piercing the demon. The demon screamed in pain as a green mana stone dropped from its body. The protagonist leveled up. Level up notifications continued, and he eventually reached level 33. He sighed and reflected that skill synthesis, the technique of combining advanced skills, generally became usable around level 30. He sat down in the boss room, thinking that he had managed to do it. He was glad he could use the skill properly. After such a fierce battle, he was clearly exhausted. Right then, another system panel appeared, stating that the level requirement had been met. The number of skills retainable via skill drain had increased. The skill slots had now expanded from 3 to 5. Previously, he could only drain 3 skills from his opponents. But now it had increased to 5, and he thought about how skill drain 2 had now leveled up. This, he considered, would make things much more convenient. The scene then shifted to the Mage headquarters, where the protagonist submitted the green mana stone to the receptionist, Hinata. Hinata was shocked and exclaimed that he had defeated the skull demon. She was astonished to learn he had already reached level 33 in just one day. The protagonist simply shrugged and said he had gotten lucky. Hinata, now suspicious, questioned how he had reached beyond level 30 in a single day. He answered briefly. Hinata continued, saying that at this level one could unconditionally become a B-rank mage. Just then someone stepped into the scene and called out to the protagonist, catching him off guard. It was Kai, who exclaimed that the protagonist must be wrongly ranked as a B-rank mage. The protagonist felt uncomfortable hearing that. Hinata addressed Kai. Kai responded that the protagonist couldn't even use a single skill and was colorless. He scoffed at the idea of the protagonist being a B-rank mage. Hinata then defended the protagonist, saying he had defeated both the Red Cap and the Skull Diva. Kai turned toward the protagonist with a look of disgust. He activated his power and asked if the protagonist had really done it. He then charged a punch glowing with purple energy toward him. A gust of wind swept the area as Kai's punch flew. The protagonist blocked it with his mana barrier and remarked that it was honestly dangerous. The moment Kai's fierce punch was stopped, it was clear that something had changed. Hinata called out to Kai while the protagonist held Kai's hand firmly. Kai, staring in disbelief, remarked that the protagonist had awakened with skills. He added that the rumors were true. The protagonist responded affirmatively. Just then, Kai snapped his hand away and warned the protagonist not to get too excited just because he could use a few skills. With a menacing glare, Kai challenged the protagonist, declaring that he would see for himself just how capable he really was. Hinata, concerned, questioned Kai about his intentions to fight. Kai looked away dismissively and muttered that if the protagonist were a true B-rank mage, he wouldn't even have flinched. Hinata hesitated, observing the tension building. Kai then smirked mockingly and suggested that perhaps the protagonist's rank had been a lie all along. The protagonist clenched his fist, thinking that refusing Kai's challenge would only bring him trouble later. Determination flared in the protagonist's eyes as he accepted the challenge with a firm understood. Kai was visibly displeased by the response, silently cursing the protagonist. The scene shifted to the arena within the Mage Association headquarters. There, Kai and the protagonist stood facing each other. As he eyed his opponent, the protagonist reminded himself to stay cautious, especially when fighting someone with greater mana control. He thought he mustn't drop his guard no matter what. Visualizing the combat ahead, the protagonist calculated that at his level 30 he could chain together 3 basic skills, while Kai at level 50 could likely manage 5. He realized that on that basis alone, a direct confrontation would mean his loss, so he had to find a way to close the gap. Just then, the protagonist activated his ice needles and launched an attack at Kai. Kai countered by summoning multiple fireballs and sending them toward the protagonist. As the two attacks collided, a powerful impact shook the area. Smoke billowed in front of Kai from the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Kai was stunned to find that the protagonist had closed the distance. The protagonist had used his extreme body enhancement skill. Observing the yellow-colored aura, Kai realized the protagonist was a dual-color wielder. The protagonist deduced that after Kai's 4th skill, he must have only enough mana left for one more. At that moment, the protagonist activated his skill synthesis. He summoned a fire lance, thinking that combining red and blue would create something new. Kai, also observing, noted the same and questioned whether the protagonist could use 3 colors of skills. Then, smiling darkly, Kai summoned a massive fireball to counter the fire lance. The attack sent the protagonist flying shocked. The protagonist thought his synthesized fire lance, which cost the power of 2 skills, was neutralized so easily. Kai smirked and acknowledged the protagonist's three-color skill usage but warned that he was on another level. He then activated another skill and told the protagonist to dance, sending a barrage of fireballs. The protagonist began running and dodging the onslaught. In return, the protagonist launched another fire lance toward Kai. Kai, now more excited, summoned a fireball to pierce the fire lance. The fireball shattered the fire lance and continued its trajectory toward the protagonist. At the last moment, the protagonist used his mana barrier. Cracks formed on the barrier and it eventually shattered, sending him flying again from the blast. Kai, pleased with himself, smiled as the protagonist lay down. He then pointed at the protagonist, commanding him to bow his head in apology, claiming he'd forgive him if he did. The protagonist, lips clenched, thought about his inability to win with his current power. He considered giving up but questioned if he would continue living like a slave just as in his previous life. Stepping up, he declared to himself that he wouldn't submit. A new resolve sparked in his eyes. Kai noted this change and darkly commented that the protagonist wouldn't learn until he was dead. Kai's expression grew grim. He declared he had no choice and summoned an unusual fireball. Purple engravings appeared behind him and the system notified that overclock had been activated. This skill allowed the user to temporarily double their mana control by consuming a large amount of mana. The protagonist was stunned. Kai summoned multiple fireballs, announcing it as the power of a king. He began juggling them with ease, declaring it a 10-combo attack. The protagonist watched, realizing that this was Kai's true strength. He imagined how Kai could temporarily surpass other kings in mana control. Despite the overwhelming energy, the protagonist shouted that he had been waiting for Kai to use that very skill. He sprinted toward Kai, thinking that only Kai could perform 10 consecutive attacks using overclock. Leaping into the air, he felt fully resolved. Kai laughed and mocked the idea of dodging in midair. Then, he launched all 10 fireballs at once. In response, the protagonist activated Mana Hand. A giant hand formed from mana that gripped the ground behind Kai. While still airborne, the protagonist used Mana Hand to swing around. Kai realized too late that the protagonist had a new skill. The protagonist dodged all 10 fireballs in midair and noted that cooldown still applied even for a king. Landing behind Kai, he quickly spun and concluded that in this brief cooldown, Kai would be defenseless. He punched Kai brutally in the face, sending him flying with blood splattering. Standing tall, the protagonist watched as a golden system panel announced that the skill overclock had been stolen. He looked at his hand, thinking that Kai was finished. Kai struggled to rise, cursing the protagonist. The protagonist wondered if Kai still intended to fight. Kai's face now wore the twisted expression of a killer as he declared his intent to kill. A crystal wrapped in purple energy formed above his hand. Identified as Demon Lance, Kai announced the attack. The protagonist recognized it as the strongest purple skill. He was astonished that Kai had mastered it by level 50. Kai launched the Demon Lance and the protagonist barely dodged. He noted that several shards appeared above Kai, preparing for another barrage. Kai looked terrifying as he continued the attack. The protagonist reflected that he had landed a hit only because Kai had been careless. But he knew once Kai got serious, the gap in strength would become overwhelming. Dodging rapidly, the protagonist soon found himself at a dead end. Kai grinned menacingly and warned that he wasn't finished yet, both prepared to attack Kai with Demon Lance, the protagonist with Fire Lance. The attacks clashed, but Kai was stronger, slamming the protagonist into a wall. A hole formed from the impact as the protagonist struggled to rise, lifting his right hand. Kai announced that this was why he was called the Purple King and the proof of his strength. Exhausted, the protagonist admitted to himself that Kai's power was truly formidable. Kai continued boasting, warning the protagonist not to be arrogant just because he could use multiple skills. But something clicked in the protagonist's mind. Looking at his hand, he made a fist, wondering if he could unlock the potential of purple mana too. He reflected that he had been limited to synthesizing 2 colors because of his mana capacity. But now, with overclock in his arsenal, that had changed. Purple engravings appeared behind him, identical to Kai's. Kai was shocked and questioned how the protagonist could also use overclock. The protagonist realized that his mana capacity had indeed doubled. A system panel confirmed the increase due to overclock. Then another panel appeared, unlocking skill synthesis, black. The protagonist, feeling confident, thought this was the moment. Kai, watching, wondered what he was planning. The protagonist examined his hand, thinking this was a 3-color synthesis never seen before. He activated his red skill first. Then he added his blue skill, mixing the two. Finally, he activated his yellow skill, combining it with the red and blue. The skill began to shift in color, turning into a dark shade in his hand. Kai was stunned and gasped, black mana. The protagonist recalled being told he wasn't suited for any of the 3 colors, but he now knew that was false. He had already absorbed those manas. Declaring himself a dark mage, he stood menacingly before Kai. Kai, panicking, pointed his magic at the protagonist, warning him to stay away. A Demon Lance attack was launched at full speed toward the protagonist, who calmly observed the incoming strike and repelled it using his black flames. After countering Kai's attack, Kai, in disbelief, exclaimed that it was impossible. Through the smoke, the protagonist charged toward Kai, gathering another black flame in his hand. At the same time, Kai readied his Demon Lance and cursed the protagonist. As both were prepared to strike with their respective magics, the protagonist, looking menacingly at Kai, shouted that this was his Abyss Flame. The two attacks collided, but the demon lance's crystal shattered, horrifying Kai. The abyss flame then struck Kai, defeating him. Amidst the mist, the protagonist emerged and sighed in relief, realizing he had defeated Kai. Kai was seen lying unconscious on the ground. At that moment, the protagonist dropped to his knees and became invisible, whispering that he did it. A system panel then appeared, notifying that the skill Abyss Flame had been acquired through the synthesis of Synthesis Black. The protagonist recalled his Abyss Flame skill just as Hinata entered the room, asking with concern if he was okay. The protagonist smiled and replied that he had somehow defeated Kai. Hinata then questioned what the skill was. The protagonist reflected inwardly, realizing he couldn't hide it any longer. A black magic gathered in his hand and enveloped his entire body. In response to Hinata, he stated that it seemed to be a black skill. Hinata, stunned by the black magic, remarked that it was the world's first. The protagonist questioned whether he was obligated to report it to the association and expressed a desire to keep the power a secret. Hinata hesitated, clarifying that she never meant to expose him, but felt he might be missing an opportunity. The protagonist asked what opportunity she meant. Hinata explained that the strongest mage of each color received the title of king, and since he was the only black mage in the world, he could be considered the Black King. The protagonist pondered the title, thinking it sounded interesting, but told Hinata that he wasn't interested for the time being. Inwardly, he thought that even becoming a king didn't mean his level had risen drastically. Looking over at the unconscious Kai, the protagonist asked Hinata if he was okay. Hinata replied that Kai was one of the kings and would recover soon despite the severity of his wounds. She then pulled out her phone and mentioned she would take Kai to the medical room. At that moment, both Hinata's and the protagonist's phones began to alarm. The protagonist checked his phone, surprised to see a warning. A dungeon had appeared at the west entrance of Ikebukuro Park. The recommended level was 70. Hinata, upon seeing the alert, was left speechless, while the protagonist thought to himself that it had finally begun, the Ikebukuro dungeon. Although the recommended level was 70, most of the kings were only around level 50. Within a week, the kings would realize their powerlessness, leading to the dungeon being left abandoned. It marked the beginning of a tragedy, a dungeon collapse. At the current moment, this event remained unknown. If a dungeon wasn't conquered within a set time, monsters would escape the gate and kill everyone nearby. The Ikebukuro dungeon eventually became the first dungeon outbreak in history. Tokyo was overrun by monsters, resulting in countless deaths. Determination flashed across the protagonist's face as he vowed to prevent the tragedy from happening again. He resolved to stop the dungeon collapse at any cost. Aloud, he declared that he would conquer that dungeon. Hinata, shocked, protested, saying that even for him it was too dangerous. She recalled that only mages ranked A and above were allowed into dungeons with a recommended level above 50. The protagonist, sweating slightly, thought that fortunately, there was still time before the dungeon collapse began. He noted that the next A-rank examination was in about a week. Upon confirming this with Hinata, who answered affirmatively, he clenched his fist and declared that he would rise to A-rank at the next examination. The protagonist had made up his mind to conquer the A-rank examination. Upon hearing this, Hinata was taken aback and reacted in disbelief, exclaiming about the A-rank promotion. Hinata added that with the protagonist's skills, he might even succeed in the exam. The protagonist was visibly shocked by this statement and questioned Hinata if there was any problem. Hinata, recalling the prerequisites, explained that in order to take the A-rank promotion exam, one must first clear a B-rank dungeon with a party. In other words, he needed to form a party within a week and clear a B-rank dungeon. Moments later, after hearing Hinata's condition about clearing a dungeon with a party, the protagonist appeared disheartened. He was seen sitting on the sofa, looking dejected while others cast questioning glances at him. Pulling out his phone, he lamented that he had completely forgotten about this requirement. Messages on his phone revealed people mocking him, one saying, "Who would party up with a colorless?" and another suggesting sarcastically, "Go leech your brother instead, lol." The protagonist thought to himself that the news of his being colorless had already spread, but he still needed to clear an unexplored B-rank dungeon within a week. He admitted it would be difficult to accomplish this task with only a mage. Frustrated and unsure of what to do, he scratched his head in contemplation. At that moment, a commotion behind him caught his attention. A group of 3 women were arguing, and the group leader was asserting that she would make someone work today no matter what. Observing the situation, the protagonist wondered what was going on. The woman in the middle, wearing an annoyed expression, addressed someone, stating that she had only allowed them to join the party because she had heard they were a dual-color wielder. However, she criticized that their fire skill was too weak. A girl with purple hair apologized to her, revealing herself to be the subject of the criticism. The protagonist stood from his seat, thinking that he had stumbled upon something he would rather have avoided, as he himself was often treated like a burden. The woman continued to berate the purple-haired girl, declaring that she was just being honest and that Ikenos was indeed a dead weight. It was at this point that the protagonist learned the girl's name, Ikenos Aya. Upon hearing her name, the protagonist pondered whether she was truly Ikenos Aya, the same individual who would later be known as the Scarlet King. At this point in time, however, she still carried an image of incompetence. Nonetheless, the protagonist was surprised to witness her being treated so poorly by her own party. The scene shifted to Ikanos, who, rubbing her hands together, hesitantly told the scolding woman that if she were kicked out of the party, she would no longer be able to cover her sister's medical expenses. Pleading she promised to do better next time, the woman scoffed and challenged her to prove herself in the day's raid or risk being expelled. Ikanos responded with determination, saying she would do her best. The group of women then left the association. The protagonist, watching them go, wondered whether they would be all right. As evening set in and the sky turned orange with the sunset, the protagonist walked the streets in deep thought. He reflected that Ikanos would eventually become the Scarlet King, but before reaching that point she would endure many hardships. If memory served him right, a critical incident was supposed to happen around this time. He recalled that during a boss battle, she had been gravely injured and had fallen into a coma for several years. Suddenly, he was struck by a realization. Perhaps that incident was going to occur today. Though not completely certain, he sensed that something was off about her and concluded with a worried expression that he needed to hurry to save her. The scene transitioned to a dungeon where the boss room gate was opening and the group of women had arrived to face the boss. The boss, identified as Dullahan, stabbed his heavy sword into the ground, causing destruction. He was a level 45 entity, headless, with flames in place of a head and donned in heavy armor. At that moment, the leader of the group claimed she had an idea and with a scoff and a sinister laugh abruptly pushed Ikanos forward. Ikanos, shocked by the push, heard the leader instruct her to fight the boss alone. Horrified, Ikanos protested that she couldn't possibly defeat Dullahan on her own. The woman retorted that failure would mean expulsion, prompting Ikanos to plead desperately not to be abandoned. The woman mockingly told her to do her best, reminding her that this was all for her little sister, further mocking her. With no other choice and a sorrowful expression, Ikanos turned toward the boss, resolving to follow the order. Despite her resolve, she was visibly trembling in fear while the other women laughed at her expense. Ikanos gathered magic in her hands and launched a fireball at the boss, engulfing it in flames. However, the boss remained unharmed, standing as though the flames had barely affected him. Seeing this, she realized her attack had failed. Suddenly, the boss stomped the ground and leapt high into the air, sword poised for attack. In the next instant, he came crashing down with his sword aimed at Ikanos, who narrowly dodged the strike. Despite avoiding the blow, the sheer force sent her flying. Now lying on the ground and aching with pain, Ikanos looked up to see the imposing shadow of the boss looming over her. The boss raised his large sword, preparing to finish her off. Internally, Ikanos accepted her fate, thinking she was truly useless, and closed her eyes, bracing for the end. But at that critical moment, the protagonist appeared, shouting extreme body enhancement as he activated his skill. He positioned himself in front of Ikanos with his sword, blocking the boss's attack. Ikanos, shocked, looked up to see the protagonist standing in front of her. With determination in his eyes, he used his skill to push the boss back, sending the creature flying and crashing into the ground. Ikanos, still dazed and stunned, stared at the protagonist's back. He turned to her and asked gently if she was all right. At that moment, the leader of the women's party eyed the protagonist and questioned internally who he could possibly be. She subconsciously considered that Dullahan, being the kind of monster he was, should have been heavy and formidable. Yet somehow this man had blown him away with a single sword strike. She silently asked herself again, "What is he?" While she remained trapped in her thoughts, Dullahan, the monstrous boss who had previously been launched by the protagonist's attack, let out a deafening battle roar. The shockwave from the sound rippled through the battlefield and reached the protagonist. Observing Dullahan rising, the protagonist thought, as expected, that his earlier sword strike wasn't enough. He quickly noted that Dullahan's armor had been enhanced with a strengthening skill, making it impervious to normal attacks. In response, the protagonist dashed forward, ready to throw hands. Dullahan, not one to back down, charged as well, swinging his sword. The protagonist agilely dodged, leaping above the trajectory of the incoming strike. As he soared, he plotted to steal Dullahan's skill and nullify it. After dodging, he reached out and used his magic skill Drain by making contact with Dullahan's armor. But to his shock, the skill totally flopped. In that vulnerable moment, Dullahan clapped him with a strike, sending him flying backwards. Ikanos, clearly worried, called out, asking if he was okay. The protagonist assured her that he had somehow managed to block the attack with his sword, though internally he frowned, realizing the flaw. He deduced that Dullahan's armor was only external. To activate Drain, he would have to touch Dullahan's actual body, but Dullahan was relentless. He raised his sword high and smashed it into the ground. The earth shattered beneath him, and an attack surging with green energy zoomed toward the protagonist. Cautiously, the protagonist told Ikanos to stay behind him as he activated his magic. "Magic barrier," he declared, shielding both himself and Ikanos from the devastating blast. However, the impact of the attack spread out beyond the barrier's radius. Two members of the women's party got yeeted across the field, while the leader shielded herself as best as she could. Enraged by the attack, the leader of the women's party activated her magic in retaliation, launching an ice needle at Dullahan while furiously calling him a bastard. Dullahan responded by raising his sword and smashing the ground again, blocking and shattering the incoming ice needle. The woman was left in shock. Not only had her crystal conjuration been obliterated, but the force of the counterattack had blasted her away. As she flew back, the protagonist watched her, noting that even the ice needle magic was totally useless against Dullahan. Accepting this L, the sword in his hand vanished. He concluded he needed a skill stronger than Dullahan's beefed-up armor to break through. He began combining his red, yellow, and blue magic, forming dark flames. He reaffirmed his thought. He needed a skill that went beyond Dullahan's defense, something cracked. As the combination stabilized, he announced the resulting skill, Black Mana. Seeing this, Ikenos was visibly shook. With the Black Mana now active, the protagonist unleashed his next move, Abyss Flames. Meanwhile, Dullahan was charging up another attack. He pulled back his sword and struck the ground again. His energy-charged assault surged forward. The protagonist didn't move, he just stood there low-key vibing, waiting for the perfect moment. Then at the last second, he countered it with Abyss Flames. The two forces collided and the Abyss Flames straight-up nuked Dullahan's attack. With the path cleared, the Abyss Flames continued at breakneck speed, heading straight toward Dullahan. Within seconds, the black fire clapped Dullahan, wrapping him in a raging inferno. Dullahan twitched violently and then an explosive burst of power erupted from within. The monster started vanishing amidst the blaze, his form breaking apart. All that remained was his glowing green mana stone. Ikenos, absolutely speechless, pointed out that it only took one hit to obliterate Dullahan. She praised the protagonist, calling him amazing. Shortly after, she called out to him, prompting him to turn. She thanked him sincerely for saving her. The protagonist responded with chill energy, saying he was just glad she was okay. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the mana stone that had dropped from Dullahan. As he examined it, he thought it matched exactly what he had read. He silently expressed relief that he had saved Ikenos today, wondering what kind of nightmare she might have faced otherwise. Just then, the leader of the women's party stood up while coughing, clearly dazed and confused. She began biting her thumbnail, processing the chaos. Internally, she realized that the protagonist wasn't just some random dude, but almost instantly her expression flipped into a devilish grin. She decided that the reward for defeating the boss was gonna be hers. Her face twisted into a grotesque and greedy smirk. She suddenly shouted, demanding their attention. Addressing the protagonist and Ikenos, she shamelessly declared that the reward drop was from a dungeon her squad had been gunning for. She told them to hand over the mana stone. Ikenos was stunned at the audacity and clapped back, saying the protagonist literally saved them. But the protagonist, cool as ever, said he didn't mind giving up the stone on one condition: Ikenos would join his party. Ikenos was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Even the women's party leader was like, "What?" The protagonist clarified that this was only if Ikenos was down for it. Ikenos, still reeling, tried to process the offer. Then the women's party leader suddenly grinned and started cackling. Her two party members joined her like it was a roast session. She said she had been curious what he'd say and then agreed to his terms. With a wide grin, she approached Ikenos and placed a hand on her shoulder, asking if she was cool with it. Ikenos clenched her fists, realizing how real this was. Looking at the protagonist, she said she understood and would be in his care. Just then, the leader of the women's party snatched the mana stone from the protagonist's hand. As she walked away, she started singing "Money, Money" and mocked Ikenos, saying she never thought a so-called deadweight could sell for this high. The protagonist, hearing the insult, lingered on the word deadweight. He mulled it over, thinking to himself that she had no idea what Ikenos was truly capable of. Meanwhile, Ikenos approached him and humbly thanked him for the invite. The protagonist apologized for making her dip from her party so suddenly and asked if she was truly okay with it. Ikenos replied, saying she had just been a burden. But the protagonist hit her with a soft, "It's okay." Her eyes widened and he added, "It's okay, you're gonna glow up and get stronger." The man had no doubt she was only just getting started. Ikenos stood in awe, stunned by the protagonist's belief that she could become stronger. Her voice trembled but held a spark of hope as she declared that she would become stronger. Confused, she asked if he truly believed that. The protagonist just nodded, calm and steady, and mentioned that before he came here, he had seen her at the association. He added that he had overheard her conversation there. It wasn't intentional, just a coincidence. Ikenos' expression darkened slightly as she remembered that moment. But before she could spiral, the protagonist stepped in again, saying he thought he could be her support. He extended his hand toward her, the gesture screaming, "You can rely on me." Ikenos hesitated, lost in thought, then gave a small but determined nod. With newfound resolve in her voice, she said she'd be in his care. That simple answer made the protagonist's face light up. He responded with a cheerful, "Yes, same here," and they sealed the moment with a handshake. The next day, the scene cut to Ikenos and the protagonist standing before a dungeon. With a confident grin, the protagonist announced their next goal, conquering a B-rank dungeon. Ikenos turned to him and asked if clearing this dungeon would qualify them for the A-rank examination. He confirmed, saying she was right, but also added that within this dungeon was a key, one that could make her stronger. Ikenos blinked, repeating the word key in surprise. Inside, her thoughts spiraled toward a different motivation. Once she got stronger and leveled up, she could finally earn enough to pay off the medical bills. The protagonist broke her train of thought, calling her name and signaling it was go time. Ikenos nodded firmly and both of them wore game faces as they entered the dungeon. The inside of the crystal cave was breathtaking, glowing with blue crystals scattered across its walls. Almost immediately, Ikenos noticed something up ahead and pointed it out. A horde of wolves, each marked with red streaks, stood in their path. The protagonist's face hardened with recognition. These were black wolves. Without missing a beat, he told Ikenos to leave them to him. She agreed. Then he activated his extreme body enhancement skill and launched himself forward like a literal bullet. With one clean strike, he took down a wolf and then zipped past the rest, each slash landing with deadly precision. Watching him, Ikenos' jaw nearly hit the floor. Her thoughts drifted to her previous party led by Isayama-san. They were strong, but this was different. This was insane. This was cracked. The protagonist wiped sweat from his brow after cleaning up the wolves. As they continued deeper into the dungeon, he told her they'd arrived at the crucial point. This was where he'd support her, time to stick to the plan. Ikenos acknowledged him, walking forward determined. She thought to herself that defeating more monsters was the fastest way to level up. Sure, she only had basic attack skills, but that wouldn't stop her. Suddenly, small creatures lunged at her. She braced herself, thinking, I have to try. Summoning her fireball spell, she conjured it with intense focus and launched it straight at the approaching enemies. From behind, the protagonist observed. This was her trial. Would she recognize her true weapon? But he didn't have time to keep watch. A presence stirred behind him, and as he turned, he muttered, You're here, I won't let you disturb Ikenos. A squad of monsters had appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Ikenos was caught off guard. A sneaky little monster jumped her, leaving her wounded. Clutching her arm, she gritted her teeth. No matter how many she defeated, more just kept coming. She was running low on mana. Her body screamed exhaustion. Her mind echoed with doubt. But then she caught sight of the protagonist still fighting like a beast, pouring everything he had into the battle. She realized he was trying to ease her fight. Fueled by that thought, she stood back up, fireball spell conjuring in her palm once more. She told herself to stop whining. She had to level up. She had to live up to what he believed in. Fire erupted. She unleashed spell after spell, her fireballs slamming into monsters around her. Level up notifications started popping up like crazy, and she was stunned. Her mana wasn't depleting despite the barrage. The protagonist watched with a small smirk. As expected, Ikenos was built different. Her ability to drag out fights, her endless mana pool, that was her real weapon. And suddenly, a system panel popped up next to her. Her eyes widened in shock. A new skill had just been unlocked, Blast Furnace. The scene jumped to the boss room. At its center stood a massive creature, huge slime, level 52. The protagonist charged at it, shouting to Ikenos mid-run to use her newly unlocked skill. She nodded, responding with an enthusiastic okay. For the first time, she activated Blast Furnace. Instantly, flames engulfed her entire body. Her eyes widened in amazement. This was her power. She clenched her fist, determined. Now it was her turn. From the sidelines, the protagonist analyzed the skill. Blast Furnace ramped up the firepower of her attacks at the cost of high mana. It was practically tailor-made for Ikenos. She stood in flames, eyes glowing red, and then boom, a barrage of fire rained down. The protagonist watched, mouth slightly open, thinking it was even more than he expected. Her mana plus Blast Furnace absolutely broken. With this firepower, she could become the Scarlet King. And just like that, her fire incinerated the huge slime boss in seconds. After the battle, the protagonist congratulated her with a proud good job. Ikenos smiled back, a bit surprised herself, and with a light laugh admitted that this was all thanks to him. Behind them, the fiery aftermath of her attack had left a massive crater where the boss used to be. The scene transitioned again. Ikenos and the protagonist were now walking out of the association. Ikenos looked up and said they'd fulfilled the condition for the A-rank examination. The protagonist confirmed it. Inside, his thoughts were burning with anticipation. Finally, it was time for the promotion test. He'd pass no matter what. The scene shifted to the day of the A-rank promotion exam at the Mage Association HQ, and the area was packed with participants. Hinata stood in front of the crowd and announced that the first phase would evaluate their combat capabilities, and then pair them with someone for a mock battle. Among the crowd stood our boy and Ichinose. The protagonist wore a slightly ambitious expression, thinking to himself that the promotion exam had finally arrived. He reminded himself that he had to pass and become an A-rank mage, no excuses. As the scene transitioned, the protagonist and Ichinose were seen walking and chatting. He commented to her that the real exam was right in front of them. Ichinose, visibly hyped, responded with a cheerful, "Let's do our best." The protagonist then explained that the first test would be on their combat abilities. But before they could continue their chat, someone suddenly interrupted. "Oh my, I never expected an incompetent like you to be participating in the exam," came a snide voice. Ichinose flinched, visibly startled. The speaker turned out to be none other than Isayama, who approached with a mocking laugh. Ichinose hesitated, clearly uncomfortable responding. The protagonist quietly observed, then stepped forward, standing tall in front of Ichinose like a literal wall. He shielded her and threw shade at Isayama, saying she wouldn't lose to people who left others to fight solo. He didn't stop there. He straight-up roasted Isayama for ditching Ichinose during the Dullahan boss battle. That jab didn't sit right with Isayama. She scoffed, telling him to feel free to act tough and added that she now had better party members anyway. While the banter heated up, someone else walked up from behind. It was a new addition to Aisukama's party, a woman introduced as Yuri. Aisukama smirked and flexed that this new teammate was someone neither the protagonist nor Ichinose could ever beat. The moment the name Yuri dropped, the protagonist blinked, taken aback. He recalled hearing that name in his past life. There was that time she solo cleared a high-difficulty dungeon just for kicks, and boom, she got insta famous. He remembered that around this time, Yuri's ability was probably already on par with an A-rank mage. As he processed all this, Yuri suddenly stepped right up to his face, completely catching him off guard. Looking him dead in the eyes with a mischievous smile, Yuri said, "Young man, you look like an interesting person." The protagonist was still low-key stunned by the sudden interaction, his thoughts in a total spaghetti mode. From behind, Ichinose chimed in, asking if there was something weird about him. She called out his name and that caught Yuri's attention. She paused, thinking aloud. Ah, perhaps he is. Kurosaki Rei, she said. She then connected the dots. Brother of Kurosaki Kai, the Purple King. I heard Kurosaki Kai got clapped by someone, she said, pointing straight at the protagonist. That was you, right? The protagonist, still internally spiraling, thought. She knows that much about me. Ichinose, meanwhile, was losing her mind in full-on panic mode. She turned to him and shrieked, asking if it was actually true that he defeated Kurosaki Kai. But Yuri just turned around with a casual toss of her words, saying, "Well, you can't win against me." As she walked away, she casually added that there was a rumor floating around about the Purple King, but in her opinion, he wasn't even comparable to her. The protagonist simply smiled a little. The scene then cut to the training grounds of the Mage Association HQ. A man, likely one of the examiners, stood ready and announced that their combat skills would now be tested using an artificial golem. Behind him stood a massive mechanical golem. The examiner explained that it was covered in a special type of rock, tougher than regular stone, and instructed them to do their best to attack it. Then he called the protagonist's name, telling him to step forward. Among the participants, the protagonist came forward. As the golem powered up into battle mode, the protagonist readied his red magic, locking eyes with the mechanical beast. One of the participants scoffed, questioning why the protagonist was using fire element magic against a metal element golem. Another chimed in, calling him stupid. The battle kicked off. Both the golem and the protagonist charged at each other. While dashing, the protagonist inwardly acknowledged that normal fire wouldn't break this thing. The golem went in for an attack, but the protagonist dodged like a pro. In his other hand, he began channeling blue magic. Red and blue magic swirled together in his hand, a dual casting flex. In the next second, he let it rip with a fire lance attack, smashing straight into the golem's head. A massive hole formed where the attack landed. The golem stuttered, smoke started billowing, and with a mechanical groan, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. The examiner confirmed that the golem had been destroyed. The two guys who had been trash-talking earlier stood there stunned. One mumbled, "He destroyed it with a single hit." "It was dual-color magic, right?" the other added. Among the participants, Yuri tilted her head with a sly grin and commented, "He fused fire with blue mana to amp up its firepower. Not bad." The protagonist stood there, quietly watching the smoldering remains of the golem he had just wrecked. The next test up was Ichinose's, an assessment of her mana pool. In front of her stood the examiner, a sleek device placed between them. A glowing crystal orb shimmered in the middle of the apparatus. The examiner instructed her calmly, telling Ichinose to place her hand on the orb to begin the measurement. As Ichinose hesitated, the camera panned to the crowd, where Aisukama stood, muttering under her breath that Ichinose should be ashamed of herself. Ichinose slowly raised her hand, hesitating for a second before placing it on the orb. The moment her hand made contact, a sudden ignition flared around her. Flames erupted as if from nowhere, engulfing her entire form in an explosive burst of fire. The whole crowd was shook. Jaws hit the floor, including Aisukama's. In pure disbelief, Aisukama just stood there, lips twitching, biting her nails. Whispers rippled through the crowd, "Amazing, who is she?" But Aisukama wasn't having it. With bitter eyes, she hissed that Ichinose must be cheating. The scene cut to the final test, mock battles. The examiner announced the start of the matches, and the very first face-off was none other than Ichinose versus Aisukama. Both stepped up to the podium, tension thick in the air. Ichinose looked visibly stressed, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, Aisukama stood tall, with that usual smug arrogance plastered on her face. Her thoughts. She was about to strip the truth right off Ichinose, like peeling layers off a fake bitch. As the examiner signaled the start of the match, Aisukama wasted zero time. She launched her first move immediately, Ice Needle. A flurry of sharp, icy spikes flew toward Ichinose. Ichinose responded instinctively, calling out her counter, Fireball. A massive orb of fire materialized in her hand, and she hurled it straight into the oncoming needles. The moment of impact was dramatic. Her fireball obliterated the ice like it was nothing. Aisukama had to shield her face from the blast, barely keeping her composure. Under her breath, she admitted she didn't expect this. She was rattled. Ichinose's firepower was way more than she bargained for. As she stood confused, Ichinose was already prepping another fireball, calmly calling out the spell again. Watching the next fireball charge up, Aisukama panicked, straight up terrified. And then came the real storm. Ichinose unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each aimed right at her. Isayama, scrambling, screamed not to underestimate her. She threw up a mana barrier just in time to block the incoming attacks. The shield held barely. Internally, she scoffed, calling Ichinose an idiot. Her plan: let the girl finish her flashy attack and then strike back. But that plan flopped. The fireballs just kept coming, relentless. The longer it lasted, the more Isayama sweated. Something wasn't adding up. Why weren't the attacks stopping? Ichinose stood locked in, laser-focused, blasting away. And that's when our protagonist, watching from the sidelines, had a flashback. He recalled how Ichinose had an insane mana pool. If she kept attacking non-stop, no barrier would ever hold. Just like that, the prediction proved true. The barrier shattered under the relentless pressure. Isayama straight up panicked and bolted, running for her life. Fireballs pounded the ground around her, sending debris flying. One of the rocks clocked her right on the head. She collapsed, totally KO'd. As she faded into unconsciousness, her last thoughts spiraled. This can't be real. This has to be a lie. Then the examiner raised their voice, declaring enough. The match was over. The winner, Ichinose. Ichinose lit up, smiling ear to ear. Our protagonist nodded, giving props. She did good. It was a dope battle. Ichinose, still a little in disbelief, said it felt too good to be true. Before stepping away, she turned to the protagonist and wished him good luck for his upcoming match. And right at that moment, Yuri stepped forward. As their eyes locked, the protagonist simply muttered, "Yeah." The next face-off was about to begin, and the examiner officially announced the battle. The moment locked in, the protagonist and Yuri stood face to face, tension buzzing in the air. Inside her head, Yuri reflected with sharp focus, thinking that her opponent in this final mock battle turned out to be him. She mused that this would be interesting. At that same moment, the protagonist's eyes locked right onto her, their gazes colliding. Breaking the silence, Yuri pointed straight at him and said aloud that he should have a reason for taking this examination right. She pressed the question, tilting her head, but the protagonist refused to answer. Unbothered, Yuri continued, saying it felt like he was more prepared than the other participants, and she wondered why. The protagonist finally replied, his tone sharp and firm, that he had something he needed to do no matter what. His expression turned fierce, and in his mind he reflected inwardly, that's why he couldn't stop here. Yuri caught that look and instantly flared up her aura, mana gathering in her hand. She declared boldly that she was strong. The protagonist braced with his sword, smirking as he answered that he knew, but he would win anyway. That made Yuri light up with intrigue. She admitted he was interesting just as the examiner announced the official start of the mock battle. The second the fight began, Yuri conjured multiple mana swords and hurled them all at once toward the protagonist. Calm but fierce, he parried every incoming blade with his own sword. As he countered, his thoughts sharpened. This was mana conversion, a rare skill allowing free manipulation of mana. Suddenly, he caught something in his peripheral vision, a massive projectile dropping down from above. His instincts screamed and he dodged just in time. Yuri smirked and mocked him, praising his dodge but already plotting her next move. The protagonist dashed straight at her, thinking it was his turn now, but Yuri wasn't caught off guard. She snapped that she wouldn't let him get close so easily, unleashing another storm of projectiles. The protagonist, unfazed, deployed his mana barrier, blocking them all as he pushed forward in an instant, closing the gap. He slashed, but Yuri flipped upward into the air. While she was midair, the protagonist activated his blue skill and red skill, chaining them into a fire lance attack. The blazing lance shot straight at her. Yuri's eyes narrowed. She instantly conjured a mana shield with her conversion, blocking the lance before landing gracefully on the ground. She admitted to him that was close. The protagonist noted grimly that her defense was flawless. She was strong, exactly as he expected. Meanwhile, Ikenos in the audience watched with worry, biting her lip for the protagonist. Back in the arena, Yuri's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she deployed her next barrage. Dozens of mana projectiles swarmed from every direction, hemming the protagonist in. He twisted and dodged them all, flipping backwards, but gritted his teeth, muttering that this was seriously troublesome. Yuri wasn't done. She taunted if he really thought he could win just by running around, then unleashed even more projectiles, calling out checkmate. The protagonist was trapped, projectiles closing in mere inches away. At the last moment, he activated his extreme body enhancement. His body blurred with super speed, tearing through every projectile until the battlefield lit up in his fierce blue aura. The sight shocked Yuri completely. She gasped, exclaiming body enhancement, before admitting with awe that he could actually use that ability. The two faced each other again, the tension even hotter than before. Yuri noted that this was the first time she'd seen someone wield 3 colors of mana. But then she smirked harder and declared she could also use body enhancement. Her aura blazed yellow as she tapped into her power, then with mana conversion she conjured a massive blue scythe. She declared to the protagonist that they would settle this once and for all. In a flash, she vanished and reappeared behind him, scythe already swinging. He barely managed to block, sword clashing against scythe. The protagonist realized instantly that her speed was insane. Yuri didn't let up, strike after strike rained down, and he matched each clash desperately. Finally, she swung her massive scythe down, obliterating the platform as he dodged away. He thought to himself how incredible her power was. But his mind raced and he plotted a countermeasure. Moving low, he snuck under her guard and grabbed her hand. Yuri scoffed, calling his move shallow. Even if he grabbed her hand, it meant nothing. But mid-sentence, her eyes widened, something was draining out of her. That instant, a system window appeared before the protagonist. Extreme body enhancement has been stolen. Yuri's strength faltered, her power slipping away. She staggered, clutching herself, muttering that her power was seeping out. The protagonist didn't waste the chance. He struck with a brutal palm thrust to her gut, making her cough violently as she stumbled backward. Weak and drained from losing her skill and that direct hit, Yuri admitted bitterly that he had been hiding his true power all along. Her knees buckled and moments later she collapsed to the ground. The protagonist stood tall above her as the examiner declared him the winner. And just like that, he realized he had won. The scene shifted, showing Yuri lying on a bed. She opened her eyes to find the protagonist and Ichinose standing there. The protagonist lit up with relief and excitement, saying she was finally awake. Yuri admitted it was her complete defeat, never expecting him to be that strong. She then assumed he hadn't come just to brag about his promotion. The protagonist answered sincerely, asking bluntly if she would part with them and join his side. Yuri was stunned at first, questioning what he meant, but the protagonist explained that based on the mock battle results she had also been promoted to a rank and that they needed her strength to conquer high-difficulty dungeons. That was why he wanted her in his party. At that, Yuri burst into laughter, startling him. Wiping tears from her eyes, she admitted he was truly interesting and agreed to follow him, saying it would be more fun. She shook his hand, promising she would be in the party. Just then, the building shook violently. Ichinose wondered aloud if it was an earthquake. The protagonist's expression twisted in horror as he looked outside, thinking it couldn't be what he feared. The scene shifted to a prison of chains, binding the god of space and time, Kronos. With a twitch of anger, Kronos muttered that it was almost time. The tremors suddenly stopped. Ichinose looked around in confusion, noting that it had ended, while the protagonist's mind raced back to the earthquakes that had preceded the collapse of the Ikebakuro dungeon before his regression. Time was running out. The dungeon's difficulty was unheard of in this era, but there was no choice. Determined, the protagonist gathered the two girls' attention and told them he wanted to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. Ichinose was shocked, demanding if he really meant the hardest dungeon in the Japanese peninsula and if he intended to take it on with only the three of them. Yuri, intrigued, asked if this decision was because of the quake. The protagonist confirmed with a serious tone, admitting he had a bad feeling. Reports of irregular monsters had been rising, and to him it felt like the prelude to something ominous. Yuri folded her legs, finding the idea interesting and agreeing without hesitation. Ichinose, wearing a determined expression, said she would do her best not to be a burden. The protagonist thanked them both, clenching his fist with resolve, declaring that they would do it together. The following day, the trio approached Hinata to ask a favor. When Hinata turned around, she saw the protagonist with Yuri and Ichinose. He told her straight they were going to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. Soon after, the scene shifted to the dungeon's entrance where the party stood gathered. Yuri remarked that it was a super difficult dungeon with a recommended level above 70, and she was thrilled. Ichinose, however, looked worried, pointing out that it would be better if they had other mages with them. The protagonist replied that it couldn't be helped. The association had no A-rank mages available right away. He added that it would have been great if Ohikawa were here. Yuri reacted to the name while the protagonist thought back to his past life, remembering that Ohikawa was the top-ranked mage in Japan and would have been a huge asset. He then turned his gaze, knowing that if the dungeon collapsed again, Kronos would appear. He resolved to stop it this time. With firm resolve, he told his party to move out. Before they entered, Yuri stopped him with a request. She asked to be called by her first name, saying her last name sounded too formal. Ichinose jumped in, wanting the same, her smile bright with excitement. Yuri pointed out that they were already friends and the protagonist agreed. He then called them both by their first names and rallied them, saying it was time to conquer the Ikebukuro dungeon. The party stepped inside, entering a cavern lined with glowing red crystals. Suddenly, the protagonist spotted a monster, a skull demon level 71. He was shocked. Such a monster was usually a boss elsewhere, yet here it appeared as a regular encounter. Resolute, he signaled Yuri and Ichinose to get ready. Both answered in sync as the trio charged forward. The skull demon instantly deployed its mana barrier. The protagonist quickly realized the barrier had to be destroyed first. He cast Fire Lance at it, but the attack barely scratched it. A single hit wasn't enough. He immediately called for Yuri and Ichinose to follow up. Yuri swung her scythe with deadly force, while Ichinose unleashed a firewall. Together, their combined strike shattered the barrier wide open. Seizing the moment, the protagonist dashed forward and in a single clean motion cut the skull demon down with his sword. The monster collapsed, leaving behind a glowing green mana stone. The protagonist's expression lit up with relief and triumph. Ichinose cheered that they had done it, and the protagonist praised both of them, saying they fought well together. Right at that moment, Yuri turned to the protagonist and admitted that she had been wondering about something since their battle. She questioned him about how he could use so many skills. The protagonist was startled but decided it was finally time to come clean, confessing that he had something called skill drain. Both girls looked confused and Yuri pressed further, demanding to know what skill drain even was. The protagonist explained that just by touching someone he could steal their skill. Yuri immediately recalled her fight with him, realizing that this was what had happened back then. The protagonist reassured her, stating that he had already returned her skill. Yuri thanked him while Ichinose quietly observed the entire exchange, her thoughts racing. She realized in shock that he could even do that. She felt amazed by him, but her mind drifted to the time he mentioned conquering the Ikebakuro dungeon. Even though it had surprised her, she told herself that as long as he was here they would be fine. She resolved that she had to make sure she would never become a burden to the group. The party pressed deeper into the dungeon, defeating countless monsters with their unique skills. After clearing wave after wave, they finally arrived at the boss room. The protagonist acknowledged this with satisfaction, saying that the boss room was right ahead. Ichinose pointed out how the rumbling of the ground was getting louder. She knew boss monsters were strong, but she couldn't help questioning whether they were truly ready for this. The protagonist responded with steady confidence, explaining that their level had risen on the way here, so the fight should be doable. Ichinose admitted he was right, but in her heart she reflected that it was true he kept getting stronger after every fight, and Yuri was also adapting quickly to combat. She told herself she needed to at least support them, even if she couldn't match their strength. Still, Ichinose couldn't help looking down on herself. Just as she was lost in those thoughts, a tentacle suddenly slammed onto the ground behind her, shocking her completely. The sound made both the protagonist and Yuri whip around instantly. The tentacle lurched forward, sliding toward Ichinose. She turned back in panic just as it wrapped around her, seizing her in its grip. The protagonist shouted her name in worry as the truth revealed itself. The tentacle belonged to the boss monster of the Ikebakuro dungeon, Grim Weeper, a one-eyed tentacle beast whose level towered at 89. The protagonist stared at the monstrosity, his thoughts reeling. The boss should not have been able to leave its deepest room yet. So why was this even happening? Far above, the god of space and time, Kronos, was smiling, confirming it all. Yuri's voice cut through the chaos, questioning whether this wasn't already a disastrous situation. The protagonist acknowledged that it was true the circumstances were critical, but even so, he declared with unwavering determination that they had to save Ichinose no matter what. While the protagonist resolved that he was going to save Ichinose, Kronos, the god of time and space, was seen locked up and chained as before. Kronos internally chuckled, thinking the monster had been released. He grinned, admitting that this was the limit of what he could do with his current power, muttering, "Fine, I guess." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the boss monster Grim Reaper had clutched Ichinose into his tentacles. Kronos, amused, remarked that this would be the first victim of the grand opening. The protagonist was obviously worried about Ichinose, who was trapped in the clutches of the Grim Reaper. He questioned if she was okay, and as the view shifted, it revealed a glowing ball within which Ichinose was enclosed, while the tentacles of the boss monster struggled to destroy it. The tentacles trembled, unable to break through the glowing barrier. Ichinose assured herself she was somehow okay, though she thought she couldn't escape for long. She continued thinking about the protagonist and Yuri, hating the idea of being their dead weight. The protagonist, sweating and tense, thought about how Ichinose had instantly cast a mana barrier, but even with her massive mana pool, there was a limit to it. It was revealed that the glowing ball was Ichinose's mana barrier. The protagonist considered using his abyss flames, but hesitated, realizing Ichinose would get caught in the crossfire. He had to find another way to save her. Calling out to Yuri, he decided he would draw the tentacle's attention while Yuri tried to rescue Ichinose in the meantime. Yuri readied her scythe, thinking she had no other choice, and both bolted toward the Grim Reaper. But the Grim Reaper wasn't about to let that happen. He whipped his tentacles, slamming them down. The tentacle crashed where the protagonist had been, but he dodged midair, realizing that a normal attack from this creature had that much destructive power. He couldn't afford to take a direct hit. He landed on the ground after dodging, but the earth cracked behind him and another tentacle emerged from his blind spot. Seeing this, he thought it came from behind. Ichinose, filled with worry, called his name. At that instant, the protagonist cast a mana hand spell, grabbing a chunk of the dungeon floor to propel himself away, dodging again at the last second. He thought that the tentacle had been dangerously close, but he managed to evade it. Meanwhile, Yuri dashed toward the Grim Reaper, smirking that this much distraction was enough. In the next second, she leapt high, rearing back her scythe before descending upon the tentacles with a full-force attack. But both she and the protagonist were stunned. The tentacle didn't even have a scratch. They both thought it might be some kind of strengthening skill. Yuri backed off since her attack clearly hadn't worked, and the protagonist also retreated, calling out to check if she was okay. Yuri replied that she was fine, no problem. Standing before the Grim Reaper, the protagonist remarked internally that something was off. Yuri agreed. The protagonist analyzed the situation. Tentacle-type monsters usually had low defense, and he'd never heard of one possessing a strengthening skill, especially one that could wander outside the boss room. Something was definitely strange. As he pondered this, Kronos smiled mischievously, clearly the one behind it. The Grim Reaper lashed out again, sending another tentacle strike toward the protagonist, giving him no time to think. The protagonist and Yuri were forced into defense, fending off tentacles coming from all directions. Watching this from within her barrier, Ichinose blamed herself, thinking it was all her fault. She thought about how she'd always relied on the protagonist, how he made every battle easier, how she'd always told herself that as long as he was there, everything would be fine. She realized she'd been too passive. Slamming her fist in frustration against the mana barrier, she thought she needed to do something, but she couldn't. Meanwhile, Yuri was fending off another tentacle attack, chuckling grimly to herself that things were really bad. The protagonist was also struggling, realizing that both his and Yuri's mana were almost depleted after constant fighting. He thought that if only their mana were in perfect condition, things would be different. Then his gaze shifted to Ichinose trapped above and an idea sparked. He called out to Ichinose, telling her to use her mana fusion on them. Ichinose was taken aback by the request. Yuri, hearing this, noted that the skill was considered useless since it consumed a massive amount of mana. But the protagonist, fighting off tentacles, thought back to his past life. It was true that mana fusion had been considered useless then too, until a certain mage proved its worth. That mage had been Ichinose herself, the one who turned its value around, the Scarlet King. Ichinose, still trapped, thought about mana fusion, a skill she'd never used because she believed it to be useless, but if the protagonist said so, then she'd believe him. More than that, she wanted to. Clenching her fist, she made up her mind. In the next instant, she activated mana fusion, channeling her power to help the protagonist. The mana flowed from Ichinose toward the protagonist and Yuri, revitalizing their depleted energy as the tide of battle began to shift. Yuri was shocked, realizing that her mana was recovering, while the protagonist smiled and explained that mana fusion had an effect that shared the mana of the user. It was a skill that only a mage with a massive amount of mana could master. But there was a slight hesitation flickering across the protagonist's face, as Ichinose thought how amazing it was that, with this skill of hers, she could share her mana with both the protagonist and Yuri. However, she quickly noticed that this much wasn't enough since she was still using her mana barrier to protect herself from the monster. A sudden resolve ignited in her expression, and she made a bold decision, erasing her mana barrier entirely. In the next second, both Yuri and the protagonist were taken aback, completely shocked that Ichinose had actually dropped her barrier. The consequence came fast. The tentacles grouped together, coiling around Ichinose's body and gripping her tight. But in that final second of struggle, Ichinose cast Blast Furnace, determined to recover more mana for the protagonist and Yuri. Her mana flowed toward them, swirling in a luminous rush of power. The protagonist was both shocked and worried, realizing she had ramped up her skill output using Blast Furnace, all while he shouted her name in desperation. Ichinose used up the last of her strength, her thoughts echoing softly as she called both their names, saying she'd leave the rest to them. The next moment, the tentacles that had wrapped around her swallowed her whole. The protagonist, now dead serious, called out to Yuri, who matched his energy instantly. She affirmed his intent, and in that split second they understood each other perfectly. Together, they dashed straight toward the Grim Reaper, determination blazing. Yuri, inspired by Ichinose's resolve, thought that if Ichinose could show that much determination, then she had no choice but to do the same. The protagonist, equally fired up, mentally thanked Yuri as they both closed the distance between themselves and the gigantic, octopus-like monster. In a synchronized motion, they went crisscross, slashing the hell out of the creature's tentacles like they were nothing, powered by their restored mana and sheer determination to end this fight here and now. They cut a path through the storm of limbs, hacking through the Grim Reaper's writhing tentacles with wild precision. The protagonist thought that thanks to Ichinose, who had restored their mana, they could now penetrate its defense with their enhancement skills easily. Fueled by that momentum, the protagonist mentally declared that they would save Ichinose, and Yuri agreed. Ichinose was still trapped between the tentacles, and the protagonist tried to reach her. The tentacles lifted Ichinose above, and as the protagonist approached, another attack lashed out, forcing him to back away. The Grim Reaper now held Ichinose like a hostage, its slimy tendrils wrapped around her menacingly. The protagonist thought that at this rate they wouldn't be able to reach her. But then Yuri called out to him, telling him to leave it to her, she'd open a path forward. Blue magic flared around her, bursting like an aurora as she cast her spell. In the next second, stairs made of pure mana appeared, leading directly toward Ichinose. The protagonist realized she had crafted stairs from her mana barrier, and with that he dashed forward, sprinting up the glowing steps while silently thanking Yuri. Of course, the Grim Reaper wasn't going to just let him climb. Using its monstrous tentacles, it tried to block his ascent. But the protagonist, now pissed off at this octopus freak, didn't give a damn. He swung his sword mercilessly, slashing through every tentacle in his way, the creature's dark blood splattering everywhere. Then, in a sharp, decisive move, he sliced through the tentacle holding Ichinose hostage and caught her in his arms as they both plummeted down. Ichinose was unconscious when they landed, holding her close and checking if she was okay. Ichinose slowly opened her eyes, and a faint smile curved her lips as she told him he really lived up to expectations. The protagonist was relieved beyond words, and Yuri soon joined them, smiling as she told Ichinose that she'd saved them both with her mana recovery, thanking her sincerely. But Ichinose, the pure, kind, and innocent soul she was, replied that it should be her thanking them instead. Yuri grinned, praising Ichinose for her guts, to which Ichinose smiled and thanked her back, though she quickly added that they weren't done yet. The protagonist confirmed that the monster's body was still left, and sure enough, the Grim Reaper was still there, battered but far from defeated. Its severed tentacles twitched, then suddenly regenerated as if they had never been cut in the first place. The monstrous limbs lashed out again, descending upon the protagonist and Yuri, who both narrowly dodged. The protagonist was stunned that the tentacles could regenerate. It was beyond annoying. One sharp tendril shot from the ground toward Yuri, but she dodged and sliced it cleanly with her scythe. Then she called out to the protagonist, thinking that at this rate the situation would only get worse if they didn't act fast. The protagonist paused for a moment, deep in thought, before calling out to Yuri, deciding that he would handle things himself. Yuri appeared suspicious of the idea, her expression mixed with frustration but eventual acceptance, as she realized they didn't have much time to deal with the situation anyway. The protagonist then slammed his sword into the ground with a fierce jolt, his resolve unshaken even without a weapon in hand, silently vowing to finish it off himself. Yuri's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched him charge straight toward the Grim Reaper's main body with nothing but his bare hands. She couldn't help but wonder what on earth he was planning. Another one of the Reaper's monstrous tentacles whipped past, aiming to strike him, but the protagonist dodged with sharp precision. At this point, he was already used to those tentacle attacks. He reminded himself that the creature would probably regenerate even after being hit by his abyss flame, but he had a plan. In the next moment, he activated Overclock. Purple engravings flared behind him like glowing circuitry, pulsing with raw energy. Because of the overclock, his firepower doubled, and immediately after, he began gathering black mana around his hands. Standing tall like some dark entity straight out of a nightmare, he thought this would finally end it. The Grim Reaper shrieked with its monstrous mouth wide open as the protagonist's deadly gaze locked onto it. With burning determination, he unleashed his abyss flames, shooting them from his hands toward the grotesque octopus-like creature. The flames streaked through the air, converging at a single point near the Grim Reaper. The creature realized too late that it was done for. In the next second, the concentrated abyss flame pierced straight through its body, creating a massive hole. The Grim Reaper collapsed, lifeless, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The protagonist, drained and exhausted from using that much magic, could barely stay upright. Meanwhile, Kronos' expression twisted with rage, the fury clearly written across his face. He scoffed in disbelief, thinking that he never expected the Grim Reaper to be defeated. His anger boiled over as his eyes glowed with malevolence, silently promising that he would make sure the protagonist never left alive. Deep within that dungeon, the Grim Reaper lay dead, and the party gathered around the fallen creature. Ichinose turned toward the protagonist, congratulating him on the victory, and he casually returned the compliment, saying it was thanks to her too. But before they could even process their win, blackish-purple blood began oozing from the Grim Reaper's corpse, slithering like a sentient liquid straight toward Ichinose. The protagonist noticed it instantly, shouting a mental warning for her to watch out. The party narrowly avoided being struck as the substance stopped just short of them, releasing clouds of steam that hissed ominously. The protagonist realized that the liquid was leaking directly from the Grim Reaper's body. Then in an instant, a much larger wave of that same dark substance erupted, surging toward the group. The protagonist yelled for everyone to run. As they sprinted through the dungeon, panic surged among them. No one knew what the hell that thing was. He admitted that he had no idea either, but insisted they needed to get out immediately. The blackish-purple liquid chased after them relentlessly as they bolted for their lives. He thought to himself that while they had managed to stop the dungeon from collapsing, dying here would make all of it meaningless. The exit finally came into view and they pushed harder, trying to reach it, but the dark liquid was already ahead of them, cutting off their path. Ichinose looked horrified, and the protagonist felt that same sinking dread, thinking they were completely screwed. But then out of nowhere, a voice echoed through the space, commanding them to step aside. In the very next second, a massive wall of golden magic materialized in front of them, blocking the deadly liquid and saving them from certain death. The barrier shimmered with divine intensity, keeping the blackish-purple mass at bay. Ichinose stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Then a figure stepped forward from behind the golden glow, remarking with casual confidence that it was a close call. The protagonist turned toward the newcomer, his eyes narrowing as he wondered who the hell this person was. Emerging from the light was a man with striking golden hair, a sleek black jacket, and the unmistakable aura of a seasoned veteran. The party stood in awe, their eyes wide as they looked at the figure who had just saved them. The man with golden hair merely chuckled, giving off that effortless confidence as he remarked how close that had been. Ichinose stepped forward, expressing her gratitude, but curiosity flickered across her face as she asked who he was. Before she could even finish her thought, the protagonist blurted out the name, Ohikawa Hikaru, his voice breaking through the tension. Upon hearing it, Ichinose instantly understood who stood before them. Hikaru leaned forward slightly, smiling as he asked if they knew him, clearly amused and pleased by the recognition. Ichinose turned to the protagonist, recalling that he had mentioned Hikaru before entering the dungeon. The protagonist confirmed, explaining that Hikaru was indeed the person he wanted help from. Inwardly, he acknowledged the truth. Hikaru was currently the strongest among them, an S-rank mage once known as the Yellow King in his previous life. That alone painted a clear picture of how insanely powerful Hikaru was. The protagonist continued to think back on the battle, noting that Hikaru's barrier skill was ridiculously strong. Without it, things could have spiraled completely out of control. Hikaru then cut in, casually remarking that when he had entered the dungeon, the situation looked bad. Still, he was glad he'd arrived in time. He went on to explain that he had initially gone to another dungeon under the country's request, but someone had contacted him midway. The protagonist frowned internally, puzzled by that statement. Contacted? Could Hikaru be talking about Hinata from the association? It would make sense, considering Hinata had constantly nagged the protagonist about being reckless again and again. But then, the tone shifted. Hikaru's casual demeanor hardened as he asked if the protagonist was the brother of the Purple King. The question hit like a thunderbolt, catching the protagonist completely off guard. Shock rippled through him as he asked in disbelief if Hikaru actually knew who he was. Hikaru replied that he had heard about him several times but had only taken mild interest, telling him not to overthink it. The protagonist nodded internally, getting the picture. He then expressed his gratitude, thanking Hikaru for saving him and his party. Hikaru simply waved it off like it was nothing, brushing it away with that nonchalant ease. Tilting his head toward the area behind the protagonist, Hikaru pointed out that they had done well in defeating the dungeon boss. At that moment, a massive purple mana stone shimmered on the ground, its glow pulsing through the chamber. Hikaru walked over, picked it up, and commented that if the mana stone was this massive, the boss must have been absurdly strong. Then, without warning, he tossed the mana stone toward the protagonist, saying a quick congratulations. The protagonist barely processed the words, focused only on catching the hefty mana stone midair. When he finally regained balance, he hesitated and asked if it was really okay to take it. Hikaru told him that since he was the one who conquered the dungeon, it rightfully belonged to him. With a wink, Hikaru added that he looked forward to seeing what the protagonist would accomplish next. Then, turning toward the exit, he remarked that things were bound to get a lot livelier soon before walking away, his golden hair fading into the distance. The party stood there, watching him leave, confusion and admiration tangled in their expressions. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Mage Association. The door swung open, and the party stepped in, Ichinose holding the massive purple mana stone like a trophy. She remarked that Hikaru was quite the peculiar person, to which the protagonist agreed, saying that Hikaru was either too easygoing or just had way too much free time on his hands. As they entered deeper into the association, Hinata spotted them and immediately shouted the protagonist's name, her voice full of worry, asking if he was alright, scolding him for returning so late. She reminded him that he had applied for dungeon permission that very morning and then disappeared straight away. The protagonist absorbed her words silently, realizing she wasn't entirely wrong. But Hinata wasn't done. She pointed out that the dungeon they had entered was rated for level 70 and above, a high-danger zone compared to most others. The protagonist could only internally apologize, feeling a faint pang of guilt. Hinata switched gears, asking how the dungeon conquest had gone, had they at least cleared the area near the entrance. Her tone dripped with skepticism, but then came the shock. Without a word, the protagonist placed the massive mana stone, the very one obtained from defeating the Grim Reaper, the dungeon's final boss, on the table with a casual thud as if it were no big deal. He then declared that they had completely conquered the dungeon. For a moment, silence blanketed the room. Then the realization hit and the entire association erupted into chaos. Gasps, shouts, and disbelief echoed through the hall as everyone stared at the enormous mana stone. Within seconds, the uproar spread, the shockwave rippling through every mage present. Later, groups of people across the city began discussing it, their phones buzzing with notifications. One person pointed at the news feed, exclaiming that the Ikebakuro dungeon had already been conquered. Another, stunned, shouted that it was supposed to be for level 70 and above only. The scene cut to a reporter's office, where a bald man yelled for his colleague to immediately schedule an interview with the dungeon's conqueror and the Mage Association. His colleague quickly replied in acknowledgement. Soon after, Ichinose stood in front of flashing cameras and blinding studio lights, her mind racing with the thought that she could finally afford her sister's medical expenses after this dungeon conquest. She spoke to the cameras, expressing her genuine gratitude to the protagonist for inviting her on this journey. The broadcast aired live, spreading rapidly across the nation since the dungeon's conquest was big news. Ichinose's former party members watched the broadcast in disbelief. Their leader broke into uneasy laughter, shaking her head and muttering that it had to be a lie, a complete joke. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the protagonist's brother stood before a towering building screen, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath, rage flickering in his eyes, calling the protagonist a bastard. Online, group chats were blowing up. People debated whether it was true that a colorless mage had conquered the dungeon. One message said it had become a massive scandal, while another commented that the protagonist seemed to have grown and become much stronger. As night fell, even more people joined in, chatting about the now famous conqueror. Somewhere high above on a rooftop, Hikaru scrolled through the endless stream of comments, a smirk curling on his lips as he murmured that everything was unfolding exactly as he expected. The wind whipped around him, carrying the pulse of the city below. By the next day, the protagonist stood once again before the now stabilized Ikebakuro dungeon. His mind wandered back to everything that had happened, the chaos, the close calls, the unexpected help. He thought about how he had managed to stop the dungeon's collapse, admitting to himself that it was only possible because everyone had contributed. Then, tightening his grip and turning away from the dungeon's entrance, he silently vowed to get stronger. 3 days later, Hinata was seen deeply immersed in her work when she suddenly noticed the protagonist approaching. She mentioned how the association had been buzzing with people talking about him recently, and that gossip left the protagonist feeling awkward and embarrassed. Wanting to steer the conversation elsewhere, he shifted the topic and reminded her that she said she had something important to tell him. With a serious tone, Hinata revealed that his party had received a request to conquer a specific dungeon. That revelation left the protagonist, Yuri, and Ichinose all looking confused, wondering why such a task would be directed toward them. The protagonist thought aloud, questioning why their team, who had only just become a rank, would get such a major request. Hinata confirmed it, explaining that it was likely because of their recent success conquering the Ikebakuro dungeon. The protagonist pondered this, recalling that dungeon explorations were usually requested by mages themselves, and that the association only allowed certain high-level mages to make such requests. His thoughts were interrupted when Ichinose chimed in, suggesting that the association was probably counting on his strength. The protagonist rejected the idea, insisting it wasn't just about him, then turned back to Hinata to ask who exactly had made the request. Hinata apologized, explaining that the higher-ups had ordered her to keep the client's identity a secret. At that moment, Yuri casually remarked that since it sounded like an interesting mission, they might as well accept it. The protagonist mulled it over, noting that since it was an official association request, it didn't seem suspicious. Then Hinata added another piece of news, that an S-rank mage would be accompanying them on the quest. The next day, the party stood before the dungeon's entrance. The protagonist pointed out that this was the meeting spot for the person who'd be joining them. Ichinose wondered aloud what kind of person it might be. Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, over here," and everyone turned toward it. Standing there was none other than Ohikawa Hikaru himself. Grinning, Hikaru greeted them cheerfully, saying they'd be working together on the dungeon quest today. The entire party was left speechless, especially Ichinose and the protagonist, who both blurted out his name in surprise. The scene shifted to later, with the party now inside the dungeon alongside Hikaru. The protagonist admitted to himself that he never thought Hikaru would be joining them. Hikaru, laughing lightly, said he'd known all along and just wanted to surprise them. Either way, he said he was looking forward to the adventure and pointed out that the whole world was probably watching this conquest. The protagonist understood the implication immediately. From behind, Ichinose questioned the protagonist about how to describe Hikaru, commenting that he seemed way too carefree. The protagonist agreed, noting that even so, Hikaru was still an S-rank mage. True to that reputation, Hikaru started singing casually as they walked, acting like he was in a karaoke session instead of a dangerous dungeon. The protagonist thought that so far Hikaru seemed like a friendly guy, maybe a bit too relaxed, like he thought this was going to be easy. They kept walking until the protagonist brought up that he'd heard about a tricky mechanism in this dungeon. Hikaru confirmed it, explaining that according to the scout team, there was a massive firewall blocking the path ahead. Ichinose looked puzzled at the mention of a firewall, and the protagonist asked how they were supposed to deal with it. Hikaru responded confidently, saying that he had a barrier skill that made something like a firewall completely irrelevant. The protagonist and Ichinose were both taken aback by how nonchalant he was, acting like they were on a casual amusement park trip rather than a life-or-death mission. Hikaru said they'd believe him once they saw him in action, adding with a grin that they could just think of him as the captain of a big ship carrying them all through. But before the protagonist could reply, something felt off, his senses flared, and he detected movement. A swarm of giant bee-like monsters suddenly appeared, buzzing and closing in fast. The protagonist quickly warned everyone, shouting for the party to prepare for battle. Internally, he thought this would be a good chance to see how strong an S-rank mage like Hikaru really was. Except, in the very next second, the so-called S-rank mage was seen crouching behind a rock, nervously wishing them good luck. The protagonist froze, dumbfounded by the sight of Hikaru hiding. Hikaru awkwardly admitted with a strange face that he was absolutely terrible with insect-type monsters. The protagonist couldn't believe it, yelling internally not to say something so pathetic so proudly. Ichinose called him out too, reminding him that he'd just promised to carry them all on a big ship. But since there was no helping it, the protagonist rallied the team to fight. The monsters surged forward. Ichinose prepared a massive fireball and blasted one out of the air. Yuri charged in next, remarking that these creatures were nothing compared to what they'd fought before. She went easy, converting her mana to summon her scythe, then sliced a monster clean in half, landing gracefully as its bisected body crashed to the ground. The protagonist followed up, saying the rest would be handled by him. Summoning blue and red magic into his hands, he fired off a fire lance spell that pierced the remaining 3 monsters in perfect sequence. Hikaru, peeking from behind his cover, looked genuinely impressed at the team's power. Ichinose turned to the protagonist, celebrating that they'd done it, and he confirmed they'd wiped them out. Hikaru then stepped out from behind the rock, clapping and laughing, admitting that they'd saved him. He started rambling about how much he hated bugs, but before he could finish, the protagonist noticed something behind him. 3 wolf-like monsters with glowing red claws and engraved red markings were charging straight at Hikaru. The protagonist called out in alarm to warn him, but Hikaru's expression remained calm. In the next moment, multiple barriers materialized around the attacking wolves, trapping them before they could even reach him. The wolves didn't know what was coming until beams of light erupted from the barriers, piercing through them in an instant. With a cocky smirk, Hikaru muttered, "Gotcha," revealing that the technique he'd just used was called square box. The barriers fused together into a glowing yellow cube that shrank rapidly and fell to the ground. The party stared in awe as the once deadly wolves were now compressed into a small cube. Hikaru casually commented that surprise attacks were disgusting, weren't they? The protagonist couldn't help but be amazed by the move and asked about the skill. Hikaru held up the cube, explaining that square box was one of his barrier spells. It couldn't be used on anything too massive, but it could neutralize enemies effectively. Inside the cube, the 3 wolf-like monsters were perfectly contained. Grinning, Hikaru said the skill was pretty convenient, right? The protagonist agreed, impressed, and thought to himself that he'd heard of such a technique before, but seeing it firsthand, it was seriously incredible. Fired up, Hikaru told the party to keep moving forward, declaring that their dungeon run had only just begun. The party started walking deeper into the dungeon, and the protagonist found himself silently reflecting, realizing that this was the real power of an S-rank mage, an entirely different league altogether. After some time, the group, along with Hikaru, finally reached their destination. Hikaru calmly noted that this was the exact spot that had been reported earlier. Before them stood a massive wall of fire, burning bright and wild, like the dungeon itself was daring them to cross. Ichinose remarked on how insanely hot it was, and the protagonist couldn't help but question if they actually had to go through that inferno. At that moment, Hikaru lifted his hand with a confident smirk, silently assuring everyone to leave it to him. In the next second, a flash of energy pulsed through the air as he created a shimmering partition, slicing the blazing wall apart with his barrier skill. With a chill tone, he gestured forward, letting everyone know they could pass safely now. The party and Hikaru moved through the fiery divide, the heat licking at the edges of the barrier but never quite touching them. Ichinose was visibly impressed, muttering about how amazing the skill was, and Hikaru, with a small nod, acknowledged the praise like it was nothing new to him. Right then, as they stepped through, their eyes caught sight of a cave ahead. The protagonist immediately pointed it out, stating that the hole must be the boss room. Turning back to the group, he made sure everyone was ready. The squad responded in sync, confident and fired up. With that, the protagonist gave the signal to move, taking the lead as they ventured inside the ominous boss chamber. Meanwhile, Hikaru's thoughts ran dark and focused. In his mind, he admitted that now things were about to get real. He wanted to see if the protagonist truly lived up to the rumors and the report he'd read about him. There was a flicker of excitement and maybe something a bit more dangerous hidden beneath his composed exterior. The whole party was seen entering the boss room, and the atmosphere immediately shifted, as the protagonist noticed that the boss room was tremendously hot. At that exact moment, a paw of a creature emerged into view, followed by the full figure of a level 68 flame garm. The protagonist instantly summoned his sword while thinking that this creature was the dungeon boss and acknowledging how intimidating it looked. Fire swirled around the boss monster as it began gathering flames to attack the party, and upon noticing this, the protagonist instructed everyone to put up a magic barrier. But just then, Hikaru stated that such a measure was unneeded, and before the boss monster's fire attack could hit the party, Hikaru had already deployed his yellow barrier to defend them. The protagonist, observing this barrier, announced that this was Hikaru's barrier, while Hikaru clarified that he would match the protagonist's timing with his barrier and leave the main body of the monster to the others. The protagonist understood, internally affirming that the boss should be left to their group, as Ichinose and Yuri readied themselves alongside him to attack the boss monster. He reminded himself not to underestimate the boss, since even a barrier could be destroyed if it took too many consecutive hits. He briefly considered attacking with his Abyss Flame, but immediately dismissed the idea because the Flame Garm's movements were fast and it was a high-ranked monster, and additionally the cost of using a black skill was enormous. In the next moment, the protagonist dashed forward, deciding he had to finish it off with other magic, and instructed Yuri and Ichinose to find any opening they could and attack the boss monster. They received the command as the protagonist activated his extreme body enhancement, allowing him to instantly appear in front of the boss. The boss struck at him with its claws, but the protagonist was already above it and delivered a slash that caused blood to gush out. Meanwhile, Yuri and Ichinose prepared their respective spells. Yuri activated her mana conversion, turning her mana into projectiles, and Ichinose activated her stone bullet spell. The stone bullet and mana-made swords were hurled toward the boss monster, who dodged the incoming assault by jumping and then leaping rapidly from one place to another. The protagonist cursed internally while acknowledging that, as expected, the monster was strong. He also realized that a prolonged battle would be disadvantageous because of the extreme heat, and ideally, it would be better to defeat the creature sooner rather than later. Hikaru, noticing the condition of the protagonist, Yuri and Ichinose, thought that at this rate their physical strength would soon be depleted, and questioned what the protagonist would do next. Just then, the protagonist called out to Yuri and Ichinose, telling them they didn't need to land a direct hit but should instead aim for the flame garm's feet. Yuri inferred that he had a plan, while Ichinose voiced her understanding, and they prepared to attack together. Using mana conversion, Yuri hurled her projectiles toward the boss monster, who dodged them once again while Ichinose, engulfed in fire, reasoned that although her mana cost increased, the blast furnace effect dramatically boosted her firepower. She summoned a massive stone bullet and directed it toward the boss, aiming for its feet. The boss looked at the incoming attack and dodged it, but this created the opening the protagonist had been waiting for. He thought that now was the time, believing that no matter how agile it was, the monster wouldn't be able to dodge in midair. In the next instant, the protagonist vanished from his spot and appeared midair alongside the boss monster, his sword coated in ice. Hikaru, watching, observed that the protagonist was covering his blade with ice. As the attack neared the flame garm, the protagonist struck with full determination, and a blue glow spread across the battlefield as the icy sword connected. He looked at the defeated boss monster, and in the following moment he landed gracefully after delivering the final blow. The flame garm's body then disappeared, signifying that the party had won. When the group regrouped, Ichinose praised the protagonist for achieving victory, while the protagonist, humble as ever, attributed the win to both Yuri and Ichinose. Hikaru observed their teamwork and thought that it was excellent, acknowledging that the protagonist was indeed a talented mage, just as the reports had indicated. However, Hikaru's expression turned serious as he noted inwardly that the protagonist still had not revealed his true power. While the protagonist was speaking with Yuri and Ichinose about returning to the association to report everything, Hikaru activated his magic and asked the protagonist to wait. The protagonist, confused, questioned whether this was the previous box spell, to which Hikaru confirmed that it was and explained that he wanted to test him. The protagonist asked what he meant by testing him, and Hikaru explained that although the box could be used to capture monsters, it also functioned as a method of training. Hikaru stated honestly that he wanted to see the protagonist's true power and wanted him to defeat the monster sealed inside. He reassured that if things got dangerous, he would reseal the monster, and emphasized that it was ultimately the protagonist's choice whether to proceed or not. The protagonist finally understood Hikaru's intentions. Although he still didn't fully comprehend Hikaru's true motives, he also wanted to gain more experience and thus accepted the offer. The yellow cube floated before him as he looked at it, and Hikaru unsealed it. A black shadow emerged from the cube. The protagonist immediately noticed this shadowy form, while Hikaru, smiling in the background, thought about how the monster inside the cube changed its appearance depending on the fear its opponent had experienced. He wondered what kind of monster would appear. In the next second, the protagonist's expression turned grim as he saw something terrifying. The creature inside the box had taken the form of Kronos, the god of time and space. Witnessing this, Hikaru exclaimed in astonishment that it was his first time seeing such a transformation, and stated that, as expected, the protagonist still had something hidden within him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was left horrified by the being that had materialized before him. This image was of the same being standing before the protagonist, the very entity that had been unkillable in his previous life, and this sight immediately made him drift back into the memories of that former existence. He recalled the incident that had unfolded back then, the moment he had confronted the god of time and space, Kronos. Ichinose was described as stating out loud that the black shadow had shifted into a humanoid form, though it did not seem to qualify as a normal monster either. Hikaru, who was also watching closely, was said to think that this training monster always manifested itself as its opponent's greatest fear, which naturally raised the question of what exactly this creature was supposed to be, and whether this implied that the protagonist had once fought against that monster before. However, the rest of the party failed to recognize the entity standing before them, because only the protagonist understood the true terror behind the being in front of him. He internally cracked that this was not the real Kronos, yet the intimidating aura it emitted felt almost identical, reminding him of that overwhelming sensation he had experienced right before his regression when he had been utterly weak. Regardless of this fact, the fake Kronos soon summoned a small pocket of space to draw something out of it. As it began to act, the protagonist felt an instinctive refusal, not wanting this imitation to attempt anything, but he had no choice, he had to fight. He immediately launched himself forward toward the fake Kronos, only for his strike to be blocked by the creature's massive red sword. He thought it was good that he did not feel intimidated this time. After clashing, both were thrown backward. The fake Chronos rose again, but at that moment the protagonist sensed incoming danger because the being widened its eye and an invisible attack was unleashed toward him. He dodged it, and the attack caused a stone behind him to vanish into nothingness. This made it evident that the fake Chronos possessed overwhelming power. Ichinose noticed the attack as well and questioned internally what that strike had been. Yuri guessed that it might have been an invisible shockwave, but Hikaru chimed in that the protagonist had managed to dodge it. Meanwhile, the protagonist recognized the skill from before his regression and believed that he could evade it again. He enveloped his sword in ice, announcing that it was his turn now, and dashed toward the fake Chronos with a battle cry. The fake Chronos smiled in response, and a horrified expression crossed the protagonist's face as the ice coating instantly vanished from his weapon. In the blink of an eye, the fake Chronos appeared before him and struck hard. The protagonist defended, yet the force still sent him flying. Ichinose reacted with worry as the protagonist regained his balance and realized that the fake Chronos had nullified his attack, leaving him wondering what had just happened. Ichinose told Hikaru that it seemed to be getting dangerous, and Hikaru agreed, saying it was too much even for something like this. He extended his hand, attempting to retrieve the shadow back into the box, but he was suddenly shocked as a puzzled expression spread across his face. Yuri questioned him urgently, and Hikaru said he was trying, but the shadow was resisting. Hearing this left Ichinose, Yuri, and the protagonist all stunned. Hikaru cursed, thinking that this had never happened before, and internally questioned what kind of monster the protagonist had been facing. To assist him, both Ichinose and Yuri rushed in, deciding that this was no time for a trial. They sprinted toward the protagonist, declaring they would fight with him. Although he tried to tell them to wait, their attacks were already unleashed. Ichinose activated her blaze furnace and Yuri her mana conversion as they leapt toward the fake Chronos. As Yuri moved in, she became shocked when the fake Chronos struck them both with a single blow, essentially bitch-slapping them and sending them rolling across the ground until they crashed far away. The protagonist called out their names in worry. At that moment, Hikaru apologized to the protagonist, saying things had ended up like this despite his attempts to stop it. He activated his restrain skill, Resist Jammer, and multiple magical restraints materialized around the fake Chronos. Hikaru thought the situation was finally under control, but the fake Chronos simply smiled and destroyed all the restraints through sheer strength. Seeing this, the protagonist said aloud that not even Hikaru's barrier skill could do anything, while Hikaru himself declared it impossible and admitted that at this rate they would all be wiped out. The fake Chronos stood like a transcendent being before them, while the protagonist, frowning, thought that the shadow had to be using some sort of skill. He wondered whether it was recreating Chronos' appearance and abilities from his own memory. Then an idea struck him. He told Hikaru to leave it to him as he had a plan. He began walking toward the fake Chronos, thinking that in his previous life he had only ever run from Chronos, but if he hesitated now, he would never progress. A resolute expression settled on his face. In the next moment, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared directly before the fake Chronos, thinking that the black shadow had assumed Chronos' form because of a particular skill. While the fake Chronos swung its sword at him, he dodged and declared that he would steal it, extending his hand and touching the creature to activate his skill drain ability. Shortly after, the sword of the fake Chronos began fading away. An angry expression distorted the being's face, and it started dissipating entirely until nothing of it remained. Hikaru was left shocked by what he had witnessed, wondering what that skill had been and who exactly the protagonist really was. As the incident concluded, the scene shifted to 3 days later, where Yuri and Hikaru were shown kneeling before a man seated on a throne. Yuri delivered her report to him, referring to him as my blue king, and a figure with blue hair appeared with an intrigued expression. The scene was shown as a moment from earlier, where Yuri was seen standing alone in a hallway, waiting for someone whose arrival she clearly anticipated. After a brief pause, that person finally appeared, and Yuri noted that they had arrived early, only for it to be revealed that the individual was none other than Hikaru. Hikaru expressed regret for making her wait and smiled at her in a relaxed, unguarded manner. Following this, Yuri began walking alongside Hikaru, bluntly remarking that she had almost been killed because of him the last time. Hikaru responded by reflecting that he had never expected things to turn out that way. Yuri dismissed that response as nothing more than excuses and reminded him that he should be grateful the protagonist had even chosen to forgive him. Hikaru visibly agreed with that sentiment. As they continued walking together, Hikaru remarked that despite everything, the protagonist was truly amazing, far exceeding what Yuri had previously reported. At that moment, the two of them stopped in front of a door. As the door opened, the scene transitioned back to the present, where Hikaru and Yuri were shown kneeling before someone seated upon a throne. Yuri expressed her thanks for being waited on, addressing the figure before them. The person on the throne acknowledged their arrival, noting that they were finally there and praised them both for their good work, telling them to relax. It was then that a new character was introduced, the Blue King, Hojo Itsuki. Hikaru and Yuri stood up, and Yuri apologized for only meeting him after returning from exploring dungeons overseas. Hojo dismissed the concern, explaining that he himself had just finished exploring dungeons across 10 different countries. Hikaru questioned whether that number was excessive, but Hojo explained that the higher-ups of the association were extremely harsh on their employees and that someone had to handle those tasks, making it unavoidable. Yuri then recalled that ever since the Blue King had been summoned, Hojo completed her thought by explaining that the dungeon difficulty had been around the level of the Ikebakuro dungeon, which Yuri and the protagonist had conquered together. Upon hearing this, Yuri was visibly shocked. Internally, she reflected that dungeons of such difficulty existing in 10 different locations was insane, and that as expected, Hojo truly was a monster. Hojo then rose from his throne and stated that it was time to get down to business. He asked them to tell him about the young man named Kurosaki Rei. The atmosphere immediately turned serious, and both Hikaru and Yuri responded affirmatively before reporting everything they had witnessed about the protagonist. Hojo listened carefully and concluded that the report was indeed amazing. Hikaru admitted that he himself was quite surprised, speculating that the protagonist might actually be as strong as him, an S rank or perhaps even stronger. Hojo added that the protagonist's combat skills were excellent and that he possessed a skill allowing him to steal an enemy's abilities. Yuri internally acknowledged that there was more to the truth than what had been shared, but felt it would be wrong to say anything further. Hojo, meanwhile, wondered if the protagonist was truly such an exceptional mage, noting that the idea genuinely piqued his interest. He then stated that he had a favor to ask of both Hikaru and Yuri. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to show the protagonist and Ichinose entering the Mage Association. Ichinose was visibly excited, commenting on how well they had performed during the day's dungeon conquest. The protagonist responded with gratitude, thanking her for her support. Ichinose then wondered aloud where Yuri was that day, and the protagonist replied that Yuri had mentioned having some business to attend to. At that moment, Hinata noticed the protagonist and called out to him. The protagonist turned around, saw Hinata, and rushed over, asking what was wrong. Hinata, wearing a gloomy expression, questioned what the protagonist might have got himself into. Confused, he asked what she meant. Hinata then revealed that he had been summoned by the Blue King. Upon hearing this, both the protagonist and Ichinose were shocked. Hinata continued, explaining that the Blue King wanted to meet him in person. Soon after, the protagonist and Ichinose were shown standing before the Blue King, Hojo Itsuki. Hojo thanked them for coming while the protagonist studied him closely, thinking to himself that this was indeed Hojo, the Blue King. As Hojo questioned whether he was Kurosaki Rei, the protagonist's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. Before the catastrophe, Hojo had been known as the true color king even among kings, and the protagonist had deeply admired him. He believed that the strong should guide the weak, and he had been drawn to those words, aspiring to become someone great like Hojo, or at least believing that at the time. However, that same Blue King had once been caught in the torrent of a dungeon collapse and killed in battle. He had sacrificed himself by acting as a shield to protect civilians during an evacuation, becoming a hero who saved millions of lives. Returning to the present, the protagonist wondered why the Blue King had summoned him now. At that moment, someone stepped forward and announced that they would reveal a secret, and it was revealed to be Yuri. Seeing her, the protagonist was shocked. Ichinose also reacted, questioning why Yuri was present if Hikaru was already there. Hojo then explained that the two of them were tasked with scouting talented individuals from around the world, and that they were members of the Apostles of the Holy Staff. The protagonist was stunned, realizing that he had heard of the Apostles of the Holy Staff before. Ichinose, equally shocked, recalled that it was an elite group under the direct command of the Blue King. Hojo confirmed this and revealed that he had been the one who requested the conquest of that dungeon, and also the one who arranged for Hikaru to accompany the protagonist. The protagonist looked at Hikaru and realized that this was the reason Hikaru had pushed him to fight that monster. Hikaru confirmed that he had wanted to see the protagonist's strength, while Yuri admitted that she had joined the party simply because it looked fun. The protagonist and Ichinose could only smile at that, but Hojo soon stated frankly that he was interested in the protagonist. If the protagonist truly possessed such powers, Hojo wanted him to join them. However, there was still much unknown about multicolored users, which was why Hojo needed to see the protagonist's humanity first. Hojo said, as the Blue King, "I wanted to ask you as a mage, what do you really want?" After hearing that, our protagonist was silent for a moment. He reflected on how he had admired Hojo in the past, how becoming a mage had once been his dream, and how his younger brother Kai had looked down on him. He had wanted to change, and now in order to fight against Kronos, he finally answered. He declared that he wanted to become stronger than anyone else. Hojo summarized this by stating that the protagonist essentially wanted to become the strongest mage and a king of color, surpassing even himself. Ichinose, Yuri, and Hikaru all waited for the protagonist's response as he reflected that in his previous life, even with the Blue King's help, they had failed to stop Kronos. Simply admiring Hojo would change nothing. With a determined expression, the protagonist affirmed that he wanted to surpass him. Hojo accepted the answer, calling it a good one, and asked him directly if he would like to join the Apostles of the Holy Staff. Hearing this, both the protagonist and Ichinose were shocked, with the protagonist questioning whether Hojo truly meant him. Hojo explained that by working alongside competent people, the protagonist would be able to go even further and that he did not see it as a bad opportunity. He asked what the protagonist thought. The protagonist contemplated the offer as Hikaru gestured for him to follow. A door opened, and what the protagonist saw beyond it left him stunned. Hikaru explained that these were the elites of the Magers under the Blue King's command. Inside, a group of 4 people sat around a table, revealed to be the Apostles of the Holy Staff. Our protagonist, upon seeing the Apostles of the Holy Staff, immediately regarded them as elite mages operating under the command of the Blue King, recognizing them as figures of authority and power. At that moment, one of the Apostles smiled, clearly having anticipated the arrival of the new member, only to react with visible surprise at the realization that the newcomer was merely a kid, openly eyeing the protagonist with doubt. A girl among them laughed and pointed out that the protagonist was around the same age as that casually behaving member, prompting him to snap back at her to shut up. Another member burst into laughter, remarking on how Korehashi was excited, while a bespectacled member urged everyone not to provoke others unnecessarily. Then Korehashi acknowledged this with feigned compliance, and Hikaru then instructed the protagonist to take a seat, stating that he would explain the request from the Blue King. Hikaru proceeded to brief everyone, explaining that their task this time was to conquer 2 dungeons, both of which were high-level with recommended levels above 65. Because of the difficulty, the group would split into 2 teams. Those assigned to the Makuhari dungeon would be Hikaru, Yashiro, Shirohi, and Azuma, while the Tama dungeon team would consist of the protagonist and his party, along with Korehashi. Upon hearing this assignment, Korehashi became furious, questioning why he had to be grouped with these people. Yuri challenged his dissatisfaction, to which he openly admitted his displeasure. Hikaru reminded him that he had already seen the report, emphasizing that the protagonist was skilled and moreover possessed 3 colors of mana. Korehashi reacted with a strange look, asserting that having a wide variety of mana did not automatically equate to strength, and coldly added that his little brother had been the same. Our protagonist was shocked as his brother, Kurosaki Kai, was mentioned. Korehashi smiled, remarking that it was better not to know, calling it a blessing. He then elaborated that Kurosaki Kai had once been a member of the Apostles of the Holy Staff and had been known as the Purple King, but dismissed him as nothing compared to them. Internally, the protagonist recalled Yuri's earlier words about Kai being a disappointment and realized that this was how they all viewed him now. Korehashi continued, insisting that possessing many mana colors was an illusion and insufficient proof of strength. He downplayed the commotion surrounding the conquest of the Ikebakuro dungeon, suggesting that it might have only been possible because Hikaru had helped, and bluntly concluded that the weak should stay put. This remark visibly upset Ichinose. Unable to tolerate the insult, Ichinose lashed out, insisting that the protagonist was not weak and that judgment could only be made after witnessing his strength firsthand. The protagonist intervened to calm Ichinose down, though she remained upset. Korehashi merely sneered, leaning back in his chair and agreeing to see it for himself, his expression betraying a faint blush. Yuri silently noted that Korehashi was as weak against girls as ever. Hikaru then wrapped up the meeting, reaffirming the group assignments and encouraging everyone to do their best in conquering the dungeons. He specifically told Korehashi that he should witness the protagonist's true power personally. Korehashi responded with an evil smile, saying there was no need to emphasize it since he would see it himself. With that, the meeting concluded and the members left the room. As they departed, the protagonist reflected that while he knew he had to show his strength, that alone would not be enough. To one day face Kronos, he would need more strong comrades. Despite Korehashi's harsh and degrading words, he still hoped they would work well together. The scene then transitioned to the Tama dungeon, where monsters of various types crawled through the dark corridors. The protagonist stood ready to face them. Upon spotting the monsters, he urged everyone to work together, but Korehashi interrupted, dismissing teamwork as too tedious. Activating his burn blast, Korehashi entered a battle stance, and as the monsters approached, he slammed a devastating blow into the ground. A shockwave of red flares erupted outward, blasting away the incoming monsters in an instant. Ichinose felt the overwhelming impact of the attack and internally recognized it as red mana specialized for offensive combat, noting the incredible range and firepower. In one fell swoop, Korehashi burned the hell out of all the monsters. He then turned toward the protagonist, laughing as he mocked him, implying that the protagonist could not possibly replicate such a feat. Leaping away, Korehashi declared that he would hunt all the monsters solo and told the protagonist, derisively referring to his many colors, to just stay back and fiddle his thumbs. The protagonist merely smiled, then burst into laughter. Apologizing internally to Yuri and Ichinose, he admitted that he did not want to lose to this guy. Clearly pissed at that Korehashi bastard, he vanished from his spot in the very next second. Yuri and Ichinose called out to him in surprise, with Ichinose remarking that even the protagonist was going this far, while Yuri casually suggested letting the boys do what boys liked. Soon, the protagonist was also tearing through monsters with his own strength. Korahashi mocked him again, commenting that his moves were getting slightly better, only for the protagonist to internally acknowledge the remark as a compliment. The two of them continued fighting side by side, slaughtering monsters, while Ichinose and Yuri remained mere spectators. Ichinose observed that the situation somehow looked like a mess, while Yuri agreed, but pointed out how amazing it was that the protagonist could keep up with Korahashi. Yuri reflected that Korahashi was an idiot who was terrible at fighting other humans or cooperating in teamwork, but his skill was nonetheless special. His mana allowed for consecutive attacks that spread across a wide range, making him exceptionally effective against large numbers of enemies. He still held the title of the man who had slain the most monsters, and yet even against someone like that, the protagonist was managing to keep up. Yuri felt certain of it and internally acknowledged how amazing the protagonist truly was. After clearing monsters throughout the dungeon, the party eventually stood before the boss room. Ichinose was shocked, realizing they had already reached it in just 10 minutes. The protagonist reflected that competing against Korahashi had allowed him to draw out more power than ever before, a sensation he had never experienced. Compared to his days as a mere porter, his current self felt worlds apart. At that moment, the boss doors opened and the party entered the chamber. As the protagonist prepared to focus on the boss, Korahashi warned him not to hold him back. However, at that exact instant, the protagonist sensed danger ahead, as a blob-like monster floated ominously in the air. The party collectively wondered what the hell that thing even was. Our protagonist braced himself as he faced the boss monster standing directly in front of him, the pressure in the room heavy and suffocating, as if the dungeon itself were holding its breath. Without warning, a violent gush of wind erupted out of nowhere, as though someone had flipped on a massive exhaust fan, and the corpses of every monster the party had defeated on their way to the boss room were ripped from the ground and dragged through the air, all of them flying straight toward the boss monster. The party watched in disbelief as the boss monster absorbed the defeated monsters into itself. One by one, the corpses devoured, merged, and assimilated. In the next instant, the boss monster's body grotesquely evolved, sprouting multiple limbs, wings, and various features stolen from the monsters it had consumed. This creature was revealed as the boss of the Tama dungeon, a chimera beast, its level completely unknown. Its eyes flickered ominously before locking onto the party, and sensing the killing intent, the entire group instinctively braced themselves as the chimera began advancing toward them. Ichinose shouted in shock that the monster had absorbed the others, while the protagonist processed the situation internally, realizing that it was strengthening itself by devouring other monsters, noting that he had never encountered anything like this before, not even during his previous life prior to regression. He warned Kurahashi to be careful, but Kurahashi, overflowing with excitement, dismissed the danger entirely, declaring that he would not be intimidated by something like this and leaping forward, convinced that the first one to strike would be the winner. The protagonist tried to stop him, urging him not to rush, but Kurahashi, being Kurahashi, ignored the warning and slammed his fist into the chimera, yelling for it to eat that. A massive explosion erupted the moment Kurahashi's punch connected, and Ichinose briefly wondered if the attack had finished the boss off. That hope vanished instantly as Kurahashi's excitement drained from his face when he realized there was not even a scratch on the chimera, which had completely blocked the attack with one of its arms. Before Kurahashi could react, the chimera raised its other arm, preparing to counterattack, and Kurahashi genuinely believed he was done for. But at that exact moment, the protagonist activated his mana hand. Mana materialized into a massive spectral hand that grabbed Kurahashi and yanked him away just before the chimera's punch slammed into the ground. Kurahashi landed beside the protagonist, shaken but alive, and the protagonist checked if he was okay, with Kurahashi confirming it in his own way, cursing himself and admitting that charging in like that was the biggest mistake of his life. Seeing that Kurahashi was fine, the protagonist barely had time to breathe before realizing the chimera had other plans. The chimera grabbed one of its own arms, twisted it violently, and tore it off as if it had gone completely mad, the sight shocking the protagonist. Even worse, the injured section of the chimera's body immediately began regenerating, flesh reforming, structures reappearing, and a new arm emerging as if the monster had never been damaged at all, and Kurahashi recognized it instantly, realizing that the chimera could regenerate. Small tentacles on the chimera's body began glowing as they formed a concentrated light beam, and the protagonist sensed overwhelming danger, immediately ordering everyone to dodge. The instant those words left him, the chimera unleashed a devastating red beam laser from its ass-like face. The party scattered in all directions, narrowly avoiding the beam, as the attack tore through the battlefield with terrifying force. Even from a distance, both the protagonist and Ichinose could feel how lethal the blast was, and when the smoke finally cleared, Ichinose saw that a massive crater had formed at the impact point. Kurahashi questioned the sheer firepower of the attack, while Yuri analyzed the situation and determined that the chimera likely could not fire continuous shots. Taking advantage of the opening, she used her mana conversion to create multiple swords of pure mana and launched them as projectiles toward the chimera, declaring that it was their turn now. The mana sword struck the chimera's body, but the damage was minimal, and Yuri acknowledged how tough it was, even finding it incredible that Kurahashi had managed to burn it at all. The protagonist realized the situation was getting worse by the second, and if they stalled any longer, the chimera would fire the red laser again. He concluded that attacking the main body was necessary, but the chimera's numerous arms would only get in the way, and worse still, if the attack was not delivered at full power, the chimera would simply block with another limb. With that in mind, the protagonist called out to Ichinos and asked if she could cast her mana fusion on Kurahashi. Caught off guard by the request, Ichinose hesitated, but the protagonist immediately confirmed that she should do it, and she agreed, activating her mana fusion on Kurahashi. The effect was immediate as Kurahashi felt something change, his body flooded with mana, blazing with raw energy and excitement. Kurahashi questioned what kind of mana this was, while the protagonist reminded him that they did not have much time, and Kurahashi understood instantly, launching himself toward the chimera's main body. Already airborne, he focused all that power into his fist and descended toward the chimera, mere inches away from pummeling it as he unleashed his burn blast. A colossal explosion followed, and Ichinose believed that this level of firepower had to be enough. However, Kurahashi's expression told the real story, his confidence turning into worry as the chimera emerged with far less damage than expected. And worse still, the chimera began aiming its laser directly at Kurahashi once more. Yuri warned that the laser was coming again. Kurahashi cursed under his breath, realizing that even that attack had not been enough, and in the next instant the protagonist responded, acknowledging that Kurahashi had paved the path perfectly. Black mana erupted from his body as he sprinted straight toward the chimera. Kurahashi watched in shock, realizing that the protagonist was wielding black mana and was fully prepared to obliterate the ugly boss monster himself. Before the chimera could fire its red laser again, the protagonist unleashed his abyss flame, the attack erasing the chimera completely and obliterating it into nothingness. The remains of the boss crashed lifelessly onto the ground, and Kurahashi stared at the aftermath, wondering what kind of skill that had been, thinking that even he had been unable to destroy that monster with his own power. He reflected on the protagonist's decisiveness, on how he had broken through without hesitation at the critical moment, and a laugh slipped from Kurahashi's mouth as excitement surged through him. As in his mind he acknowledged it clearly, this man was the real deal. Elsewhere, Kai was shown watching the broadcast of the protagonist's interview after the protagonist and his party had conquered the dungeon, with the news reporting that the Tama dungeon had fallen under his name. The report continued, stating that he had gone on to conquer yet another high-difficulty dungeon following the Ikebakuro dungeon, and the onlookers watching the interview were visibly amazed that he had cleared another high-difficulty dungeon so soon after Ikebakuro. Praise poured in from every direction, and within the crowd stood the protagonist's brother Kurosaki Kai, silently listening to all of it. Two people nearby laughed among themselves, remarking that while the protagonist kept rising, his younger brother's situation was only getting worse. But at that very moment Kai passed by them, causing them to stiffen in fear as Kai responded with a cold sneer. The scene then shifted, revealing the apostles of the staff all standing before the Blue King. The Blue King praised everyone, acknowledging that they had done a good job conquering the dungeons, and noted that the Tama dungeon seemed far more troublesome than expected. The protagonist agreed, recalling that they had encountered a completely new type of monster. Azuma burst into laughter after hearing it was supposedly a strong one, while Shirohi remarked that she should have gone into the Tama dungeon instead. Hikaru then questioned Kurahashi, asking what he thought of the protagonist based on his observations, and Kurahashi, carefully masking his emotions, merely admitted that the protagonist was not bad and that his strategy had been fairly solid. The protagonist was slightly shocked to hear praise coming from Kurahashi, prompting Shirohi to tease him by pointing out that he used to look down on the protagonist but was now clearly pulling back. Kurahashi, embarrassed, snapped at her to shut up. After a brief pause, Kurahashi admitted that he had underestimated the protagonist before and had even called him colorful or whatever, but now openly acknowledged his strength. The protagonist was taken aback once again, then smiled, acknowledging that Kurahashi had helped him as well and that there was no need for an apology. Kurahashi stood there blankly for a moment before growing annoyed and insisting that he was not happy about being praised, claiming that he had only done it for his own sake and warning everyone not to get the wrong idea. At the same time, the remaining members of the apostles of the staff all came to the exact same conclusion in their minds. Kurahashi was a tsundere. The Blue King let out a small laugh, expressing that he was glad the protagonist and Kurahashi had become friends, and added that now no one would complain about the protagonist anymore. He then revealed that he had something to give him, which made the protagonist wonder what it was. The Blue King explained that it was the symbol of the apostles of the Holy Staff, and a locket was presented. With a formal announcement, the Blue King welcomed Kurosaki Rei, stating that as the Blue King he officially accepted him, while also allowing him to continue working with his party as usual, confident that Yuri would agree. He reiterated his desire to fight together, and the protagonist clenched the locket tightly before shaking the Blue King's hand, affirming that the pleasure was mutual. The two of them looked at each other with satisfied expressions, sealing the agreement. Nearby, Ichinose reflected that she had always known the protagonist was amazing, especially now that he had been recognized by one of the strongest mages. Kurahashi then stated that since it could not be helped, he would properly teach the protagonist now that they were comrades, acting as if he were the senior and the protagonist the junior. Yuri immediately cut in, remarking that Kurahashi was actually the one who needed to be taught instead, prompting Kurahashi to snap back at her to shut up already. Watching their banter, the Blue King thought to himself that it was good, as Kurahashi had already bonded with the others, and that placing both of them on the same team had been worth it. The Yellow King Hikaru observed the situation closely and grasped the Blue King's intentions, internally praising him for his cleverness, reasoning that if the protagonist had been recognized from the beginning, Kurahashi would have strongly opposed it, and acknowledging that this outcome was exactly what one would expect from the Blue King. The Blue King then drew everyone's attention, stating that it felt good that everything was proceeding as planned before making a suggestion. The protagonist looked at him in confusion at the mention of a suggestion, only for the Blue King to extend his hand and ask whether he would like to acquire the title of the Black King. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked and left unsure of how to respond. Elsewhere, Kurosaki Kai and his party were surrounded by monsters and pushed into a desperate situation. One of the party members, Goto, urged Kai to activate his overclock. But when Kai attempted to do so, nothing happened, causing him to sneer in frustration. Another member, Oike, scolded Goto for even suggesting it, bluntly stating that Kai could no longer use that skill since that day, prompting Goto to remember and agree. Kai then unleashed fireballs to eliminate the monsters, and despite the party being completely exhausted, they somehow managed to defeat them. Kai immediately ordered everyone to move, asking what they were doing and telling them to go. Goto, shocked, pointed out that they had already been inside the dungeon for 5 straight days and suggested stopping, but Kai shut him down harshly and insisted they continue. Goto was visibly shaken by Kai's behavior and questioned internally whether it was really okay to keep following him like this. Oike responded by dismissing Goto's doubts as nonsense, insisting that they had to support Kai at a time like this, and Goto reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Kai cursed inwardly, fully aware that he was no longer as strong as he used to be, yet forcing himself onward with the resolve that he had to conquer this dungeon as fast as possible. Moments earlier, a reporter had approached Kai and asked if she could have a moment of his time, only for him to dismiss her by stating that he was not accepting any interviews. She shocked him by clarifying that she only wanted his opinion regarding his older brother, which left Kai stunned, as the interview was no longer about him. Bro lost all his aura, minus 999 aura points. More people gathered, pointing out that it was about his brother who had conquered several high-difficulty dungeons, and asking what he thought his brother's good points were. Kai recalled rumors involving the Blue King and thought bitterly that, based on those rumors, his brother had been recognized by that shitty Hojo, the Blue King. He remembered how, back when he was there, they constantly spouted nonsense about teamwork and looked down on him, and he swore internally that he would show them all who the strongest really was. At that moment, the god of time and space watched everything unfold, wearing a slight, mischievous grin, and openly declared that he had found an interesting pawn, referring to the protagonist's younger brother, Kurosaki Kai. We see Kai's inner monologue, reflecting on how everything changed the moment dungeons appeared in the world. Society shifted overnight into an era where powerful mages rose to the top, gaining fame, authority, and status. That upheaval also marked a turning point in Kai's own life. Only 1 in a million people are born with dual-colored mana, and Kai is one of those rare cases. On top of that, he possesses a special skill, something even rarer. The attention and recognition feel intoxicating. Kai smiles, visibly satisfied, soaking in the validation like it's his birthright. The scene flashes back to Kai's high school days. He casually walks out of class, and when the teacher tries to stop him, that authority melts away the moment they realize it's Kai. Respect replaces discipline. Watching this, Kai smiles again, clearly enjoying the feeling of superiority. Back then, when he used to walk past students, their expressions would turn gloomy. Now, after his awakening, the same students light up with excitement when he passes, treating him like a celebrity. Kai continues narrating how even parents who once kept their distance started fawning over him. He was even invited to join the Apostle of the Holy Staff, a group known as Elites, and he joined as their youngest member. But the people there treated him rudely, so he left. In Kai's eyes, it wasn't because of his flaws, but because they failed to recognize his true ability. The only one who never treated him differently was his brother, Rei. Rei had no talent and was weaker than Kai, yet his gaze carried quiet confidence as if he believed he would someday catch up. Kai hated that look. As someone chosen by the world, Rei had no right to look at him as an equal. That was why Kai wanted to prove to that idiot that he was the strongest, to make him understand they lived in completely different worlds. In a symbolic moment, Kai turns around, ready to punch Rei, but Rei calmly removes the heavy bag from his back and walks past him. He has already surpassed Kai. Kai brushes it off in his mind, telling himself it doesn't matter anymore. He's a king now. A king shouldn't just sit around doing nothing. Lost in these thoughts, Kai walks through the city. Suddenly, someone calls out to him with a casual "yo." It's Kurahashi. Kurahashi remarks that Kai looks pretty upset and notes that it's been a while since they last met, back when Kai was kicked out of the Apostle of the Holy Staff. Kai boils with anger and curses, snapping that he quit. Despite promises to treat him equally, they acted like his boss, giving him orders. In Kai's mind, it all came down to jealousy over his talent. He declares that he doesn't want comrades like them. Kurahashi casually picks his ear as Kai continues, mentioning that he heard Rei has become one of Kurahashi's people. Kurahashi responds with a flat "so what?" Kai scoffs, calling Rei a deadweight, just a porter, trash compared to himself. Before Kai can finish his rant, Kurahashi cuts him off sharply, telling him to shut up. The annoyed, angry look on Kurahashi's face sends a wave of dread through Kai. Kurahashi states that he doesn't care about Kai's opinion. Rei's ability is real. Despite being dual-colored, Rei keeps a low profile, unlike Kai. Kai snaps back, shouting that he is the Purple King, the highest title a mage can attain, and demands that Rei not be compared to him. Kurahashi coldly replies that Kai clearly doesn't know anything. Rei has been recommended to become a king, and it's a direct recommendation from the Blue King himself. The revelation hits Kai like a truck gun. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes Rei is being considered for the same title as him. Kurahashi adds that Rei hasn't even given his answer yet and isn't intoxicated by titles the way Kai is. He laughs at Kai's earlier claim that Rei is beneath him, stating bluntly that Rei is already far stronger. Stepping closer, Kurahashi says Rei is far more suited to be a king than Kai, mocking him by calling him the Purple King. Kai's anger explodes as his imagination runs wild. He envisions Rei racing ahead, surpassing him completely, growing so strong that Kai can never catch up. The so-called deadweight has become the superior. At that moment, party member Godu calls out, saying the items have been replenished and preparations for tomorrow's dungeon are complete. Oik suggests they call it a day. Still burning from Kurahashi's words, Kai orders them to do one more dungeon raid. Godu tries to stop him, but Kai keeps walking, furious, swearing that he will never admit that Rei has become stronger than him. His party members hesitate, suggesting it would be better to head to the boss room tomorrow. Kai shuts them up and forcefully opens the boss room, declaring that he's strong and that he'll prove it. Inside, a gooey substance waits. It's a level 20 evil ooze, a slime-type monster. Kai laughs it off as a joke. Godu admits he's never seen a monster like it and has a bad feeling. Kai doesn't care. He conjures his demon lance attack and confidently declares he'll kill it instantly. He hurls the attack, seemingly destroying the evil ooze. Calling it trash, Kai watches as the monster dissipates into many pieces. His party members cheer, thrilled and excited, praising him. Then in the next second, both party members are decapitated. Their heads go flying as blood gushes everywhere. Kai calls out to them, but there's no response. When he turns to see why, he realizes the horrifying truth: the evil ooze isn't dead, it's attacking him. The fragments merge as the small oozes combine into a massive slime monster that advances on Kai and completely engulfs him. Kai struggles, trying to conjure another attack, but it's neutralized instantly. His eyes widen in terror as the evil ooze forces its way into his body through his mouth. He struggles helplessly as the slime consumes him entirely. From beyond, the god of time and space, Kronos watches and laughs. With cold amusement, he declares that he has obtained a new pawn. The entire place suddenly starts shaking, the ground trembling violently as chaos erupts. Kai is seen drop to his knees, and instead of panic, he starts laughing. His eyes completely turn red, glowing with corruption, and he mutters aloud with disturbing satisfaction that he feels good. The scene cuts to Kronos, still bound by the same chains as before. One of the chains begins to crack. Kronos notices and grins wickedly. In his mind, he thinks that finally part of the seal has been broken. The scene shifts again, this time to the Apostle of the Holy Staff at an outdoor training facility. Kurahashi and Rei are locked in combat with monsters, moving cleanly and efficiently. Together they wipe out the enemies, and mana stones scatter across the ground as drops from the defeated monsters. Rei wipes the sweat from his face while Hikaru praises them, calling for a short break and complimenting their excellent movements. Ichinose steps closer to Rei and hands him a towel, telling him good work. Rei thanks her. Ichinose then speaks up, telling Kurahashi that she learned a lot just by watching him fight. Kurahashi blushes, looks away, and awkwardly brushes it off, saying it was nothing. Rei notices that Kurahashi is still acting shy like this. Then Kurahashi casually tells Rei that he met Rei's brother in the city today. Rei immediately asks if he means Kai. Kurahashi confirms it and adds that that bastard still thinks he's stronger than Rei. Kurahashi says he told Kai everything. Yuri chimes in, bluntly summarizing the situation. Basically, Kurahashi is upset because someone he personally approves of, Rei, was being looked down on. Kurahashi's face turns red instantly and he snaps back, saying that's not it at all. As the conversation fades, Rei's thoughts drift to Kai. He hasn't met him since their duel. He wonders when the two of them started drifting apart. He questions whether things will end the same way they did in his previous timeline and whether everything will be fine if he just lets things stay like this. But deep down, he knows they still have to settle this as brothers. Suddenly, another member of the Apostle of the Holy Staff, Shirei, rushes in. She warns them urgently that she has bad news. Hikaru asks what happened and why she rushed over like this. Shirei reveals that the Shinjuku dungeon has collapsed. Rei is horrified by the news. Shirei continues, explaining that a massive number of monsters are pouring out. The scene cuts to the collapsed dungeon itself, where monsters rampage through the streets, killing citizens. Shirei mutters that it's unbelievable. Yashiro questions why monsters are even coming out of the dungeon. Azuma says this is bad, pointing out that there are a lot of people in the area. Kurahashi curses under his breath, asking why this is happening. Rei thinks to himself that in his previous timeline, the collapse of the Shinjuku dungeon should have happened much later in the future. He can't understand how or why it's happening now. Hikaru snaps everyone back to reality, saying now isn't the time to think. The Blue King is currently traveling from far away and it will take time before he arrives. Until then, they have no choice but to handle the situation themselves. He commands the group, stating that evacuating civilians is their top priority and that they must succeed no matter what. Everyone answers in agreement. A wolf-like monster lunges toward a mother and her child, but just before it can strike, Yuri appears, swinging her scythe and killing the monster instantly. Ichinose checks on the mother, asking if she's okay. The mother replies that she is, thanking her repeatedly. Kurahashi is shown fighting another monster, punching it to death with brute force. Shira yells at him to be careful so he doesn't hit evacuated civilians. Kurahashi responds that he knows. Hikaru calls out to civilians, telling them the inside of the barrier is safe and ordering them to come closer. He conjures a barrier using his abilities, shielding them from danger. As Rei fights the monsters, he reflects that this is exactly what he'd expect from the elite group under the Blue King. Unlike his previous timeline, they remain unfazed even against this many monsters. Back then, the first dungeon collapse caused countless casualties, but this time Rei believes they can manage it together. Suddenly, a massive hand bursts out from the ground. A monster made of fire and rock emerges, towering over the battlefield. Yuri remarks that it feels like this one is the boss. Ichinose adds that it's huge. Kurahashi stares it down and confidently says that it's still just a big target. Kurahashi grins, but before he can move, Rei reappears. Channeling his black mana, Rei unleashes Abyss Flame, instantly dissipating the monster. In a single moment, the massive creature is completely destroyed. Shirei is stunned by the overwhelming display of power, and even Hikaru is shocked. He realizes that this is Rei's skill. As the group starts thinking that things might actually be good now and that they can stop the monsters, a mocking laugh suddenly echoes through the air. A voice tells them to stop getting carried away. Rei recognizes the voice immediately. Shocked, he turns around and sees none other than his brother Kai. Kai stands there with wings spread wide, his appearance fully demonic. Rei is stunned by the sight. Kai looks at him and says in a chilling tone that he found him. Hey everyone, Manhwa here. I just want to take a quick moment to say thank you for all the love and support you show this channel. If you enjoy the content and want to support it on a deeper level, I'm thinking of activating YouTube membership. Would you like to join? Please share your opinions in the comments. No pressure at all, just having you here means a lot, but if you'd like to join, I'd truly appreciate it. Munchies, enjoy the recap. Rei is truly shocked upon seeing his brother in such a state. Horror grips him completely as he questions Kai, wondering why he is like this now. Kai responds with a mocking tone, questioning whether Rei is referring to his current form or to who he is as a person. As those words are delivered, Kai suddenly appears behind Rei in a flash, declaring that he has come to crush him. Rei immediately dodges his brother's strike. Kai acknowledges the dodge, remarking that Rei avoided it well but questioning how long he will last. Kai closes the distance again, asserting that there is no chance he will let Rei escape. Rei defends himself with his sword as Kai relentlessly continues his assault. Multiple attacks follow and Rei keeps defending while internally thinking that Kai is clearly no longer normal. He wonders what this current form even is, feeling as though his brother has become a monster. Kai lands another strike, yet Rei still manages to defend himself. Kai appears to grow bored of Rei's constant defense and speaks up, noting that Rei's expression shows denial. As Kai walks forward, he states that everything happening is Rei's fault, explaining that the reason he became like this is so that he can kill Rei. Hearing this, Rei internally fixates on the word kill, questioning who Kai intends to kill and why Kai wants to kill him. He deeply contemplates the idea that Kai transformed into this form solely to murder him. While Rei is still thinking, Kai approaches again and prepares to land another strike. Suddenly, a leg intervenes, revealing Kurahashi, who kicks Kai away. During the emergency dungeon break, Kurahashi questions what Kai thinks he is doing, while Rei stands frozen, trying to process everything unfolding around him. Kurahashi calls Kai out for suddenly appearing and ranting about killing. Kai staggers back and tells him to stop messing around. Kurahashi points out that the man he is attacking is his brother. Rei notices Kurahashi's anger while Kai coldly states that he does not care about brotherhood. Kai declares that he is here to make Rei realize just how strong his power is. He activates his magic, conjuring fireballs and hurling them toward Kurahashi and Rei. Both manage to dodge, but the fireballs land among civilians, causing harm. Explosions erupt as the attacks hit the ground, while Hikaru defends against them with his barrier skill, protecting the civilians. Hikaru internally struggles, wanting to help Rei's party with his barrier but knowing he cannot dispel it here without leaving the civilians exposed. Rei snaps at Kai, demanding that he stop. Kai angrily reacts, questioning what Rei is saying. Rei explains that while Kai has always been somewhat violent, he was never the type to go this far. Kai smirks, mocking Rei for spouting nonsense even in the middle of a fight and calling him naive. Suddenly, intense pain surges through Kai, causing him to clutch his head. Rei calls out to him in worry, but Kai responds by cursing. In the next moment, Kai frantically declares that he will crush everyone and begins attacking at random. The attacks fire off in all directions, blasting everything around. Kai boasts about his power, asking what they think of it. Rei states that they have to stop him. Kurahashi remains silent for a moment, before angrily responding that while he understands Rei's feelings, talking is clearly pointless. Kurahashi activates his ability and takes a fighting stance, deciding that if communication is impossible, he will have to blow Kai up. He lunges at Kai, telling him to listen carefully, and the strikes collide, resulting in a massive explosion. However, Kurahashi is shocked by what he sees next. Kai has stopped his attack with his left hand while charging energy in his right. With a demonic grin, Kai counterattacks. Kurahashi realizes how bad the situation is, but it is too late. Kai pierces Kurahashi's stomach with his hand. Rei witnesses this horrifying scene unfold before his eyes and calls out to Kurahashi in shock. Kai's bloody hand is seen having pierced straight through Kurahashi. Kai then drops him onto the ground, blood spilling beneath him, and cruelly tells him to get lost. Seeing this, Rei panics and calls out to Kurahashi again. Kai wears a mocking expression as he prepares to finish him off, but suddenly a barrier appears. Kai curses as Hikaru steps in, standing before him and protecting Kurahashi with his barrier ability. Hikaru formally addresses him as Kurosaki Kai and remarks on how far he has fallen. He declares that he will be the one to face him. In the next moment, Hikaru activates his signature spell, Square Box. Kai is trapped inside the box, as Yuri warns Hikaru about using that skill against a human. Hikaru acknowledges that the spell places a heavy burden on the caster himself, but states that he cannot forgive someone who hurts his friends. Kai resists the Square Box spell, shocking Hikaru, as blood begins squeezing out from his hand, showing how much the resistance is taking a toll on his body. Seeing this, Ichinose calls out to Hikaru in worry. Hikaru thinks to himself that this is far harder than expected, and that the burden is greater than he imagined. Still, he resolves to seal Kai away no matter what and uses all his strength to contain him. While trapped in the spell, Kai, still in his demonic form, curses Hikaru. In the next instant, Kai bursts out of the square box, shattering the spell completely, and stands before Hikaru once again. With a sly grin, Kai states that he will not let things go as Hikaru wishes. Suddenly, his hand begins to tremble and he sneers, admitting that his body is not in perfect condition. Yuri, observing everything, internally questions how Kai can say that, even after Hikaru did not hold back. Kai then turns away, announcing that he is leaving, and spreads his demonic wings wide. Hikaru tells him to wait, but Kai instead calls out to Rei. Giving him one final glance, Kai warns that he will definitely kill him next. In the next moment, Kai vanishes from his position, flying and soaring into the sky, telling Rei to just wait for the moment to come. Rei is left standing there, watching as his brother disappears into the sky. The scene cuts to the next day, where a massive public broadcast blares from a giant screen, drawing a tense crowd. The news reports that near the Shinjuku dungeon, monsters have abnormally appeared just yesterday. A shaken young woman is interviewed, her voice trembling as she says yes, there were a lot of monsters. Although the mages managed to save them, everything turned into a complete mess. The gathered crowd watches in stunned silence, then starts muttering among themselves. They knew it really happened, but never expected monsters to appear like this out in the open. Some whisper nervously, perhaps monsters will start appearing everywhere from now on. Others call it nonsense and urge everyone to evacuate to areas with fewer dungeons. Panic spreads through the civilians. Watching all this from a corner is Hikaru, quietly analyzing the situation. Society is starting to lose its composure over monsters, but in his mind, that isn't the real problem. The real threat is the fallen Purple King. He wonders what they should even do at this point, then starts walking, muttering out loud that things are only getting worse. The scene shifts. Somewhere else, someone speaks directly to the Blue King, Hojo, telling him they will leave this entire matter in his hands. Hojo calmly agrees, promising that he will definitely resolve it. Another transition takes us to an ICU. Rei sits outside, motionless, weighed down by dread. Kurahashi is in critical condition, and Ichinose notices the pain written all over Rei's face. Inside his head, Rei is spiraling. This is my fault. It's my fault Kurahashi ended up like this. I couldn't persuade Kai. I couldn't even stop him. The guilt keeps crushing him until Yuri calls out to him, telling him it's time to go. The Blue King has summoned them. With heavy steps and an even heavier heart, Rei agrees. Soon, all members of the Apostles of the Holy Staff stand assembled before the Blue King Hojo. Hojo doesn't sugarcoat it. The situation is critical. Although the monsters outside have been dealt with, the Purple King, Kurosaki Kai, is still a large threat and they can't allow that to continue. Yashiro remarks that Kai's transformation must be unnatural. Azuma points out that not only Kurahashi but civilians were injured as well. Shirohi voices the question everyone's thinking, what exactly should they do? Hojo answers that he has already spoken with the primary color kings. Hearing this, Ichinose stiffens. The primary color kings, those with the authority to call the shots in an emergency like this. Yuri understands the gravity immediately, but internally she thinks that this isn't just any incident. A king went berserk. Even top-tier mages felt threatened. Then Hojo turns to Rei, Kai's older brother, and speaks coldly. This may sound harsh, but they will subjugate Kurosaki Kai. The word slams into Rei like a punch to the chest. Subjugate Kai? He can't believe what he just heard. Ichinose reacts in shock as well, questioning the term, while Shirohi bluntly says that's the word they use for monsters. Hikaru cuts in saying no, that word is correct. The Blue King explains that Kai's indiscriminate actions were no different from those of monsters. Both the Red King and the Yellow King reached the same conclusion. Before another victim falls, this must end decisively. They already know where Kurosaki Kai is hiding and Hojo himself will participate in the subjugation. Rei can't accept it. As Kai's older brother, he desperately asks them to wait. Is there no other way? What about arresting him instead of subjugating him? The answer he receives is a cold, absolute no. Hojo reminds him that even Hikaru's square box was completely powerless against Kai. They can't just let this slide. The subjugation will be carried out tomorrow. It's already decided. Those words leave Rei feeling utterly powerless and terrified. Inside, his thoughts churn. It's true Kai has bad points, he looks down on people, but he has good points too. Rei remembers their childhood, fragments of memories flashing through his mind. Sweat beads down his face as he wonders if there truly is no other option. Just then, Hikaru suddenly announces that the hospital contacted him. Kurahashi has regained consciousness. Relief hits instantly. Rei looks genuinely happy for the first time in a while. Hikaru adds that Kurahashi left a message for Rei and reads it aloud. Don't worry about me, hurry up and knock some sense into your brother. Those words snap Rei out of his downward spiral. His thoughts settle. Kurahashi is right, he can't just give up because he's Kai's older brother. With renewed resolve, Rei steps forward and addresses the Blue King directly. Sir Hojo, he asks, would you give me a chance? He admits Kai is dangerous but insists that when he called out to him he could see Kai was suffering. He pushes harder, convinced there's still a possibility. Please let me do it. Hojo listens, his expression icy. He reiterates that the subjugation of Kurosaki Kai will begin tomorrow afternoon. This is the final decision of the primary color kings. Rei feels helpless again until Hojo adds one more thing. They didn't say anything about not doing something before that. The implication is clear. Rei has until tomorrow afternoon. Rei immediately thanks him. Yuri and Ichinose exchange a glance and nod. Yuri speaks up, mentioning the subjugation order. Ichinose adds that the order is directed at the apostles of the Holy Staff, but before that the three of them were in the same party. Yuri says it plainly, if Rei goes, they'll go with him. Rei is stunned by their support. Hojo watches quietly, then says he understands. Fine, they're free to go. But he makes one thing crystal clear, the deadline is tomorrow afternoon. No extensions, all three answer yes. Rei stands by the window staring out into the distance. In his heart he makes a silent promise. Wait for me, Kai, I'll get you back. The scene transitions once more, revealing a remote island. There beneath a massive towering tree sits Kurosaki Kai alone. The scene transitions to an isolated island in southern Tokyo, where Rei and his party arrive and dock their ship along the quiet shore. The atmosphere feels tense from the jump. Rei states that Kai is somewhere on this island. Just then Hikaru arrives unexpectedly. The sight of him genuinely surprises Rei. Ichinose questions why Hikaru is there while Rei remains silent for a moment, processing the situation. Rei then acknowledges that he understands. Hikaru is there to watch Kai. Hikaru smiles and confirms that he is acting under the orders of the Blue King. He explains that his role is to watch over the island and additionally to participate in the subjugation as a member of the Apostle of the Holy Staff. Therefore, he cannot directly participate in what Rei and the others are about to do. However, before stepping aside, he decides to act. In the next moment, Hikaru uses his magic and forms a barrier around the bodies of Rei's party members. They are all visibly shocked by this sudden display of power. Rei recognizes it as Hikaru's barrier skill. Hikaru admits that he is not in the best condition after yesterday's battle, but states that this magic barrier should be able to protect them for a minute. Rei smiles internally, realizing they have arrived exactly on time, just as Mr. Hojo the Blue King had predicted. It becomes clear that this timing was the reason behind everything. Because Hikaru is present, Rei feels reassured. With a cheerful smile, he thanks Hikaru and declares that he will bring Kai back. Just as Rei prepares to move, Hikaru stops him and tells him to wait. Rei turns toward Hikaru with a confused expression. Hikaru hesitates but then admits that Kai's power is real and overwhelming. He is not sure Kai will listen to Rei. That is why he asks to interfere one more time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Kai's mind is completely consumed by hateful thoughts. Rage has overridden everything else inside him. He hates everyone. He believes no one understands him. Using his power, he smashes a nearby tree, cutting it cleanly in half and then stands up. Only one thought echoes repeatedly in his mind: destroy everything. He wants to destroy everything. In the shadows, a figure smiles. The figure tells Kai not to hold himself back and to simply destroy everything. That shadowed presence is none other than Kronos, the god of time and space. Kronos observes that Kai has not fallen completely and decides to help him along. Kronos extends his hand. In the next moment, a surge of purple light engulfs Kai. The energy shoots into the sky, blazing like a Minecraft beacon. The light is so blinding that it immediately catches the attention of Rei, Hikaru, Ichinose, and Yuri. Rei questions what that light is while Hikaru realizes in horror what is happening. Kai is now completely on his knees. He grins, thinking that the power feels wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It is clear that he has become far more powerful. Kronos speaks to Kai, commanding him to rule this world, to become the king of destruction, to become a demon king. Kai has completely lost himself at this point. He smiles at the idea, finding the title of Demon King interesting. Kronos affirms the path, urging him to kill every mage and move forward to destroy the world. Rei observes the situation carefully. Ichinose and Yuri are visibly worried as well. Rei asks them if they are ready, both confirm without hesitation. The three of them then march toward Kai. Rei declares that they will bring Kai back from this island. After some time passes, Rei stands face to face with Kai. Kai admits that he knew Rei would come. To be frank, Kai had expected Rei to arrive together with the Blue King. Rei explains that Mr. Hojo, the Blue King, entrusted him with this task. He was asked to bring Kai back. Kai scoffs at the idea and questions it harshly. He declares that he has already decided to destroy Rei and everyone else. He states that he will crush them. In the next moment, he unleashes an energy attack toward Yuri and Ichinose, but both of them jump and dodge the attack just in time. After witnessing the attack, Rei thinks about the sheer firepower behind it. Compared to yesterday, Kai has grown significantly stronger. In the next second, Kai begins levitating as purple energy gathers around him. He declares war against humankind and announces that he will start with Rei. Rei feels sweat run down his face as he recognizes that this is Kai's power now. Despite that, he slightly smiles. He calls Kai selfish, as he always has been. When Kai reacts, Rei takes a fighting stance and declares that he will face him head-on. Kai scoffs. He throws out the question of whether an older brother's duty is really to stop him, telling Rei to quit acting all high and mighty. Listening to Rei lecture him only makes his blood boil. Yuri quickly realizes that Kai has zero intention of hearing anyone out. Ichinose urges everyone to stay sharp, sensing the storm about to break. Kai sneers, igniting flames in his palm. He orders them to get out of his way and hurls the attack straight at Rei's party. A blazing inferno tears across the ground, ripping through the battlefield. The party barely manages to evade the crossfire, but the explosion splits them apart, isolating Rei from Yuri and Ichinose. Rei immediately calls out, checking if they are okay. Yuri, shaken, admits Kai's firepower is massive. Ichinose confirms the obvious: they cannot get close to him. Above them, Kai continues his rant, declaring that he will sacrifice Rei here and that he made sure the others are not in the way. A grin spreads across his face as he announces that now it is one-on-one, and with this he can finally prove his power. Rei questions him, prove his power. Is that really the only reason he fights? Kai falls silent for a moment before responding that, as expected, Rei does not understand. Power is justice. Everything changed after dungeons appeared in this world. Back then, he had been recognized as a talented mage, but over time, people's attitudes shifted. No one notices you if you're not strong. Nobody acknowledges you. Those words hit heavy Rei, as the older brother is clearly worried about him. But Kai, having already made up his mind, conjures his demon lance skill and admits he changed his opinion about Rei after their previous battle. That is exactly why he will make everything clear now. Rei realizes Kai is stronger than he was yesterday. He cannot afford to use an ordinary skill against that. In the next instant, Rei summons Abyss Flames. Kai launches his demon lance. The two attacks collide midair, detonating in a massive blast. Kai recognizes the skill. Rei used it during their duel. Without hesitation, Kai forms another demon lance, but Rei dashes forward, refusing to let him cast freely. In the next second, Rei leaps toward Kai, activating his body enhancement skill to boost his physical abilities. Suddenly, Kai's nails extend into massive claws. He slashes toward Rei with lethal intent. Rei sees the incoming strike, but before the claws can connect, Hikaru's defensive barrier activates, shielding him from the blow. Kai immediately recognizes it as Hikaru's barrier. Using that split second to his advantage, Rei clenches his fist. With body enhancement amplifying his strength, he punches the absolute hell out of Kai. The impact sends Kai crashing down to the ground. Ichinose wonders if Rei did it. Did he defeat Kai? But Rei quickly realizes something is wrong. He cannot steal Kai's skill. He tries to understand, does Kai's transformation have something to do with it? He definitely landed his attack. And yet what he sees next freezes him. Kai stands up completely unharmed. Rei's punch did 0 damage. Rei's eyes widen as he notices something glowing inside Kai's chest. What is that? Kai's expression shifts, sadness flickering beneath the madness. He questions why Hikaru with his barrier skill and all the others, including Kurahashi, choose to follow Rei. Why is this person trying to stop him? It irritates him. It infuriates him. It is so annoying, then it happens. Overwhelmed by his frustration, a violent burst of energy erupts from him as his madness crosses the line. Ray wonders if that glow is responding to Kai's emotions. Multiple fireballs begin forming around Kai. Ray realizes Kai cannot currently use overclock, yet he is conjuring an insane number of skills anyway. The entire sky fills with fireballs. This attack is Decade. Ray cannot believe it. There is no way Kai is using that many skills without overclock. In the next second, Kai hurls every single fireball straight at Ray. Ray stands there as the barrage descends. The fireballs crash down in a catastrophic eruption. Kai believes he has finally won. He smiles, declaring that this is his power. How dare Ray act like his older brother? Ray is nothing compared to him. Then through the smoke, a voice cuts through, asking why despite his victory he looks so sad. As the smoke clears, Kai is stunned by what he sees. For a split second, he thinks it is Kurahashi, but it is not. It is the protagonist. Ray stands there alive. He declares that he will not allow Kai to end everything like this. He promises to bring him back, and in that moment it is revealed Ray is using Kurahashi's skill. We see Kai is caught completely off guard. Ray is somehow using Kurahashi's Burn Blast. The realization hits Kai immediately. This is Kurahashi's Burn Blast, a skill with a ridiculously wide AoE, the kind of attack that can wipe the field in a single sweep. And yet Ray just used it to block the Demon Lance. Ray simply closes his eyes, his thoughts drifting to Kurahashi. Moments earlier, Kurahashi had been lying in a hospital bed. Ray and his party had come to visit him, expecting nothing more than a check-in. Instead, Kurahashi shocked everyone by asking Ray to take his skill. Ray was stunned, wondering if Kurahashi really wanted to entrust that power to him. Kurahashi confirmed it without hesitation. In his current condition, he couldn't fight anyway, and Ray had the ability Skill Drain. If Ray could use it, then he should. Kurahashi extended his fist toward him and told him to do it for his sake. Back in the present, Ray unleashes Kurahashi's Burn Blast. The moment he activates it, a massive eruption of flames detonates across the field. But Kai spreads his wings and instantly flies clear of the attack, dodging the explosion in midair. And then something even crazier happens. Ray switches tactics and activates Yuri's skill, Mana Conversion. Using it, he starts launching multiple balls of condensed mana like rapid-fire projectiles straight at Kai. The sky turns into a barrage of glowing missiles. Kai is stunned. Ray is now using Yuri's skill too, but Ray isn't finished. He closes his eyes again and begins gathering an enormous mass of firepower. While Kai is still busy dodging the mana conversion barrage, another attack is already forming. Kai looks back in irritation, clearly annoyed by the relentless pressure. Then he realizes what Ray has just created, Blast Furnace. In the next second, Ray hurls the gigantic fireball toward him. Kai faces the incoming attack head-on, his mind racing. The sheer amount of firepower packed into a single fireball feels impossible, and then the sky erupts again in another massive explosion. Ray is visibly exhausted after that move, breathing hard from the strain. Meanwhile, Kai starts chuckling. Then the chuckle turns into full-blown laughter. He finally understands what's going on. Now he knows exactly why he hasn't been able to use his overclock skill. Ray has been stealing other people's abilities. That's how Ray can use so many skills at once. The others must have handed their powers over to him. And if those skills have become Ray's strength, then that means Ray is willing to sacrifice others to become stronger. Ray immediately rejects that accusation, but Kai isn't buying it. Kai tells him something Ray didn't expect to hear. 2 of Kai's comrades died. Ray suddenly realizes Kai is talking about those 2 members of his party. Kai continues, explaining that they died because Ray stole his overclock skill. Without it, their party had been struggling ever since, like a team forced to limp through every fight. Kai lashes out at Ray, blaming him directly. This is the result of stealing other people's skills. Because of that choice, 2 people are dead. To Kai, taking someone's skill is the same as saying it's fine to sacrifice others as long as you gain power. In his eyes, Ray is no different from him. Ray tries to protest, but his hands start trembling. His thoughts spiral. He never imagined something like this would happen just because he took Kai's skill. The weight of that realization hits hard. If humanity is going to survive against Kronos, Ray knows he must change the way he uses this power in the future. Otherwise, humanity will lose and everything will be doomed. But even with that resolve forming in his mind, one question refuses to leave him. Can he really accept this power? Kai cuts off his thoughts. It's already too late for regret. With a burst of speed, Kai launches forward using his wings. He says he'll give Ray the final push. In the next instant, he summons the Demon Lance and lunges straight at him. Ray manages to evade the strike, but Kai immediately closes the distance again. The next moment turns into a brutal barrage of punches. Blow after blow crashes into Ray as Kai keeps attacking relentlessly, declaring that this is his power. In the end, both of them are just fighting for themselves. That's the truth. The punches keep coming in a non-stop storm, and then something unexpected happens. Kai suddenly realizes Ray has stopped defending himself. Ray simply takes the hits head-on, coughing up blood as the blows land. Instead of resisting, he reaches out and calls to Kai. Then Ray touches Kai's hand. In that instant, the system responds. A panel appears, confirming that the overclock skill has been returned. Ray admits that it's true he once stole this power from others, but power isn't meant to sacrifice people. Power should be used to protect them. Ray still needs strength, but what Kai is doing with it is wrong. At that moment, a swirling storm of mana erupts around Ray as he rises to face Kai again. Kai instinctively recoils from the overwhelming aura gathering around him. Then Ray begins calling out the names of those who entrusted their skills to him: Ikenos, Yuri, Hikaru, and Kurahashi. Every single one of them placed their faith in him. And this is how Ray unites their power. A dense black orb of mana forms in front of him. Ray reaches his hand into the swirling sphere and pulls something out, a sword. Kai stares in shock as Ray swings the blade. The slash tears through the black mana surrounding him, scattering the darkness outward like a shockwave. Ray steadies himself and prepares for the final fight. Locking his gaze onto Kai, he declares that this ends now. Ray lowers into a sword stance, facing Kai head-on, as the battle reaches its final phase. Kai calls out to Ray, mocking the idea that he can unite the powers. He curses him, accusing him of only collecting other people's power and questioning what he can even do on his own. Kai challenges Ray while preparing another attack, clearly fed up with what he sees as borrowed strength. But in the very next second, the attack gets completely neutralized by Ray. Kai is instantly shocked that Ray managed to strike down his demon lance. The disbelief hits hard and he calls Ray a bastard while Ray stands there with his sword, completely ready to battle. Ray, however, is already analyzing the situation. As expected, it's that core. He can sense a sinister power being emitted from the core embedded inside Kai. That core is most likely the thing that twisted Kai and turned him into this monster. If that's the case, then there's only one thing Ray needs to do. This fight isn't about winning. It isn't about proving who is right or wrong. The power he's using right now exists for one reason only: to save Kai. Ray begins drawing on the combined abilities of everyone around him. Kurahashi's destructive burn blast, Yuri's shape-shifting mana conversion, and the toughness of Hikaru's barrier skills all merge together. By combining everyone's strength, Ray forms a terrifying black skill, the Abyss Blade. And Ray holds that Abyss Blade with absolute dignity like a warrior. Kai immediately curses again, refusing the very idea of relying on anyone. He declares that he will do everything with his own power and swears he'll make Ray regret returning those borrowed powers back. Then in the next second, Kai activates Overclock. Instantly, his demon lance becomes twice as powerful, growing into an enormous, monstrous weapon. Ray is visibly shocked by the sudden scale of it. What the hell is that size? Is that really the result of Overclock combined with Kai's current form? Yet instead of fear, Ray simply smiles. Kai immediately questions why he's laughing, but Ray already understands something important. Kai really is amazing. Ray knows full well that with only his own strength, he would probably be powerless against him. Even so, Ray refuses to let that weakness become an excuse to abandon Kai in his current state. From now on, no matter how strong Kai becomes, Ray vows that he will face him again and again, no matter how many times it takes. With that resolve locked in, Ray suddenly dashes straight toward Kai while wielding the Abyss Blade. Kai challenges him to try it if he can, declaring that the winner will definitely be him. The next moment, Kai attacks with his massive demon lance while Ray counters with the Abyss Blade. Their attacks collide violently, filling the area with destructive energy. Kai roars that he will not lose. He refuses to allow that outcome because this fight is proof of his very existence. In response, Ray unleashes the power within the Abyss Blade and calls upon Ichinose. From the blade, a devastating burn blast erupts and slices straight through Kai's demon lance attack. Only one slash is needed. The entire demon lance is completely destroyed. Kai screams with every ounce of strength he has left, but Ray closes the distance and, using the blade, destroys the core. The blow sends Kai flying through the air. As he crashes away, Kai can only ask himself why he still can't win. Even in this form, victory refuses to come. He starts questioning what he's supposed to do anymore. Ray approaches him and reassures him that it's okay. No matter what Kai becomes or what path he ends up taking, Ray promises he'll always be the one watching over him. Because Ray is his big brother, Ray smiles at him wholeheartedly. Seeing that smile, something inside Kai finally cracks. Memories begin flooding back. He realizes that Ray has always been incredibly capable ever since they were young. Ray is good at everything he does, and on top of that, he's genuinely kind. That's why people naturally gather around him. They always ended up spending time together because of that. But Kai remembers a painful truth. The moment he looks away from Ray, Ray will move far ahead in no time. Kai never wanted to be left alone behind him, so he kept trying his best to catch up. The problem is that Ray was talented at literally everything. No matter what Kai tried, he could never win against him. Ray became the pride of their entire family. Everyone admired him. It's only natural that people would flock towards someone like that, but Kai always felt like he couldn't step inside that circle. Instead, he kept his distance, trying to protect himself from getting hurt even more. He feared that his own pain might eventually hurt someone else. And yet, Ray never noticed those complicated feelings. He casually brushed past Kai's guarded expressions without realizing what was really going on inside his heart. Ray never cared about expectations, disappointment, or even about winning and losing. To him, he was simply Kai's big brother. They were supposed to be the same, yet somehow that idea always felt wrong. Tears begin forming in Kai's eyes as the transformation starts collapsing. His monstrous form begins reverting back into his human body. Kai finally calls out to Ray and apologizes, admitting that he tried so hard. Ray simply smiles back like the big brother he has always been, but the moment doesn't last long. In the very next second, Ray suddenly drops to his knees, the injuries from the battle finally catching up to him. Yuri immediately rushes over and checks if he's okay. Ray only chuckles and admits that he's probably just a little tired. However, the situation takes a terrifying turn. Kai's eyes suddenly go completely blank. A violent surge of energy erupts from his body, pulsing outward like something awakening. Ray is immediately alarmed by the strange energy. What the hell is happening now? From within that surge, a disgusting mass begins materializing, an evil ooze. Ray is horrified when he senses its level, which is 91. The realization hits. This must be the thing that possessed Kai. Ray remembers something from his previous life. 3 years before his regression, there had been a shocking incident where an S-rank mage suddenly attacked his own teammates. Only fragments of information were ever made public, but the truth behind it was horrifying. After the mad mage was executed, a giant monster that had been possessing him suddenly emerged. That monster went on to completely destroy an entire city. That monster was the evil ooze. And now, in the present, that exact same monster is standing right in front of Ray. Seeing Ray's condition, Yuri and Ichinose immediately step forward and tell him not to move from where he is. They'll handle the fight themselves. Ray tries to protest, but Yuri points out the obvious: there's no way he can fight in his current condition. She's right, and Ichinose backs her up, telling Ray to leave it to them. Ray finally understands and nods. He returns their respective skills back to them. Yuri regains her mana conversion, while Ichinose regains her blast furnace. With their abilities restored, both of them step forward, fully prepared to take on the terrifying evil ooze monster. Yuri steps forward, as she said, declaring herself the vanguard while asking Ichinose to back her up. Ichinose immediately confirms, locking in support mode as both of them square up, fully ready to throw down against the grotesque evil ooze looming ahead. The atmosphere tightens, tension spiking, the kind of moment where everything could go sideways in seconds. And then right before the clash kicks off, a voice cuts through the air telling them to wait. Ray, Ichinose, and Yuri all turn back, only to see Hikaru stepping in like he owns the timing and he needs to aura farm. He casually calls them out for forgetting something and offers to lend a hand, sliding into the fight like it's nothing. He notices Ray managed to bring his brother back from that messed up evil entity and even checks if his skill helped. Ray confirms it did, and Hikaru, satisfied, shifts his focus to the absolute nightmare standing in front of them. Ray returns the barrier skill to Hikaru, restoring his defensive edge, and Hikaru immediately reads the situation. Based on the tension in the air and the monstrous presence ahead, he decides there's only one move: drive this outsider out no matter what. The evil ooze launches the first attack. Ichinose instantly activates her mana fusion, stacking buffs onto both Hikaru and Yuri. Yuri acknowledges how long it's been since she fought alongside Hikaru, and he gives her the green light to go all out, promising he'll follow her lead. Fully buffed, Yuri wastes zero time. She dashes forward, asking to be escorted properly, and Hikaru locks in, activating his skill without hesitation. Yuri uses mana conversion to create footholds in midair, literal steps made of mana, closing the distance with insane mobility. The evil ooze swings at her, but Hikaru's barrier snaps into place at the perfect moment, completely nullifying the attack. He shuts it down cold, making it clear the monster isn't getting through that defense easily. With that defense secured, Yuri locks into offense mode. In her mind, it's simple: no matter how massive this thing is, crush the head and it's game over. She channels her mana, forming a gigantic hammer, and comes crashing down with full force onto the evil ooze. For a split second, it looks like a win. Ichinose even reacts like it's over. But now this isn't that kind of fight. Yuri freezes in shock. The attack did absolutely nothing. The evil ooze stands there completely unharmed, like it just tanked that hit for fun. Before she can recover, the creature retaliates, raising a massive fist and swinging straight at her. Hikaru's barrier activates again and blocks the first impact, but this time it's different. The barrier cracks under the sheer physical force, and the fist breaks through, slamming Yuri into the ground and sending her flying. Hikaru calls out in concern, fully aware something's off. He realizes his current weakness: the aftereffects of the previous battle are dragging him down, but even then he didn't expect something to brute force its way through his barrier with raw physical power alone. That was just out of his books. At the same time, Ray pieces things together. From prior investigations before his regression, it was discovered that the evil ooze absorbs the mana of its host. That's why it becomes such a catastrophic threat in the future. It parasitizes powerful mages, as it had done with an S-rank mage in his previous life. If it has already absorbed Kai's mana, the Purple King, then there's no clear limit to its strength. The bottom of its power is basically unfathomable. And yeah, that's bad, like seriously bad. The evil ooze raises its fist again, preparing another devastating strike. Ichinose keeps the buffs flowing non-stop, doing everything she can to sustain the team. Hikaru knows the truth: if that attack lands again with that level of firepower, they're finished. The monster is just about to swing again, and then the sky lights up. A streak of green energy tears across the air at ridiculous speed. Out of nowhere, Azuma comes flying in like a missile and slams straight into the evil ooze with a massive impact. Boom! The area shakes and for a moment everyone is just stunned, trying to process what just happened. Ray turns as Azuma lands, casually smiling like he didn't just crash in from the sky like a human cannonball. Ray is completely thrown off, questioning why Azuma was even flying in the first place, and more importantly, why he's even here. Azuma calls out to Shiri, half complaining that she launched him way too hard despite her good aim. That's when it clicks he's not alone. Yuri and Ichinose realize it too. Shira and Yashiro are here as well. Shiri shows up looking way too cheerful for the situation, happy they made it in time. She notices Yuri's rough condition and points it out bluntly, earning an annoyed reaction. Azuma laughs it off, calling her tactless, while Yashiro casually points out Azuma isn't any better. The squad dynamic is chaotic but solid. Ray, meanwhile, is confused. This wasn't supposed to happen yet. There should have been more time before this operation even began. He looks at Hikaru, questioning if he called them in. Hikaru simply admits he's glad they arrived in time. Dude, I am telling, Hikaru aura farms every time he gets a chance. But the problem hasn't gone anywhere. The evil ooze is still rampaging, still a massive threat. Azuma locks onto the monster, immediately identifying it as the main culprit behind everything. He calls for revenge for their fallen friends, and Shira and Yashiro step up without question. They're late, sure, but now they're here to put on a show. Right on cue, the evil ooze swings again, aiming straight for Azuma. This time, Azuma doesn't dodge. He plants himself and blocks the attack head-on with both arms, taking the full force like an absolute tank. He declares he won't lose in a contest of strength, holding his ground against the monster. While he locks it down, Shiri moves in. Her motion is fluid, almost like she's dancing, but insanely fast. She lands multiple rapid strikes on the evil ooze, but again nothing, no damage. Still, she successfully pulls its attention onto herself. The creature shifts focus and attacks, but Shiri dodges cleanly, even expressing disappointment that she couldn't leave a single scratch. That's when Yashiro steps in, calm and precise. He acknowledges Shiri's setup and activates his skill, freezing the lower half of the evil ooze and locking it in place. It's a controlled fight now, the team working in sync like a well-oiled machine. Ray watches it all unfold, genuinely impressed. It almost feels like they're playing with the monster at this point. But there's a problem. Despite everything, the evil ooze hasn't taken any real damage. So what now? Right then, Hikaru drops a calm but decisive statement. It's already over. Ray is completely lost, trying to process what he just heard. Hikaru prompts him to look behind, and that's when it hits. Standing there is the Blue King Hojo. His presence alone shifts the entire fight. He's already prepared his attack, an immense, condensed energy taking the shape of an eagle, radiating overwhelming power. Ray turns fully and is instantly shaken by the sheer aura of it. Hojo confirms it without hesitation. It's over. With a simple flick of his hand, the eagle-shaped energy launches forward. The moment it reaches the evil ooze, it pierces straight through it with no struggle. In the next instant, the attack slices clean through the monster, severing its upper and lower halves completely. Just like that, it's done. Ray stands there, stunned beyond belief. One hit, that's all it took. And in that moment, he finally understands. The true aura farmer here is the Blue King Hojo. We cut to a hospital room. Silence hangs there until Kai's eyes snap open. His vision is hazy, his mind scrambled, completely disoriented about where he even is. Then out of nowhere, a voice drops from the side. Kai turns and freezes. Lying in the bed beside him is none other than Kurahashi. Kurahashi clocks his reaction immediately, casually pointing out that Kai doesn't look so high and mighty anymore. Makes sense though, dude's been unconscious for a full day. That single line hits like our famous truck kun. Kai processes it and then it all comes crashing back. Every single messed up thing he did while he was possessed floods his mind at once. The guilt hits him, he can't believe it. No way, why did he do that? He starts mentally tearing himself apart, straight up cursing his own existence. Kurahashi doesn't sugarcoat things either. He admits he was defeated by Kai, no point denying it. But then he drops the real truth. Kai wasn't himself. His body got hijacked by a monster, the one responsible here. The evil ooze is already taken down by the Blue King. Whether Kai regrets it or not doesn't even matter anymore. The incident is over. Case closed, my lord, but that doesn't fix anything in Kai's head. Still drowning in guilt, Kai drags himself out of the hospital bed and heads for the door. His movements are heavy, like he's carrying the weight of everything he's done. He throws out a bitter remark, questioning if he's just supposed to accept all this and move on like nothing happened. Kurahashi asks where he's going, but Kai shuts him down instantly. He can go wherever he wants. Kurahashi doesn't try to stop him. He already knows this isn't something that gets fixed overnight. He just lies back, sighing, scrolling through his phone absent-mindedly, thinking about how much pain Kai is actually in. Scene shifts. Now we see all the members of the holy staff gathered in front of the Blue King Hojo. The atmosphere is way lighter here. Hojo acknowledges everyone's effort in resolving the crisis, calling it what it is, a tough situation handled well by the team. Yeah, it's a bit cliché, but facts are facts. Then he singles out Ray. He praises him directly, saying he did exceptionally well. Ray immediately tries to deny it, staying humble, but Hojo isn't having that. No false modesty allowed. This entire incident was resolved without a single casualty, and that's largely thanks to Ray. Even the Purple King, his own brother, was saved. That's not something small, that's something to be proud of. Ray finally accepts it and thanks him. Standing beside him are Ikanos, Yuri, and Hikaru, all clearly relieved, all smiling. For once, things actually ended without everything going to hell. But Ray's mind isn't fully here. He's about to bring up Kai's situation when his phone suddenly rings. It's Kurahashi. Ray excuses himself and checks the message. The moment he reads it, his expression drops. Kai left the hospital. We're now near the Shinjuku dungeon. Kai stands there alone, surrounded by silence and grief, just him and the weight of everything. He calls out to his fallen friends, Goto and Daichai, apologizing over and over in his head. It's too late and he knows it. Then Ray comes running in, calling out to him. Kai doesn't even turn around at first. He already knows it's Ray. Of course it is. Ray says he was worried. The moment Kai woke up, he just disappeared from the hospital like that. That's when Ray notices something. Flowers. Kai's holding flowers, and that says everything. Kai finally speaks, calling himself pathetic. This is what happens when someone chases power blindly. He screwed up so badly that his older brother had to clean up his mess. Tears hit the ground. He repeats it again. He's pathetic. And deep down, he understands why Goto and Daichai died. Because of him, and just like that, he breaks. Memories start flooding in. Back when he was just a student walking through school grounds, he sees two guys getting bullied. Without hesitation, he steps in and absolutely destroys the bullies in seconds. The two saved students, Goto and Daichai, are stunned. Then they do something wild. They kneel. They straight up ask to call him boss and beg to become his disciples. Kai's caught off guard, completely confused, like, what is even happening? But they don't back down. They keep pushing, refusing to give up until he accepts them. Kai gets annoyed but eventually just tells them to do whatever they want. Time skips forward on the graduation day. Goto and Daichai congratulate him, saying they'll catch up soon. Kai brushes them off, still irritated, but they never leave. As the years pass, the three of them stick together. They form a squad, grow stronger. Live through everything side by side. Daichai is hyped. He can't believe he actually became a mage. Goto's just as excited. Kai acts like it's nothing, but deep down, he's already accepted it. These two aren't going anywhere. Too late to complain now. They're in the same boat. And for a brief moment, Kai smiles. Back to the present. That smile is long gone. His fist tightens, his body trembling. He questions everything. What's the point of being the Purple King or even a Demon King? Titles mean nothing if he couldn't protect his own friends. Then he drops it. He tells Ray he's quitting being a mage. That lands heavy. Ray is visibly shaken, but Kai keeps going. How much is he supposed to lower himself just to keep living as a mage? The people who died because of him, there's no way they'd rest in peace if he just kept living comfortably. So he's decided. He'll leave the country, go somewhere no one knows him, disappear completely. They'll never meet again. Ray immediately rejects that. No way he's accepting it, but Kai keeps pushing. Society won't forgive someone like him, not a mage, not a king, not after causing destruction inside the city. This isn't just dungeon damage, this is real-world consequences. This is his atonement. Silence stretches between them, then Ray fires back, asks him straight, are you just running away? That hits. Kai snaps, clearly shaken. He pushes back hard, asking if Ray even listened. He insists he's not running away, he's just facing reality. He's useless, he can't do anything. But Ray isn't backing down either. He throws the real question, what happens next time something like the evil ooze shows up? Only a handful of mages can even fight that level of threat. And Kai, he's the Purple King. Kai argues back he failed. He was possessed. That makes him dangerous. Someone like him shouldn't even be a mage. Now Ray loses it. He calls him out, says he's just tucking his tail and running the moment things go wrong. If he really wants to atone, then face it, fight through it, overcome it. Otherwise, the dead won't ever rest. Tension between brothers spikes. Kai fires back, accusing Ray of acting like he knows everything. What does he actually understand about him? Ray answers honestly, nothing. They've never even fought like this before, never truly talked things out. Of course he wouldn't understand. But then he says something that shifts everything. This isn't just Kai's fault. Ray admits he carries responsibility too. He stole Kai's skill. He has his own sins to atone for. He doesn't want something like this to ever happen again, but he can't do it alone. He doesn't have that kind of strength. Next time something like this happens, he knows he won't be able to handle it by himself, so he asks, will Kai stand with him? He reaches out his hand as the sun sets behind him, says he needs Kai's strength to atone together. Kai hesitates. Doubt creeps in hard. He knows he messed up. Everything Ray said, he sees it, but still, this was his fault. His reckless decision to conquer that dungeon led to everything. He went berserk. This wasn't on Ray. And once the truth gets out, the Purple King's rampage, it'll blow up in the media. Ray's future could get dragged down just by being associated with him. It would be smarter to cut ties. So why is Ray still here? Why is he willing to share the burden? Images of Goto and Daichai flash through his mind. And then Kai exhales, calls them all idiots. But this time there's something different behind it. He reaches out, grabs Ray's hand, tells him not to regret it because if he slows him down, that's on him. Then after everything, Kai admits there's still a lot he needs to say. He probably won't ever say this again, so Ray better listen carefully. His face turns red, and finally he says it. Thank you, he's alive because of him, so yeah, thank you, big brother. After the brothers' confrontation finally burns, Kai quietly lays flowers in memory of his fallen friends, just grief sitting heavy in the air. The scene cuts clean to the hospital. The door swings open and Ray steps in with Kai right behind him. The mood instantly shifts. Kurahashi, still recovering, is visibly caught off guard seeing both brothers together, especially Kai, who literally just walked out of the hospital not long ago. Kai stands there face to face with Kurahashi and something about the moment feels off. It's just a weird, lingering feeling and then Kurahashi, completely unbothered, breaks it in the most unserious way possible. He casually lifts his t-shirt and points straight at the injury, the literal hole Kai blasted into him. Bro is flexing a scar from a near-death experience just for the vibes. Kai, obviously annoyed, isn't impressed by the stunt. But the atmosphere doesn't spiral, instead it weirdly stabilizes. Watching this whole exchange from outside the room are the apostles of the Holy Staff and the Blue King Hojo. They've seen enough. Azuma lets out a tired sigh while Shirei casually remarks that things are finally settled. Hojo, calm and composed as ever, simply agrees and says to leave the rest to him. Time skips forward. Now Hojo, the Blue King himself, is seated in a formal meeting with two major figures. The tone is completely different. This is power, politics, and decisions that actually shape the future. Hojo gets straight to the point. He states that he intends to take Kurosaki Kai under his wing. A red-haired woman responds first, cool and unbothered, saying she has no issues with it. Then a man with golden hair and a beard follows up, equally chill, stating he has no objections either. Hojo nods, thanking them briefly, but he's already moving on. No time to dwell. He interlaces his fingers, expression sharpening as he shifts the discussion to something bigger. There's another matter to address, something that's about to escalate everything, the battle competition between mages, the Mage tournament, and just like that, the stage for the next arc is set. The scene shifts and all the members of the Apostles of the Holy Staff stand assembled before the Blue King Hojo, as he announces the Mage tournament, declaring that it finally begins. He explains that under the primary Color Kings exist 3 organizations, and this event is where mages from those groups compete to claim the top spot, emphasizing that every apostle present is talented, and that this is the perfect chance to test their skills against others in the same position. As the weight of those words settles in, Rei reflects internally, repeating the idea of facing mages just like them, realizing he has to give it his absolute best in this competition. Right then, Kai suddenly speaks up, casually asking a question that draws everyone's attention. Turning toward Rei, Kai bluntly asks if it's about time he started calling himself the Black King. Rei looks confused, caught off guard, while Kai tells him to stop playing dumb, pointing out that Rei has already defeated him, the Purple King, twice, and that alone is more than enough justification. If Rei refuses the title, then it only makes Kai look bad for losing to someone who isn't even a king. As Kai continues, Ichinose, Yuri, and Hikaru watch with soft smiles, clearly amused and touched, seeing Kai acknowledge his older brother like that, while Shirei observes in a mischievous mood, enjoying the brotherly dynamic. Nearby, Azuma glances at Kurahashi, fully aware of how much Kurahashi cares about Rei. Kai, still pressing the issue, tells Rei to decide on a title, then turns to the others, confused about why they're all laughing. Meanwhile, Rei is deep in thought. Calling himself a king had always felt too heavy, something he never truly took seriously before, but now a small smile forms as he realizes Kai is right. After all the things he said to Kai before, he can't keep acting like just another random mage. As an older brother, he needs to set an example. Standing once again before the Blue King Hojo, Rei finally declares that he has made his decision. The scene transitions and the day of the Mage tournament arrives. The announcer's voice rings out as the long-awaited day finally begins, introducing the event where full-fledged mages gather. The stadium is absolutely packed, with crowds cheering like crazy, fan energy going wild as the announcer explains that although the event was kept private until last year, it is now being held publicly, drawing massive attention. Contestants begin making their entrance, greeted by overwhelming cheers. The primary Color Kings appear alongside their apostles. The red-haired woman seen earlier walks in with her twin apostles, radiating confidence, followed by the golden-haired man from before entering with his own group. The announcer then hypes up the stars of the recent dungeon incident, the Blue King Hojo and the Apostles of the Holy Staff, crediting them for solving it, pushing the excitement in the arena to its absolute peak. As Hojo arrives with his team, then comes the highlight. The announcer reveals that among these exceptional mages, one individual is drawing the most attention, a promising mage recently selected as a new king. Kurosaki Rei, the Black King. Rei steps into the arena in full black drip, looking every bit like a badass black mage, the crowd locked in on him. Kai reassures him, telling him not to be nervous and to stand proud, even throwing in a teasing remark that although he might look like a carriage horseman in a suit, he still looks way better than before. Rei brushes it off, admitting he's still not used to being called a black mage, but Kai doesn't care. As a king, Rei can't afford to look pathetic in front of the crowd. Rei acknowledges it, saying he'll try. Meanwhile, the fangirls of the red-haired king are going absolutely bonkers at her presence. As expected, the announcer points out that the one receiving the loudest cheers is Shina Moi, the Red King. Even people in the crowd comment on how insanely large her female fanbase is, with the ratio heavily skewed. Despite lacking an A-rank mage last year, her group, the Apostles of Dawn, still managed to secure second place, with her apostles standing out. Next, the announcer introduces the Yellow King, drawing attention to the dazzling man whose calm gaze is fixed on the throne. Kirimiya Kusei, exuding absolute champion aura, the one who led the Apostles of the Moonlight to victory. The crowd buzzes with curiosity, with people recognizing him as the mentor of both the Blue and Red Kings, realizing that all three primary color kings were once his disciples. Soon the three kings, Shina, Kirimiya, and Hojo, stand face to face. Shina immediately declares her intent to surpass her teacher today, fired up and ready, but Kirimiya calmly reminds her that they are not the ones fighting, completely brushing off her aggression and stating that she has missed the point. As he turns away, he adds that he knows her inside out, which only pisses her off even more. He continues confidently, stating that this year's result will be the same as last year, his apostles will win. Shina snaps back, calling him an old fart and taking offense while Hojo tries to calm things down. She immediately turns on Hojo, accusing him of acting like it has nothing to do with him, reminding him that as his senior disciple, she won't lose. Her team won't hold back. Hojo responds calmly with a smile, stating that they also won't lose, admitting that their teacher would laugh at him if he kept falling behind, though his expression quickly turns serious. Watching all of this, Rei focuses on Kirimiya, realizing that this is the man who taught Hojo, and just by looking at him, he can feel overwhelming pressure. In the background, Hikaru silently observes Kirimiya as well, their gazes hinting at some kind of connection between them. The announcer then declares the start of the opening ceremony, revealing herself as Hinata, who begins by inviting the Red King to speak. Shina steps forward, saying that before explaining the rules, she has something important to announce. She brings up the recent surge of high-difficulty, dangerous dungeons, emphasizing the need for strong individuals to conquer them. Because of that, this year's tournament winner will receive a special privilege, the right to conquer those dungeons first. She grins as she lays down the stakes. Those who lose today will be reduced to substitutes. Win and you rule the army, lose and you're humiliated. This tournament is a battlefield where mages put their pride on the line, and as she finishes, the entire arena erupts with excitement, fully hyped for what's about to go down. Rei acknowledges the pressure, realizing that if they lose, it's basically over, and Kai agrees. Shina then presents proof of that pride, a letter granting the right to conquer dungeons first, before sealing it inside a box. She explains that opening the box requires a special item, the main reward of the tournament, the lock breaker. Finally, the true stage of the competition is revealed. The domain where everything will unfold will be created by the three kings themselves. Shina, Kirimiya, and Hojo extend their hands, activating their magic simultaneously. Instantly, massive magic circles appear in the sky, and the terrain begins to shift. An entire battlefield forms in real time, dense forests rising, rivers flooding through the land, rocks reshaping, and a towering structure emerging at the center. At the very top of that tower lies the key needed to unlock the box, while a virtual display reveals that the entire island has been transformed, with the tower standing at its core. Seeing this insane display of power, Rei and Kai are left completely stunned. Rei realizes they are using an absurd amount of mana to construct such a massive and complex domain, and he can't help but wonder if this is the true potential of mastering red, blue, and yellow mana. Then the Red King, Shina, drops the core rule, saying the key is located at the very top of the tower. The first team that brings this key back wins, simple on paper, brutal in reality. Then everything shifts as the scene cuts to the island where the main tournament will be held, and she starts laying out the full structure, explaining that 8 players will be selected from each group. From there, they'll form 2-man parties to compete, locking the total at 24 contestants. The starting points of each team will be completely random, scattered along the edges of the domain, meaning nobody gets an easy path. Once the game starts, every party is free to move toward the tower, and yeah, they can form coalitions with other parties if they want to play it smart or fake it and stab them in the back later. Because of course, battles are allowed, betrayals are allowed, everything's on the table. It's basically controlled chaos, and Shina wraps it up by saying those are the rules, and she's looking forward to seeing what all these mages manage to pull off. While Hinata stands there, the announcer adds one last thing, saying the winner of last year's tournament should return the trophy. And right on cue, Kirimiya's apostle arrives, the so-called Apostle of Moonlight. Then the focus locks in as a boy named Hiragi Shion steps forward, trophy in his hand, walking like he owns the entire damn place. Kai watches him and instantly looks pissed, thinking that's the bastard who won against Hikaru, and yeah, his expression is straight up disgusting. Meanwhile, Rei is confused, questioning if that guy really beat Hikaru, clearly not buying it at first. Kai then drops the info bomb, saying Rei didn't know that Hikaru used to be part of the Apostles of Moonlight, but got kicked out after losing the battle for the ace position to that same guy Shion, who straight up owned him. Hearing that, Rei is obviously shocked, because he hasn't heard anything like that even in his previous life, which just makes this whole situation feel even more off. Right then, Shion steps in and straight up snatches the mic from Hinata. He makes it clear not to get it twisted, saying the trophy only belongs to the strongest, which basically means it's his, and what everyone's seeing right now is just a temporary deposit. And then he goes even harder, declaring that the moment he takes the trophy back, he's also taking the title of Yellow King. That statement hits like a slap, and both Kurahashi and Kai are instantly pissed. Kurahashi straight up calls out what the fuck he's even spouting, while Kai just dismisses it as nonsense. Meanwhile, Rei is deep in thought, rethinking everything, and wondering who the hell Hiragi Shion really is. At the same time, Hikaru is sweating a little, clearly feeling the pressure. while Kirimiya watches everything unfold with a serious, unreadable expression. Hinata steps forward and formally announces that the opening ceremony of the Mage tournament has come to an end. The atmosphere tightens instantly, as she declares there are only 5 minutes left before the tournament begins, and the anticipation in the air spikes hard. Everyone is already wondering which team will claim the prize and carry the pride of Mage. In the middle of that rising tension, Rei suddenly turns toward Hikaru, politely excusing himself before bringing up something sensitive. He carefully mentions that he has heard Hikaru was once part of the Apostles of Moonlight and asks if it is true. Hikaru doesn't dodge it, he casually acknowledges it, admitting he never intended to hide it. Yeah, it's true. He reveals that he lost to Xion and got kicked out of the Moonlight, and as he says it, there's a subtle weight in his voice, a quiet sadness that slips through despite his calm tone. He explains that after losing his place, the Blue King reached out a hand to him. Rei processes this silently, his mind running through the inconsistencies. In his previous life, there was no Yellow King named Xion. Hikaru himself was the one who eventually became the Yellow King in that timeline. But now if Xion really defeated him, then that entire future is already off track. That would mean Hikaru might never become the Yellow King through this tournament. First there was the incident with Kai, and now this. The future is clearly shifting, and if it's changing this much already, then more unpredictable events are bound to follow. Rei realizes he has to be careful. He needs to avoid causing any major disruptions to the timeline. Meanwhile, Hikaru's expression says more than his words ever did. There's something off, something quietly painful behind that composed face. Then Hinata's voice cuts through everything. She calls for attention and announces the start of the tournament. The moment hits and the Red King Sheena immediately makes it extra. She launches a massive fireball into the sky and it explodes like a giant firework, lighting up the battlefield and signaling the true beginning. The instant it bursts, everyone moves. Rei and Hikaru take off without hesitation. The Apostles of Moonlight surge forward at high speed, and even the twin Apostles of Dawn under the Red King Sheena dash ahead. The entire field erupts into motion as Hinata excitedly announces that the race has officially begun, every player launching forward at once. Before focusing on individual fights, the rules are quickly revisited. All teams must race toward the central tower on the map. The true objective isn't just reaching it, but retrieving the key from the very top and bringing it back. That's how the winner is decided. Elsewhere, Kurahashi and Kai are already paired up, and yeah, the vibes are absolutely toxic. Kurahashi immediately starts cursing, pissed that he got stuck with Kai, while Kai snaps right back, equally annoyed. He points out that Kurahashi just recovered from his injuries, calling him an idiot. Kurahashi fires back, mocking Kai's hollow eyes and telling him to see a doctor, insisting he's in peak condition himself, unlike someone who literally ran out of the hospital. The energy between them is straight-up explosive, pure chaos from second one. The crowd watches all of this unfold on a massive virtual screen, with Hinata commentating the entire mess. She notes how the duo from the Apostles of the Holy Staff are already causing a scene, their tension obvious and intense right from the start. Kurahashi sarcastically tells Kai to be grateful he's no longer lonely, which just makes Kai even more pissed, snapping back with full aggression. Despite the arguing, they push forward and soon come face to face with two competitors, one with a scar on his forehead and the other basically looking like a random NPC. Hinata points it out immediately, noting that they're about to clash with a pair from the Apostles of Moonlight who seem ready to take them out early. Kurahashi and Kai are not impressed. Kurahashi casually calls them out, while Kai scoffs at the reputation of the Apostles of Moonlight, the so-called consistent winners every year. The enemy pair doesn't hesitate and launches the first attack, but Kurahashi and Kai dodge it effortlessly. Watching from the big screen, the Red King Sheena is already hyped, praising the immediate conflict. Hinata is surprised to find Sheena right beside her, but Sheena doesn't care. She explains that the Apostles of Moonlight are all A rank or higher and could have easily ignored this fight and continued forward, but that would be boring. She slams her heel against the desk with wild energy, calling out how dull a normal race would be. Schemes, strategies, none of that excites her. If you're a man, you fight head-on, that's the only thing worth watching. Back on the field, the clash intensifies. Kurahashi points out that interfering with other teams is allowed, and since all paths converge toward the tower, fights are inevitable, but these two clearly wanted smoke from the very beginning. Kai quickly understands their strategy. They're trying to incapacitate them early, so they drop out of the race entirely. He calls out their overconfidence, noting they didn't even bother checking compatibility before attacking unknown opponents. The enemies double down, telling them to surrender peacefully and calling them weaklings who have no chance of winning. That arrogance hits a nerve instantly. Kurahashi and Kai are already irritated, but then the opponents cross a line they really shouldn't have. They bring up Rei. They mention the man in the coat, Kurosaki Rei, and start mocking him. They claim that a mage's strength isn't defined by the number of colors they possess, and if someone can't even grasp the basics, then what's the point? They call him a former colorless and inept nobody and laugh at the idea of him being called a king. Yeah, that was the worst possible move. Kurahashi and Kai go from annoyed to absolutely livid in an instant. The Apostles of Moonlight are straight up talking trash about Rei, and they don't stop there. They launch another coordinated attack, declaring that this is where it ends for both of them. But it's already over. Kurahashi and Kai, now fully beyond pissed, snap. With zero hesitation, both of them step in and throw down, landing brutal punches that absolutely wreck their opponents. NPC number 1 gets sent flying, tumbling across the ground, while NPC number 2 gets hit with a punch so clean it's basically a reality check. In the next second, both enemies are down, completely knocked out, minds blank. Kurahashi and Kai stand there like absolute menaces, their presence alone intimidating as hell. The power flex is real. Standing over the defeated Moonlight members, Kurahashi dares them to mock Rei again, while Kai coldly adds that he won't show mercy if they ever try something like that again. The defeated duo are visibly terrified, completely shaken. Back on the big screen, Hinata announces that Kurahashi and Kai have successfully defeated a pair from the Apostles of Moonlight. Sheena bursts out laughing, clearly entertained, calling them interesting. In the stadium, Azuma is seen waving a flag and cheering them on, hyping them up. It's also revealed that he isn't participating in the tournament at all. There was literally no one left to pair him with. Bro got benched by default. Watching the match, the Yellow King Kirimiya acknowledges their impressive skill while Hojo quietly laughs to himself. Then Sheena suddenly decides to spice things up even more. She declares that each of them deserves a point and conjures 2 fireballs in her hands. Hinata is confused, asking what she's doing, but Sheena casually explains that it's an MVP point awarded by her. She believes it makes things more interesting this way. Laughing like an absolute chaos gremlin, Sheena admits that it's all for her personal entertainment. Hinata can only watch and think to herself that this bitch is definitely having way too much fun. Rei and Hikaru move fast, cutting through the terrain. The energy between them feels sharp, focused, until suddenly Rei's voice rings out, snapping Hikaru's attention forward. In an instant, his instincts kick in, something's wrong. There's a trap laid out right in front of them. The tension lingers as Hikaru turns slightly toward Kai, acknowledging that he was saved today, but something about him feels off. Rei picks up on it immediately. The vibe is different, and he's not letting that slide. Breaking the silence, he questions him, asking if he's okay, sensing that something deeper is bothering him. He presses further, bringing up Hiragishion, almost like he already knows where Hikaru's thoughts are drifting. That hits. Hikaru is caught off guard, clearly not expecting Rei to read him that easily. Still, he admits it, yeah, but it's not just that, it's more about the Yellow King. That only confuses Rei even more. The Yellow King, what about him? But Hikaru quickly brushes it off, downplaying it as just a personal issue, shutting that door before it opens any wider. And just like that, the atmosphere shifts. A shadow looms over them, heavy and sudden, no warning, just pure ambush. Massive rocks come crashing down toward Hikaru and Rei like the sky itself decided to throw hands, but Hikaru reacts instantly, activating his barrier skill and blocking the incoming destruction just in time. But nah, it's not over. The first attack was just bait. A volley of sharp blue crystals comes flying in right after, aimed to overwhelm them while they're still recovering. Hikaru realizes at mid-defense the rocks were just a decoy, but before things spiral, Rei steps in clutch, nullifying the incoming attack like it's nothing. After defending, Rei lands smoothly, immediately checking on Hikaru, making sure he's still good. Hikaru confirms he's fine, but their focus shifts forward, because now they're not alone. Standing in front of them are 2 figures, the twins from the Apostles of the Dawn. The first twin reacts with a casual yikes, while the other sounds almost disappointed. They both expected more damage, instead their attacks got shut down. The 2 laugh it off, clearly entertained rather than frustrated. One of them remarks that if they were defeated that easily, Shion would be disappointed. The other agrees instantly, laughing along like this is all just a game to them. Kai on the side is completely thrown off. The fact that these opponents are literally just kids makes the whole situation feel surreal. But Hikaru doesn't share that confusion. He stares at them, already understanding exactly what kind of threat they are. He calls it a shame, admitting he didn't expect to run into them this soon. Rei, still processing, casually questions if Hikaru actually knows these 2 little potatoes. Hikaru immediately shuts that down, they're not acquaintances. Then comes the reveal. These aren't just random kids. They're the Hidaka brothers, prodigies, absolute monsters in disguise. They're the youngest individuals to ever obtain a mage license, a feat so insane that the association had to make a special exception just to certify them. And the reason is simple: when they fight together, their power skyrockets beyond normal limits. Individually, they're dangerous. Together, they're S-rank mages. That realization hits Rei like a truck gun. These children are S-rank? It sounds ridiculous, but Hikaru confirms it. And then he drops the real problem. In a race where everything depends on teamwork, where pairs fight as one, these 2 might be their worst possible matchup. The clash between these 2 duos is no longer avoidable, it's inevitable. Hinata announces an exciting battle. Right at the very beginning of the race, as the subordinates of the Red King, the Apostles of the Dawn, the Hidaka brothers, face off against the Apostles of the Holy Staff, Rei and Hikaru, setting up an instantly interesting matchup. While the Red King Sheena watches and comments that it is indeed an interesting fight, thinking to herself, and urging Sora and Riku to show what they have got. At the same time, Rei recognizes the twin brothers as the youngest mages to ever reach S-rank, recalling that he had heard about them before his regression, though they rarely appeared in public, leaving their abilities mostly unknown to him. And while he admits that fighting them together is basically a hopeless scenario, he is at least relieved that Hikaru, who can use barrier skills, is right beside him, believing they might be able to find an opening by balancing offense and defense. Even as he reminds himself they need to reach the tower quickly, despite running into such troublesome opponents right from the start. However, Hikaru is clearly not in the right state of mind, as Kirimiya's image flashes through his thoughts, and as he closes his eyes, he resolves that he will not lose this Magus tournament, and that he must lead Rei since he has more experience, while Rei notices Hikaru acting unusually proactive compared to his normally reserved personality, just as the Hidaka brothers begin channeling their skills, hyping themselves up as a massive surge of energy bursts from their bodies. One of the brothers unleashes earth magic, filling the area with dust and instantly cutting off visibility, and Hikaru realizes they're targeting their eyesight, noting that the twins also shouldn't be able to see through the dust, meaning reckless movement would be a bad move. But before they can act, the other brother suddenly appears and calls them too slow, while activating his skill, freezing both Rei and Hikaru's legs to the ground with an area of effect ice ability. And Hikaru quickly understands that once frozen, he won't be able to use his barrier skills. As the ice begins creeping upward, slowly engulfing their lower bodies, while the Hidaka brothers act like they are straight up playing with them. Rei refuses to accept that outcome, snapping back as he draws his blade, and in a single slash completely shatters all the ice covering both himself and Hikaru, shocking the brothers, who immediately decide to try again while keeping their distance, retreating onto tree branches and admitting that was close but making it clear they won't go down easily, while Hinata continues hyping the fight, noting that neither side is backing down. Hikaru quickly analyzes the situation, realizing the twins are using a hit-and-run strategy, and that if they stay here too long, other teams will reach the tower first. So he calls out to Rei with a plan, explaining that although the twins coordinate perfectly, their mana colors differ. Riku uses red while Sora uses blue, pointing out that red mana users typically have higher attack power but weaker control, whereas blue mana is easier to handle but lacks strong output. Rei recalls that Sora uses ice magic with impressive range but lower power, and as he thinks it through, he remembers his brother Kai's Demon Lance skill, which combines both colors to cover weaknesses, while Hikaru instructs him to focus on dodging red mana attacks and to synchronize their attacks when blue mana is used, and Rei agrees without hesitation. Watching from the stadium, the Red King Sheena immediately picks up on their strategy, acknowledging it as a good decision, and giving them credit for staying calm under pressure, though she also points out that the twins are not that simple. And right on cue, Sora and Riku sense that Rei and Hikaru are planning something, reacting with excitement, before their demeanor suddenly shifts into something far more aggressive and predatory, as they decide to use a different approach. Extending their hands, the twins release their mana, which begins to surge outward and connect with each other, and both Rei and Hikaru are caught off guard, as they realize the brothers' mana is combining, revealing their skill Mana Connect, which allows them to share mana freely, turning their attacks into unpredictable chaos, as they dash forward at insane speed, challenging their opponents to keep up. Then something completely unexpected happens, as Sora, who normally uses blue mana, suddenly launches a red mana attack at Hikaru, completely flipping expectations. And although Hikaru tries to defend with his barrier, it shatters instantly, forcing him to rethink everything, as he assumes Riku will now attack with blue mana, but instead Riku doubles down and attacks with red mana as well, blasting Hikaru away and completely playing him as the twins successfully bait and confuse him. From the arena, Kirimiya observes that because Rei and Hikaru can see their opponent's mana colors, it actually slows their reactions, causing them to lose their path to victory, while still acknowledging that the brothers are impressive for pushing them this far, as Rei quickly checks on Hikaru, who, despite cursing, insists he is fine and declares he will take the lead from here, immediately trying to come up with a new strategy, questioning whether they should keep their distance or even abandon the fight, and head straight for the tower instead. Before he can spiral further into overthinking, Rei suddenly snaps at him, calling him out by his full name and forcing Hikaru to break out of his tunnel vision, catching even the Hidaka brothers off guard as Rei confronts him head-on, making it clear that if Hikaru wants to win the Magus tournament, he needs to rely on him too, acknowledging that Hikaru has always been dependable, but calling out the fact that he is trying to carry everything alone, insisting that they should fight together, instead of acting like it is a solo mission. That hits Hikaru hard, as he realizes he has been trying to shoulder everything by himself, getting too focused on taking the lead and completely ignoring Rei's presence, admitting to himself that it was arrogant to think that way, and recognizing that Rei is no longer someone who needs protection, but a fully capable mage who stands beside him as an equal. Hikaru gets back up, apologizing and asking to combine their strengths moving forward, expressing that he is counting on Rei, and Rei immediately responds with confidence, matching his resolve as both of them finally align, standing together and preparing to face the Hidaka brothers head-on, fully ready to take them down and fry these little roaches. Hinata continues her commentary, pointing out how the relentless assault from the Hidaka brothers is straight-up overwhelming, while it also seems like the team from the Apostles of the Holy Staff is quietly discussing something in the background, cooking up a plan mid-chaos. Back in the arena, the Blue King Hojo watches with a calm smile, thinking that although Hikaru looked nervous earlier, he's stabilized now, and pairing him with Rei was absolutely the right call. While Hiloki gives off Gojo vibes, comment down below what you think. At the same time, the Red King Sheena looks unimpressed, saying that winning against a team that can't even focus on their task is just boring, and she's convinced that Sora and Riku feel the same way. Meanwhile, Rei and Hikaru stand ready as a duo, fully locked in to face the Hidaka brothers, with Hikaru realizing internally that he regained his composure thanks to Rei, and believing that if they fight together, they can actually win this. Sticking to the plan, Hikaru signals Rei, who immediately responds, and in the next moment, Rei conjures a blue skill in his hand, Ice Needles, causing a barrage of sharp, icy projectiles to appear out of nowhere. Riku notes that Rei is using a beginner-level blue skill, while Sora points out that even if he switches to long-range combat, it's useless, as the brothers effortlessly dodge the incoming needles like it's nothing, making it look easy. Rei quickly realizes this isn't enough, while the Hidaka brothers start getting hyped, sensing that things are finally getting interesting. Rei then tells Hikaru he's counting on him and prepares to go on the offensive, as Hikaru activates his barrier skill, shielding Rei, and in the very next instant, Rei dashes forward, rapidly closing the distance between himself and the brothers. Watching from the drone feed, both Hinata and the Red King are visibly surprised, clearly caught off guard by this sudden aggressive move. Kirimiya, observing the battle, comments that it looks like a solo suicide attack immediately after deploying a barrier, while the Red King smirks, thinking that barriers are meant purely for defense, and that such a straightforward attack should be easy to handle. Internally, she cheers for Sora and Riku to end things quickly, but the Hidaka brothers, now fully excited, decide to counterattack, declaring that if Rei is coming at them, they'll just shoot him down, as they activate a red skill called Comet Blast, summoning two massive comets in the sky. They unleash consecutive shots straight at Rei, and seeing this on the big screen, Azuma notes that it's a high firepower red skill, questioning whether they're trying to break Hikaru's barrier with brute force, while the brothers remain confident that the barrier won't be able to withstand the attack. But Hikaru simply smiles, wondering about that, and remarks that it all depends on the shape of the barrier, before clapping his hands and activating his skill, Quintuple Wall. Instantly, Rei becomes surrounded by multiple defensive barriers, 5 in total, and seeing this, the Hidaka brothers are completely shocked. Rei understands that red skills tend to be straightforward and head-on, meaning if the attack direction is predictable, they can concentrate their defense accordingly. As the comets descend, they crash directly into Hikaru's layered barriers, but instead of breaking through, they crack against the stacked defenses, completely failing to reach Rei. The Hidaka brothers instantly realize this is bad, and when they try to retreat, they discover they're already trapped, as the earlier ice needles have blocked their escape route, making it impossible to run. They finally understand that Rei's earlier attack wasn't meant to deal damage, but to control the battlefield and cut off their movement. Right on cue, Hikaru signals Rei, and in the next moment, Rei blitzes past them at insane speed, striking both brothers in a flash and knocking them out cold before they can even react. Rei casually strikes a pose after defeating the two with ease, flexing just like Sung Jin-woo. Watching everything unfold on the big screen, Hinata declares the battle over, announcing that the Apostles of the Holy Staff have won. She then turns to the Red King, expecting the MVP points, and Sheena casually assigns 2 points to each of them, though she admits that they both managed to outplay everyone. On the other side, Hikaru reflects that keeping things simple really was the key, realizing he had been overthinking how to counter their teamwork, and he smiles, silently thanking Rei for helping him see things clearly. Back in the arena seating, the Blue King acknowledges their comeback from such a rough situation and praises their performance, while Kirimiya agrees, but points out that this alone still isn't enough to face Hiragi Shion. Even so, as he watches Hikaru on the big screen, Kirimiya admits that Hikaru has definitely grown. After the match, Rei tells Hikaru it's time to go, but Hikaru stops him, apologizing for earlier, admitting that Rei was worried about him, and yet he ended up neglecting him. To make sure no one overhears, Hikaru glances at the drone, assuming it can't pick up their voices from that distance, before deciding to open up about something deeply personal that he has never even told his friends. He explains that thanks to Rei, he's now fully aware of his feelings, and believes it's time to properly talk about it, as Rei listens and agrees. Then Hikaru drops the truth: Kirimiya Kusei, the Yellow King, is his actual father. Rei is completely stunned upon hearing this, struggling to process that Hikaru is the son of the Yellow King. Hikaru continues, explaining that Rei must have heard about how he was kicked out of the Apostles of the Moonlight, revealing that it was because he was abandoned by his father, and that through the Magus tournament he wants to prove that he's no longer the same person he used to be. As Rei processes everything, he connects it to what happened in his previous life, realizing that Hikaru's succession as the Yellow King was tied to his father, which raises even more questions. He then asks Hikaru directly about his relationship with Hiragi Shion. Hikaru explains that if he had to simplify it, it's something like a rivalry, admitting that he has never beaten Shion even once. But what truly sends chills down the spine is the realization that the Apostles of the Moonlight are now facing Ichinose and Yuri, hinting that the real nightmare is only just beginning. We see Hinata announcing the face-off between the Apostles of the Moonlight versus Ichinose and Yuri. Just then, the scene flashes back to moments earlier, where Ichinose and Yuri are running together, while Ichinose questions Yuri about fighting that Shion guy last year. Yuri tells her she can probably guess how that went. Ichinose realizes that even Yuri could not beat Shion, but Yuri clarifies that it was more like the idiot she got paired with got completely folded. She remembers Kurahashi charging straight at the Apostles of the Moonlight, only to get his ass handed to him almost instantly. Ichinose says that is rough, but Yuri explains that Shion is definitely a top-tier mage. Still, she fought him last year, so she is going to fill Ichinose in on everything she knows. Back in the present, Ichinose and Yuri stand face-to-face with the Apostles of the Moonlight, more specifically Shion himself. Ichinose remembers Yuri warning her that Shion is no joke, and if he is coming after them then they are seriously about to throw hands. Shion suddenly tells his partner Watanabe to stay out of this because he will take both of them on by himself. Watanabe watches him and thinks that first it was the opening ceremony and now this. Shion has been acting way too aggressive lately. He wonders if the guy was always like this, but even then, there is no way this bastard loses against the two of them. Watanabe casually agrees, saying he will just save his strength and take it easy instead. In the background, the dude is literally chilling and drinking juice through a straw, while wishing Shion good luck out there. A second later, Shion jumps forward and faces Ichinose and Yuri directly. Ichinose notices Watanabe relaxing in the back, like this entire fight is free content for him. From the arena, Hojo the Blue King questions whether this is even allowed, but Kirimiya responds that results are all that matter. Shion does not need any half-assed backup, and Watanabe understands that better than anyone. On the battlefield, both Ichinose and Yuri flare up with mana surrounding them. Yuri tells Ichinose to focus and get her head in the game, while Ichinose responds with a quick yes ma'am. Meanwhile, Shion stays calm as hell. He raises one hand, as yellow mana surrounds him before activating his skill Evil Mine. Instantly, glowing light orbs begin appearing all around the area. Yuri immediately warns Ichinose to get ready because she already knows what is coming next. Shion simply says blow and every orb detonates at once. Massive explosions erupt across the battlefield while Shion stands there completely unfazed. Somehow, Yuri and Ichinose barely manage to dodge the blast. Hinata, watching from the giant screen, excitedly commentates on the massive explosion while pointing out that the Apostles of the Holy Staff saw it coming. Ichinose realizes that if Yuri had not warned her, she would have been completely cooked right there. Yuri thinks through Shion's magic, remembering that Evil Mind turns his mana into literal bombs. If he triggers them at point-blank range, it is game over. The scary part is that Shion can pull it off from insane distances too, but Yuri has already seen this spell before during their fight last year. Yuri even smiles a little, realizing their counter-strategy is working so far. In the background, Watanabe watches everything while resting, and notices that the blue-haired girl clearly remembered Shion's magic from last year, meaning they came prepared with a counter-plan. Still, Watanabe smirks because he knows that alone is nowhere near enough to win. The next moment proves exactly why. Shion suddenly conjures even more mana orbs, each one basically a ticking bomb. Then he detonates them all again, causing another massive explosion to erupt across the battlefield. This time, Yuri and Ichinose actually get caught in the blast. Yuri realizes Shion increased the number of mines and starts wondering if he had been holding back during their fight last year. Shion stares at them with a dead serious expression and basically tells them that even if they have a counter strategy, it does not matter because they are still nowhere near his league. Now lying on the ground, Yuri admits the situation is way worse than she expected. She tells Ichinose that retreating is a long shot, but they have to try. However, Ichinose refuses to back down. She says not yet because if she breaks now, then nothing will ever change. On top of that, she has not even shown the results of their training yet. Even though Ichinose is trembling, the scene shifts into the past, where she asked Yuri to train her so she could level up. Ichinose explains that the battle on the island made her realize something important. In the end, she was still relying entirely on Rei, and she hates that. She wants to become stronger herself, which is why she asked Yuri for help. Yuri understands immediately, and from there the training begins. The two of them spar repeatedly, while Ichinose pushes herself non-stop. She meditates in a lotus position to improve her mana control, sharpens her attack techniques, and grinds through every bit of hard work possible just to get stronger. Back in the present, Yuri realizes Ichinose is right because they have not even tried their real move yet. Ichinose rises back to her feet with flames surrounding her body, while Yuri decides there is no point giving up anymore. Yuri also thinks about how unbelievable it is that Ichinose turned down her suggestion to retreat. Compared to the day they first met, she has changed completely, and Yuri genuinely loves that attitude. Watching from the arena, the Red King Shina observes the battle and praises Ichinose and Yuri, saying those girls have some serious guts. Standing before them, Shion acknowledges that Ichinose's mana capacity is impressive. He gives her credit for that much, but his tone immediately turns harsh, as he warns her not to think for even a second that she can beat him. Ichinose already knows she is normally no match for Shion. That is exactly why she trained so hard for this moment. Then in the next instant, she attempts something completely new, massive, and honestly insane. In the background, Watanabe, who had been lying around relaxed this whole time, suddenly shoots up in shock after seeing what this mad woman just conjured. Ichinose creates an absolutely gigantic fireball, the size of a meteorite. Watanabe instantly panics, realizing it is high-tier magic, but even then, the scale of it is completely ridiculous. Yuri watches proudly, while thinking that Ichinose always possessed monstrous mana reserves, but until now she never had a proper way to unleash all that power. With this new high-tier spell, she can finally pour every last drop of mana into a single attack. Ichinose is now fully ready to fuck Shion up, as she unleashes her high-tier magic meteor blaze. The gigantic attack comes crashing straight toward the annoying Shion. Watanabe immediately throws up a barrier while panicking, because even Shion should not be able to tank a hit like that. But Shion remains unfazed as fuck. The guy stays completely nonchalant and calmly raises one hand while staring directly at the incoming meteor with a terrifying gaze. Then in the very next second, the entire high-tier spell suddenly disappears. Both Yuri and Ichinose are left completely shocked. Yuri cannot even process what just happened, and realizes Shion straight up erased the magic. For a brief moment, complete silence takes over the area. After Shion casually displays that insane level of strength, the audience is shocked as hell, struggling to process what they just witnessed. Shion Hiragi had just completely neutralized Ichinose's ultimate flame magic. The entire crowd is left staring in disbelief, wondering what the hell just happened. Hinata immediately turns toward the Red King, Shina, looking for an explanation. But even Shina looks intrigued. She says it doesn't seem like Shion merely neutralized the spell. Calling it erased feels way more accurate. Hinata is completely thrown off by that wording, while Shina admits she has never heard of magic like that before. Even she is wondering what the hell that kid just did. Meanwhile, Yuri realizes Shion didn't use his explosion magic to counter Ichinose's spell. Back when they fought last year, he never used anything remotely similar. Watanabe is equally baffled, internally repeating the same question over and over. What was that just now? Shion had never shown magic like that in front of him either. Yuri notices the confusion on Watanabe's face and immediately starts speculating. If even Watanabe doesn't know about this power, then what exactly is Shion hiding? At the same time, Ichinose is mentally shaken. That had been the strongest spell she could possibly cast, yet Shion handled it effortlessly. Then Shion finally speaks, calling her woman while giving her credit for actually forcing him to use this magic. But he coldly reminds her that this is the difference in their ranks. The next second, Shion activates his mana again and tells her that no matter how much she struggles, it's useless. Instantly, two glowing mana orbs appear near Ichinose's feet as he activates Evil Mind once again. The glowing spheres detonate without mercy, and the resulting blast engulfs both Ichinose and Yuri. Ichinose drops in severe pain as the explosion tears into her leg. Blood starts pouring from the injury after the orbs explode right beside her. Watching the scene unfold, the Red King Shina admits she put up a solid fight against Shion, but this feels like the end. Shion then mocks them without hesitation, saying that to him, they are nothing more than stones on the side of the road. That hierarchy will never change. Yuri quickly rushes to Ichinose's side, trying to stop her from taking any more punishment. But the words that come out of Ichinose's mouth genuinely terrify Yuri. Her resolve is still burning hard. She refuses to give up, saying, "Not yet." Ichinose forces herself back onto her feet and declares that if she gives up here, she will never become stronger. She wants to get closer to Rei as much as she possibly can. She says she can still fight, and the determination in her eyes suddenly hits way harder. Even Shina is surprised she's still willing to keep going. But instead of mocking her, she smirks and admits she likes her spirit. Shion, however, stays completely unfazed like always. He repeats that it's useless and was about to cook our girls, but suddenly multiple attacks were thrown toward Ichinose and Yuri, blasting apart the ground and the entire surrounding area. The explosions send both girls flying, effectively taking them out of the fight. Right after that, Watanabe steps in and apologizes for the interruption, but tells Shion he's taking way too long with this. The scene then shifts toward the river, where Ichinose had been launched after Watanabe's attack. Yuri manages to keep herself suspended in the air by activating her mana conversion skill. The two of them surf toward a safer area, while Yuri complains that Ichinose seriously overdid it this time. Ichinose apologizes, but Yuri praises her instead, admitting she fought insanely well. Deep down, Yuri gets the feeling that this girl is absolutely going to become much stronger in the future. Back in the arena, the Red King Shina awards a point to Shion. While observing him, Shina starts thinking that Hojo really gathered some pretty interesting students. Meanwhile, Shion turns toward Watanabe, but Watanabe immediately looks away and says there was no need to go any further than that. They need to move now, or the other pairs will get ahead of them. Xion lets out an annoyed sigh before agreeing, and the two of them immediately head toward the tower at the center. As they move forward, Watanabe quietly watches Xion, while Xion states with a dead serious expression that no matter who the opponent is, he will crush them. Hinata continues her commentary, announcing that the great festival has finally entered its middle stage. The remaining contestants are now stepping into an entirely new field, with the goal finally in sight, and the battles are only going to become even more intense from here. Sheena then casually comments that fighting is fun, but people eventually get bored if that's all there is. Because of that, she prepared a little surprise for the contestants in the next area. Hinata is completely caught off guard since nobody told her about this. Sheena responds with a devilish smile, wondering if the contestants can even make it through. Hinata immediately reacts to that terrifying expression, and right afterward, the perspective shifts toward Kurahashi and Kai. The two are completely stunned by the sight standing in front of them. A gigantic mountain of magma and lava blocks their path. Kurahashi stares at it in disbelief, wondering if they seriously have to cross through that nightmare. Kai tells him that whining about it won't change anything and they simply have to move forward. Kurahashi thinks this has to be a joke. Then right underneath them, lava suddenly erupts. Their asses get burned instantly. Kurahashi starts cursing, calling the king of primary colors completely insane for creating something like this. Kai then casually tells Kurahashi he's leaving the decoy duty to him. He says he believes in him and plans to use that opening to get ahead. Kurahashi is absolutely done with this bullshit. He asks how Kai can say that with a straight face and demands to know why he has to be the shield. If anything, Kai should be the damn decoy instead. The two immediately start non-stop bickering and blaming each other like always. But before they can keep yapping, another volcanic eruption explodes beneath them and fries their asses again. Watching the chaos unfold, Shiroi calls them idiots. Yashiro responds that this is nothing new, but points out they should probably worry about themselves instead. Sure enough, they realize they're in deep shit too as lava erupts from every direction while they run. Seeing the disaster spreading across the field, Hinata announces that screams are erupting everywhere. She wonders if this is the moment where they witness a massive elimination round. Sheena casually responds with an oops, admitting maybe he went a little too far. But for Xion and Watanabe, the volcanic zone feels like nothing. Watanabe asks Xion if he can handle it, and Xion instantly fires back by asking who the hell he thinks he's talking to. In the next moment, Xion activates Evil Mind again, conjuring multiple glowing mana orbs before detonating them, one after another. Hinata comments that Xion and Watanabe's pair remain completely unfazed, despite volcanic bombs raining down around them. She starts wondering if they might become the first team to reach the tower. But suddenly, Xion notices something. He tells Watanabe to look. At the same time, Hikaru and Rei are revealed to be charging straight into the volcanic zone as well. Hikaru says they should keep this pace going today, while Rei chuckles and admits he's glad Hikaru is with him. Watching them from afar, Hojo starts commenting that if they keep this up, things are going to escalate fast. Kiramiya immediately finishes the thought for him, saying this is about to get very interesting. Meanwhile, Rei keeps thinking to himself that he can do this as long as he keeps moving forward. Soon after, both Hikaru and Rei finally spot the massive tower standing in the center. They immediately realize that's the Tower of the End. But the instant they notice it, both of them sense something dangerous at the exact same moment. Then a massive explosion erupts. Xion had detonated the area. Standing directly in front of them, Xion reveals himself and says they managed to block it with barriers, but this is as far as they're going. Hikaru smiles without fear and says he has been waiting for the chance to fight Xion again. This time he intends to finally reach him. Xion stands there like an immovable wall, completely blocking their path and refusing to let them pass. Hikaru faces Xion and says he always knew they would run into each other again someday, though he never expected it to happen here. As Xion stands before him, Hikaru brings up the promise they made a year ago after losing their duel. He says he came here to finally settle the score. Xion just listens for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. Hikaru gets visibly thrown off by the reaction, confused as Xion mocks the very idea of calling that thing a promise. Xion reminds him that all he said back then was to try and prove him wrong, then straight up says he cannot believe Hikaru is still clinging to that garbage. Hikaru struggles to process why Xion would call their promise trash, but Xion makes it brutally clear that he does not give a damn about promises anymore. He tells Hikaru that he is not even worth his time now and says Hikaru is no longer even on his radar. Xion declares that he will prove his power at the Grand Festival and rise as the Yellow King, while everything else is just a pointless distraction. Hikaru quietly accepts those words and reflects on their past. Back then, the two of them swore they would keep getting stronger together. They pushed each other constantly and competed every step of the way. But eventually, Xion kept pulling further ahead while the gap between them only kept growing wider. Hikaru admits Xion advanced with overwhelming power while he himself lost his nerve. Even their training sessions started feeling meaningless to him. He calls himself pathetic for stopping his own progress and leaving Xion to climb that mountain alone. Hikaru realizes Xion could not stand watching him rot like that, which is why Xion requested a duel from the Yellow King, Hikaru's own father. In the end, Xion crushed him completely, and Hikaru was forced to leave the Apostles of the Moonlight. Back in the present, Xion confirms everything without hesitation, saying Hikaru could not even touch his shadow back then. He questions why Hikaru even bothered showing his face again and asks what he wants now. According to Xion, their business was settled a long time ago and he has no time to waste on someone like him. Xion even tells Hikaru to retire now so he can walk away peacefully. Hikaru immediately fires back, saying Xion has got to be kidding. He admits Xion's confidence is impressive, but declares that their side will be the ones winning this tournament. Hikaru says that if Xion is truly disappointed in him, then he will simply force Xion to look at him one more time. The moment he says that, Hikaru shifts into a fighting stance and activates his skill. Xion coldly replies that Hikaru still does not have what it takes. Meanwhile, Rei watches everything unfold and realizes the rumors were true. Hikaru and Xion really are genuine rivals. Beside Xion, Watanabe comments that it looks like Hikaru finally got over his hang-ups. Hikaru then turns toward Rei and asks him to let him handle this first. Rei reacts with confusion, but Hikaru reassures him that he is not being reckless like before. He explains that he has fought Xion Cloud countless times and knows his moves inside out, making him the best person to take the lead. But Hikaru also says the key to winning this fight is Rei's skill drain. Rei immediately hesitates because using skill drain directly on another person feels seriously messed up after everything that happened with Kai. Hikaru understands the hesitation, but warns him that Xion is not someone they can defeat while holding back. Hikaru reminds Rei that the stolen skills can eventually be returned anyway. Instead of thinking of it as theft, he tells Rei to think of it as temporarily sealing the power. Then Hikaru gives him a bright smile and says everything will be fine because he trusts Rei to use that power for the right reasons. Rei still feels uncertain about using skill drain but eventually agrees. Watching the entire situation from the arena is the Red King Sheena. She says she wants to see how this plays out. Since Hikaru and Xion were once in the same apostle group, they probably know each other's tricks already. But according to her, the real issue is the annihilation magic Xion used earlier. She wonders whether this fight will finally reveal what that terrifying ability actually is. As the battle between the two rivals is about to begin, Kirimiya watches the fight with intense focus. The fight finally starts and Xion instantly activates Evil Mine. Multiple glowing orbs spread outward like ticking time bombs before unleashing a full-scale bombardment. Watanabe watches the attack and thinks that bastard Xion is not wasting a single second. But Hikaru immediately retaliates, declaring that he is not going down that easily. He reveals that he spent every waking moment mastering a spell created specifically to counter Evil Mine. In response, 4 massive pillars rise around him as part of his barrier skill, shielding him completely. Rei is genuinely shocked by the sheer defensive power. Even after Xion's massive explosion, Hikaru remains completely unharmed without even a scratch. Xion acknowledges the ultra-hard pillars and admits they have decent durability but says hiding behind a shield will not save Hikaru. As he activates his yellow skill, Hikaru suddenly counters from above. A gigantic pillar descends directly toward Xion's head. Hikaru reveals that Rigid Pillar is not just a defensive technique and realizes this is the perfect opening. He fully believes the strike is about to land. But without even bothering to look upward, Xion casually activates his yellow skill with one hand and uses the same annihilation magic he previously unleashed against Ichinose. In an instant, the massive Rigid Pillar completely disappears. Hikaru is left stunned beyond belief as he watches his attack simply vanish. He cannot even process what just happened. Xion calmly reminds him that he already said Hikaru would never touch him. But in the very next instant, Rei suddenly appears directly behind Xion. Telling him not to be so sure, Rei activates Skill Drain and prepares to steal Xion's ability. Rei was just about to use Skill Drain on Xion when Watanabe suddenly appeared between them, instantly shutting it down. He stepped in with zero hesitation and formed a blade entirely out of mana before slashing straight toward Rei. Thanks to his insane reflexes, Rei barely managed to dodge the strike at the last possible second. Even then, the attack still slammed into the ground, hard enough to destroy the entire area and send Rei flying backward. Watanabe looked genuinely impressed. For someone caught in that position, dodging that attack should have been impossible. Still, he admitted he expected nothing less from someone carrying the title of king. At this point, both Hikaru and Rei were visibly struggling in the fight. Watanabe could tell too, and he started mocking them, asking what their next move was and whether that pathetic showing was really all they had. Hikaru knew this situation was bad. Watanabe usually acted playful and carefree, but underneath that personality was a monster with absurd close-quarter combat skill. Xion's new magic had already caught him off guard, but Watanabe had also evolved far beyond the version Hikaru remembered. Their coordination from both the front and back was becoming a serious problem, and now they had even countered a surprise attack. Hikaru started thinking through possible options. He wanted to use his new technique as a decoy, instead of forcing a direct clash of raw strength. The problem was that regrouping itself seemed impossible because Xion and Watanabe were not letting them escape that easily. As Hikaru stared at both of them, the pressure started building fast. The two of them genuinely looked menacing, and Hikaru had no clue what the right move was anymore. Then from the arena above, Kirimiya quietly said it was about time. A second later, Shion suddenly noticed something strange. The ground beneath everyone started crackling. Hikaru and Rei immediately realized something was wrong too, and in the next instant the entire battlefield began violently shaking. Everyone watching finally understood what was happening. The ground was collapsing. Hikaru immediately warned Rei to prepare for the fall. At the same time, he started thinking that if this chaos forced a reset in the battle, maybe there was still a chance to defeat Shion after all. But Shion instantly crushed that hope. Almost as if he had read Hikaru's thoughts directly, Shion coldly declared that even if they fought again, the result would never change. Hikaru would never reach his level, not even in a million years. No matter how much effort Hikaru piled up, all of it would be meaningless in the end. Even while the arena was collapsing around them, Shion kept staring at Hikaru with a completely emotionless face as he declared that they simply existed in different leagues. Then both duos crashed underground. Back above, the Blue King Hojo questioned Kirimiya, asking whether this trap was his doing. Kirimiya casually confirmed it. Just like Shina, he had apparently taken the liberty of setting up obstacles beforehand. One of the goals of the Grand Festival was developing mages, so he intentionally increased the difficulty of the trial. Still, Kirimiya admitted the battle's conclusion had now been postponed. Meanwhile, both pairs were still falling through the darkness. Hinata started commentating on the situation, realizing it was basically a cave-in trap. Both teams had fallen into completely separate pits, and from the looks of it, climbing back up was impossible. Instead, it seemed both groups had no choice but to continue deeper through the side tunnels. Shina was immediately pissed off because the monitors could no longer properly show what was happening underground. She started cursing Kirimiya and his annoying unnecessary traps because she genuinely wanted to keep watching the showdown between the two duos. Elsewhere underground, Watanabe casually started walking again while talking to Shion. He admitted the cave-in was a real shame because if the fight had continued normally, Shion probably would have won. But Shion immediately called him out. He reminded Watanabe that he had already warned him before that he did not need interference from anyone. If Watanabe ever pulled another stunt like that again, Shion promised he would not show mercy, even toward an ally. Watanabe looked more amused than threatened. He complained about Shion's harsh tone and joked that even an old man like him had feelings too. Then he pointed out something else that had been bothering him. Shion had completely changed. According to Watanabe, Shion never used to act like this. It felt like some insanely delayed rebellious phase. He had completely cast Hikaru aside despite the fact the two of them were always together before. On top of that, Shion was now using strange magic Watanabe had never seen before. Lately, Shion honestly felt like a completely different person. Shion immediately rejected that idea and called it ridiculous. According to him, he was exactly the same person he had always been. Meanwhile, Watanabe quietly wondered to himself if this was just teenage angst. The scene then shifted toward Rei and Hikaru as they walked through the underground tunnels. Rei hoped there was at least some path leading back outside, but Hikaru stayed completely silent. Inside his head, Hikaru was spiraling. It was not that he had underestimated Shion and Watanabe. He had carefully considered how much they could grow and built his strategy around that possibility. He truly entered the fight believing they could win, but reality completely destroyed those expectations. Shion remained an undefeated rival standing far ahead of him, and that fact genuinely pissed Hikaru off. Frustrated, he quietly cursed to himself before suddenly calling out to Rei. Then Hikaru proposed something shocking. He asked if they should withdraw from the match right there. Rei looked completely horrified hearing that, but Hikaru quickly clarified that he was not necessarily saying they should fully retire. Instead, he suggested they avoid dangerous combat entirely and focus only on reaching the goal. If they sensed enemies nearby, they could simply take detours before getting spotted. Hikaru tried rationalizing everything. The victory condition for the event was securing the prize, not winning fights. The tournament itself was supposed to be a goodwill match anyway, so there was no reason to risk injuries by forcing unnecessary confrontations. To Hikaru, getting injured during what was basically practice and becoming unable to perform when it truly mattered would just be stupid. After all, they were mages. Their real enemies were not other people. Their real enemies were dungeons. So Hikaru suggested they just take things easy for the rest of the event. But Rei immediately questioned him. Why was Hikaru lying like this? That question instantly hit hard. Rei could tell something was wrong. He hoped he was only overthinking it, but it genuinely looked like Hikaru was forcing himself. Deep down, Hikaru clearly did not want to withdraw at all. But Hikaru snapped back immediately. He insisted he was not lying and claimed there was no reason for him to lie in the first place. According to him, he was only making a rational suggestion for both of their sakes. Rei still refused to buy it. If Hikaru was truly being rational, then why did he look like he was in so much pain? And honestly, Rei was right. Hikaru's face completely betrayed him. At that moment, Rei finally pieced everything together. The expression Hikaru was making had felt familiar this entire time. Now he finally understood why. Hikaru looked exactly like someone Rei used to know, his past self, the weak version of himself from long ago. Hikaru finally cracked after that. Laughing bitterly, he admitted Rei had completely seen through him. Everything he said earlier was just a facade. The truth was simple. He did not want to fight anymore. Hikaru had spent an entire year preparing counters specifically designed for Xion, yet none of them worked at all. Xion had become far stronger than Hikaru ever imagined possible. If anything, the gap between them had only widened even more. Hikaru even realized his father probably understood this outcome from the very beginning. That was likely why he never tried stopping him. With a genuinely defeated expression, Hikaru admitted something painful. He believed he would never be able to reach Xion. To him, challenging someone when you already knew you would lose felt completely foolish, but Rei instantly called bullshit. He bluntly pointed out how surprisingly honest Hikaru actually was because every single emotion was written all over his face. Hikaru was frustrated beyond belief. Deep down, he had not accepted defeat at all. And according to Rei, that frustration was exactly why Hikaru wanted to avoid fighting. Because if Hikaru fought and lost, he would finally be forced to face the results directly. Rei explained that Hikaru was not truly afraid of Xion's strength or even getting injured in battle. What actually terrified him was the possibility that losing would prove all his efforts meaningless. The thing Hikaru feared most was having everything he had worked toward rejected completely. Hikaru snapped again after hearing that. What could Rei possibly know about that kind of pain? Rei was a triple element wielder, blessed with ridiculous talent, who rose to the rank of king almost instantly. There was no way someone like Rei could understand what it felt like to be rejected by talent itself. But Rei shocked him. He quietly answered that he understood it all too well, because the Hikaru standing there now looked exactly like the person Rei himself used to be. Rei believed Hikaru was just like he once was before the regression, completely crushed by reality. And because of that, Rei knew exactly what Hikaru needed to hear. The words Rei himself once wanted someone to tell him. Rei told Hikaru that this was not his limit. Hikaru had absolutely nothing to fear because his efforts would never be meaningless. Hikaru still questioned him though. How could Rei possibly be so sure? There was still a very real chance they could lose. Rei smiled and admitted that possibility existed. But according to him, things like this were never about pure logic. They might fight and lose. Hikaru might suffer even more than he already was, but people like them were never the type who could gracefully give up over something like that. Hikaru noticed Rei kept saying we, like he somehow understood him completely, but Rei admitted he actually knew nothing about Hikaru. This was simply his own selfish hope. He genuinely believed Hikaru could win. Those words hit hard. Hikaru, the senior between them, realized he was the one receiving a lesson from his junior instead. Finally, Hikaru smiled. Laughing, he admitted Rei had got him there. Then he jokingly pointed out that if they lost, they would lose together. Hikaru even complained that Rei should have encouraged him by confidently saying they would win instead. Still, Hikaru finally accepted one thing: he could not give up. He sincerely thanked Rei for putting his mind at ease. Now fully fired up again, both of them accepted the outcome no matter what happened. If they lost, then so be it. But there would be no withdrawal. And with their resolve restored, Hikaru and Rei sprinted through the tunnels together. After some time, they finally reunited with Yuri and Ichinose, and Rei quickly filled them in on everything that had happened. Ichinose could barely process it, shocked that things had escalated that badly. Rei immediately pointed out that Xion and the others were probably already heading for the top, meaning they were running out of time fast. Without wasting another second, Yuri activated her mana conversion and summoned an enormous hammer. She confidently told them to leave it to her because she could launch both of them straight to the top with the hammer. Rei looked genuinely hyped after hearing that plan actually had a chance of working. Ichinose agreed and said they should get started immediately. Right before they moved, Ichinose suddenly stopped Rei because she wanted to talk about something regarding Xion's magic. She explained that there was something she had noticed during the fight. The exact details of what she said were not revealed to us. Rei thanked Ichinose, saying that information would definitely come in handy later, and Ichinose smiled, happy that she could help. Moments later, Yuri stood ready with the massive hammer prepared to launch the duo toward the top. She counted down from 1 to 3, and in the very next second swung with all her strength and blasted both of them high into the air toward the summit. Even Yuri admitted it was frustrating, but the rest was now in their hands. Ichinose agreed as the two finally landed on the ground near the towering structure ahead of them. Hikaru looked forward and realized this was the final stretch. With Rei beside him, the duo immediately rushed ahead as they stood before the massive tower. Rei and Hikaru launched themselves toward the target, while drones streamed every second of the action to the arena. Hinata's commentary echoed across the stadium as she announced that the two members of the Apostles of the Holy Staff had returned to the surface and were heading straight for the tower. Shina watched the feed with interest. The final stage had begun and she wanted a showdown worthy of the climax. A clean victory without a real battle would be boring. Rei and Hikaru soon arrived before the massive tower. Hikaru noted that no other pair seemed to be coming. Most teams had likely been wiped out in the volcanic zone, though Xion and his partner might already be inside. Rei pointed out that the match would not end until someone carried the key back from the tower. Even if Xion reached it first, they could still steal it afterward. Hikaru disagreed. Watanabe, Xian's partner, was the fastest member of the Apostles of the Moonlight. If they secured the key, the match would effectively be over. Ray thinks it will be bad if they beat us there. If he had to face Xian again, the information Ichinose had given him would be crucial. The pair spotted the entrance and pushed open the enormous doors. Inside, the scene was grim. Monster corpses covered the floor. Hikaru realized they were mana-formed creatures placed there by the Blue King. A distant battle echoed from above, confirming that Xian's team was already ahead. Ray and Hikaru sprinted for the stairs. Hikaru reasoned that if the monsters on the upper floors were strong enough to slow Xian down, they might still have a chance. But at the top floor, the scene is completely opposite. Xian was tearing through monsters with ease using his evil mind skill. He dismissed the enemies as trivial, disappointed that the supposed guardians of the final floor were this weak. Watanabe watched him fight, and the feeling of uneasiness still lingered. Xian had become absurdly strong, but something about him felt wrong, like he was hiding something. Drones hovered overhead, broadcasting the battle live to the entire arena. Then Xian looked directly at the camera as if planning something. Watanabe told him to stop wasting time and take the key already. Hinata excitedly wondered if they were about to clinch victory, while Sheena rolled her eyes at how dull it was becoming. Suddenly, the live feed cut out. Confusion swept through the arena. Some thought it was a technical failure. The Blue King and Yellow King both sensed something was off. Inside the tower, the truth was far worse. Xian had destroyed the drone. Watanabe barely had time to question him before Xian vanished and reappeared in front of him. In a single motion, Xian drove his bare hand through Watanabe's chest. Watanabe gasped that he had known something was wrong with him. Xian answered with a blank expression. Your sharp instincts were troublesome. People who wanted to live long lives should learn that ignorance and dullness were often useful traits. Then he casually tossed Watanabe aside like a ragdoll. Hikaru arrived just in time to see Watanabe's body crash to the ground. He snapped in disbelief, demanding to know what Xian thought he was doing. Xian greeted him as if mocking, saying he had finally arrived and that he had grown tired of waiting for him and the Black King, Ray. Ray immediately noticed Xian's right arm. It had transformed into something monstrous, eerily similar to Kai's earlier mutation. The destroyed cameras meant no one outside the tower could see what was happening now. Hikaru, shaken, asked what Xian really was. Xian spread his arms and declared that pretending to be human was over. With half of its body already transformed into a monstrous form, it revealed its true ambition. It would kill everyone who had known Xian well, along with the Black King himself, and then reign as the king of humanity. Hikaru was beyond shocked. The thing standing in front of him was nothing like the Xian he knew. Staring at the creature, he demanded to know who in the fucking hell it really was. The being seemed pleased by the reaction. As expected, those closest to Xian had noticed the truth quickly. It praised Hikaru's observation before dropping an absolutely devastating revelation. It admitted that Hikaru was correct. He was not Xian, at least its soul was not. A grin spread across its face as it stood before both Ray and Hikaru. The creature explained that it was no surprise they had been deceived. The body standing before them unquestionably belonged to Xian Hiragi. However, the thing occupying it was something else entirely. Hikaru, now furious, demanded to know what the hell it was talking about. The creature calmly continued its explanation. It claimed that it had simply been searching for a high-quality vessel. Then it revealed the horrifying truth. It had devoured Xian's human soul. As its true form began to emerge more clearly, the creature declared that the human known as Xian no longer existed in this world. Hikaru could barely process what he had just heard. Xian was gone. Meanwhile, Ray tried to make sense of everything. Was this possession? Was Xian being controlled by a monster just like Kai had been? The creature continued speaking, revealing that it had possessed all of Xian's memories. Playing the role of Xian had been trivial. In fact, it admitted that it could not help but laugh when Hikaru started talking about that promise. Hikaru had no idea that the promise could never be fulfilled in the first place. Even then, the creature continued mocking him. Wasn't he happy? After all, he was finally getting the chance to fight the rival he had been so obsessed with. The only problem was that nothing remained of that rival except an empty husk. Ray called out to Hikaru, but Hikaru barely seemed to hear him. He was completely consumed by rage. Pure anger burned inside him as he locked eyes with the creature and swore that he would never, ever forgive it. The creature found the reaction amusing. It wondered if this was the friendship humans were always talking about. Humans really did seem to love that kind of sentiment. Then it turned its attention back to Hikaru's fury and challenged him. It wanted to see just how long that rage would last. As the confrontation reached its breaking point, the creature prepared itself for battle. Brilliant yellow mana erupted around its body, engulfing it, as both sides readied themselves for the fight that was about to begin. The monster possessing Xian now stood before Hikaru, openly using Xian's abilities as if they were his own. The sight hit hard. For a split second, Hikaru drifted back to his memories of Xian. They had been best friends, rivals, and comrades chasing the same goal. He remembered Xian's carefree smile and the conversations they once shared. Back then, Xian had been shocked to learn that the Yellow King was Hikaru's father. Hikaru had explained that Kawa was his mother's maiden name and that he wanted to become strong enough to succeed the Yellow King one day. The problem was that his father seemed to have absolutely no interest in him. Xian had brushed that concern aside, telling him that none of it mattered. If Hikaru became so powerful that nobody could ignore him, then even his old man would have no choice but to acknowledge him. From there, the two had made a promise to grow stronger together. But now that same Xion was gone. His body remained, but it had become nothing more than an empty vessel controlled by a monster. Seeing the condition of his dear friend and rival shattered something inside Hikaru. He fought back tears, but grief quickly gave way to pure rage. Determination burned in his eyes as he swore that, no matter what happened, he would take this monster down. The creature inside Xion only chuckled at his anger. According to this twisted psychopath, humans made the most exquisite expressions. Watching faces filled with despair and then killing people who looked like that was, in his words, absolutely delightful. He even taunted Hikaru further, asking if he wanted to know when Xion Hiraga's soul had been devoured. The monster recalled how Xion had shown him such a wonderful expression during that moment. Hikaru had heard enough of this sick bastard's rambling. Completely consumed by fury, he told the twisted fuck to shut the fuck up. His aura erupted violently as he roared for the monster to shut its damn mouth. In the next second, multiple rigid pillars materialized and shot toward the monster. Yet the creature effortlessly dodged every single one. Moving through the barrage felt like a walk in the park. It mocked Hikaru, claiming that mindlessly spamming attacks was useless. But Hikaru wasn't done. Another massive rigid pillar descended from above. The monster immediately recognized the attack and mocked him again, saying he had already seen that move before. Then, using his annihilation magic, he completely destroyed the incoming pillar before it could land. The monster declared the attack useless. At this point, Hikaru was beyond fed up with this bastard and his annihilation magic. Sensing his frustration, the monster proudly explained his skill. It was called Banishment Bite, an ability capable of nullifying any supernatural power. A skill worthy of a king like him, or so he claimed. In simple terms, he bragged that it was impossible for Hikaru to even scratch him. But Hikaru wasn't about to let things end there. As his rage continued boiling over, Rei observed the battle from the side. He realized he had never seen Hikaru wear his heart on his sleeve like this before. Then again, considering Xion's fate, it was completely understandable. Still, Rei knew his role. It was his job to analyze the battlefield. He wasn't going to let Hikaru fight this battle alone. The monster interrupted his thoughts, mockingly asking if they were starting to miss the dead one already. Then it pointed toward the duo and activated Evil Mine. A devastating bombardment instantly rained across the area. Fortunately, Hikaru reacted quickly, deploying a barrier to protect both himself and Rei from the assault. The monster seemed impressed. Remarked that Hikaru was surprisingly sturdy before grinning and proposing a durability test. The question was simple: how long could he keep this up? Moments later, numerous glowing orbs appeared throughout the battlefield. They floated ominously like ticking bombs before rushing toward the duo from every direction. Hikaru immediately realized the problem. There were simply too many. He couldn't block them all. The monster was overwhelming them through sheer numbers alone. Explosions tore through. The resulting blast sent Hikaru and Rei flying. Watching them struggle only amused the monster. It pointed out that they were completely on the defensive and mocked Hikaru for his inability to avenge his fallen friend at this rate. To the creature, it was pathetic. Those words only pushed Hikaru further into rage. Calling the monster a bastard, he summoned another rigid pillar and launched it straight at him. The creature remained completely nonchalant. It mocked Hikaru again, saying he never learned. There was no way such a predictable attack would ever work. But this time, Rei noticed something. Immediately, he shouted for Hikaru to keep firing the pillars and not stop. As Hikaru continued the assault, Rei sprinted directly toward the monster. Leaping into the air, he activated his black skill, Abyss Flame. The monster saw the attack coming and scoffed. Flame attacks meant nothing to him. More importantly, attacking from the air was foolish. Without room to maneuver, Rei was nothing but a sitting duck. Rei disagreed. In the very next second, multiple rigid pillars appeared throughout the battlefield. Using the falling pillars as stepping stones, Rei began bouncing from one to another, rapidly changing directions. The monster quickly grew annoyed. Only then did it realize what Rei was doing. Meanwhile, Rei remembered something Ichinose had once pointed out. Whenever the monster used his annihilation magic, he always touched the target with his hand. That meant there was a limitation. He couldn't nullify attacks if he couldn't react with his palms in time. Using that information to his advantage, Rei suddenly appeared behind the monster. The creature noticed him at the very last moment. Roaring as he swung his fist, Rei launched his attack. The monster warned him not to underestimate him. Then, using nothing but his bare hand, the creature blocked the attack. Rei was stunned. From that position, he genuinely thought the monster wouldn't be able to react in time. The monster burst into laughter, mocking him for coming so close. But Rei wasn't finished. Declaring that it wasn't over yet, he revealed the real purpose of his attack. Using pure big brain tactics, Rei activated his skill Drain. A massive glow of energy erupted as the ability took effect. Moments later, a system panel appeared, confirming that Evil Mine had successfully been stolen. Now holding the monster's offensive skill for himself, Rei declared that this was the end. Even with annihilation magic, the monster had lost his primary means of attack. Without it, there was no way he could win. Unfortunately, the monster's reaction was the exact opposite of what Rei expected. A wide grin spread across its face, then it started laughing again. According to the creature, that was precisely the problem. It couldn't allow them to think the battle was over that easily. Suddenly, its body began mutating right before Ray's eyes. Everything unfolded in real time. Ray could only watch in horror, then the truth was finally revealed. The monster's true form emerged. Proclaiming that the real show was only beginning now, the creature completed its transformation. Standing before Ray was a towering monster, far more terrifying than anything they had faced up to this point.